vintage sci-fi, 21 science fiction classics from Philip K. Dick, Ray Bradbury, and more. Written by Philip K. Dick, Ray Bradbury, Frederick Pohl, Alan E. Norse, and many more. Narrated by Scott Miller. The Hanging Stranger. Written by Philip K. Dick. Narrated by Scott Miller. 5 o'clock. Ed Loyce washed up, tossed on his hat and coat, got his car out, and headed across town toward his TV sales store. He was tired. His back and shoulders ached from digging dirt out of the basement and wheeling it into the backyard. But for a 40-year-old man, he had done okay. Janet could get a new vase with the money he had saved, and he liked the idea of repairing the foundations himself. It was getting dark. The setting sun cast long rays over the scurrying commuters, tired and grim-faced, women loaded down with bundles and packages, students swarming home from the university, mixing with clerks and businessmen and drab secretaries. He stopped his Packard for a red light, and then started it up again. The store had been open without him. He'd arrived just in time to spell the help for dinner, go over the records of the day, maybe even close a couple of sales himself. He drove slowly past the small square of green in the center of the street, the town park. There were no parking places in front of Loyce TV Sales and Service. He cursed under his breath and swung the car in a U-turn. Again, he passed the little square of green with its lonely drinking fountain and bench and single lamppost. From the lamppost, something was hanging, a shapeless dark bundle, swinging a little with the wind, like a dummy of some sort. Loyce rolled down his window and peered out. What the hell was it? A display of some kind? Sometimes the Chamber of Commerce put up displays in the square. Again, he made a U-turn and brought his car around. He passed the park and concentrated on the dark bundle. It wasn't a dummy, and if it was a display, it was a strange kind. The hackles on his neck rose, and he swallowed uneasily. Sweat slid out on his face and hands. It was a body, a human body. "Look at it," Loyce snapped. "Come on out here." Don Ferguson came slowly out of the store, buttoning his pinstripe coat with dignity. "This is a big deal. I can't just leave the guy standing there. See it?" Ed pointed into the gathering gloom. The lamppost jutted up against the sky, the post and the bundle swinging from it. "There it is. How the hell long has it been there?" His voice rose excitedly. "What's wrong with everybody? They just walk on past." Don Ferguson lit a cigarette slowly. "Take it easy, old man. There must be a good reason, or it wouldn't be there." "A reason? What kind of reason?" Ferguson shrugged. "Like the time the Traffic Safety Council put that wrecked Buick there. Some sort of civic thing. How would I know?" Jack Potter from the shoe shop joined them. "What's up, boys?" "There's a body hanging from the lamppost," Loyce said. "I'm going to call the cops." "They must know about it," Potter said. "Or otherwise it wouldn't be there. I gotta get back in." Ferguson headed back into the store. Business before pleasure. Loyce began to get hysterical. "You see it? You see it hanging there? A man's body. A dead man." "Sure, Ed. I saw it this afternoon when I went out for coffee." "You mean it's been there all afternoon?" "Sure. What's the matter?" Potter glanced at his watch. "Have to run. See you later, Ed." Potter hurried off, joining the flow of people moving along the sidewalk, men and women passing by the park. A few glanced up curiously at the dark bundle, and then went on. Nobody stopped. Nobody paid any attention. "I'm going nuts," Loyce whispered. He made his way to the curb and crossed out into traffic among the cars. Horns honked angrily at him. He gained the curb and stepped up onto the little square of green. The man had been middle-aged, His clothing was ripped and torn, a gray suit, splashed and caked with dried mud. A stranger. Lois had never seen him before, not a local man. His face was partly turned away, and in the evening wind he spun a little, turning gently, silently. His skin was gouged and cut, red gashes, deep scratches of congealed blood. A pair of steel-rimmed glasses hung from one ear, dangling foolishly. His eyes bulged. His mouth was open, tongue thick and ugly blue. "For heaven's sake," Lois muttered, sickened. He pushed down his nausea and made his way back to the sidewalk. He was shaking all over with revulsion and fear. Why? Who was the man? Why was he hanging there? What did it mean? And why didn't anybody notice? He bumped into a small man hurrying along the sidewalk. "Watch it," the man grated. "Oh, it's you, Ed." Ed nodded dazedly. "Hello, Jenkins." "What's the matter?" The stationery clerk caught Ed's arm. "You look sick." "The body. There in the park." "Sure, Ed." Jenkins led him into the alcove of Lois TV Sales and Service. "Take it easy." Margaret Henderson from the jewelry store joined them. "Something wrong?" "Ed's not feeling well." Lois yanked himself free. "How can you stand here? Don't you see it? For God's sake!" "What's he talking about?" Margaret asked nervously. "The body!" Ed shouted. "The body hanging there!" More people collected. "Is he sick? It's Ed Lois. You okay, Ed?" "The body!" Lois screamed, struggling to get past them. Hands caught at him. He tore loose. "Let me go! The police! Get the police!" "Ed? Better get a doctor. He must be sick. Or drunk." Lois fought his way through the people. He stumbled and half fell. Through a blur he saw rows of faces, curious, concerned, anxious. Men and women halting to see what the disturbance was. He fought past them toward his store. He could see Ferguson inside talking to a man, showing him an Emerson TV set. Pete Foley in the back at the service counter, setting up a new Philco. Lois shouted at them frantically. His voice was lost in the roar of traffic and the murmur around him. "Do something!" he screamed. "Don't stand there! Do something! Something's wrong! Something's happened! Things are going on!" The crowd melted respectfully for the two heavy-set cops moving efficiently toward Lois. "Name?" the cop with the notebook murmured. "Lois." He mopped his forehead wearily. "Edward C. Lois. Listen to me. Back there." "Address?" the cop demanded. The police car moved swiftly through traffic, shooting among the cars and buses. Lois sagged against the seat, exhausted and confused. He took a deep, shuddering breath. 1368 Hurst Road. That's here in Pikeville?" "That's right." Lois pulled himself up with a violent effort. "Listen to me. Back there in the square, hanging from the lamppost." "Where were you today?" the cop behind the wheel demanded. "Where?" Lois echoed. "You weren't in your shop, were you?" "No." He shook his head. "No, I was home, down in the basement." "In the basement?" "Digging a new foundation, getting out the dirt to pour a cement frame." "Why? What has that to do with—" "Was anybody else down there with you?"
No, my wife was downtown. My kids were at school.
Lois looked from one heavy-set cop to the other. Hope flicked across his face. Wild hope.
You mean because I was down there, I missed the explanation? I didn't get in on it, like everybody else?
After a pause, the cop with the notebook said, "That's right. You missed the explanation."
Then it's official? The body, it's supposed to be hanging there?
It's supposed to be hanging there for everybody to see.
Ed Lois grinned weakly. Good Lord, I guess I sort of went off the deep end. I thought maybe something had happened. You know, something like the Ku Klux Klan, some kind of violence, communists or fascists taking over. He wiped his face with his breast pocket handkerchief, his hands shaking. I'm glad to know it's on the level. It's on the level. The police car was getting near the Hall of Justice. The sun had set. The streets were gloomy and dark. The lights had not yet come on. I feel better, Lois said. I was pretty excited there for a minute. I guess I got all stirred up. Now that I understand, there's no need to take me in, is there? The two cops said nothing. I should be back at my store. The boys haven't had dinner. I'm all right now. No more trouble. Is there any need of... This won't take long, the cop behind the wheel interrupted. A short process, only a few minutes. I hope it's short, Lois muttered. The car slowed down for a stoplight. I guess I sort of disturbed the peace. Funny, getting excited like that, and... Lois yanked the door open. He sprawled out into the street and rolled to his feet. Cars were moving all around him, gaining speed as the light changed. Lois leaped onto the curb and raced among the people, burrowing into the swarming crowds. Behind him, he heard sounds, shouts, people running. They weren't cops. He had realized that right away. He knew every cop in Pikeville. A man couldn't own a store, operate a business in a small town for 25 years without getting to know all the cops. They weren't cops, and there hadn't been any explanation. Potter, Ferguson, Jenkins, none of them knew why it was there. They didn't know, and they didn't care. That was the strange part. Lois ducked into a hardware store. He raced toward the back, past the startled clerks and customers, into the shipping room, and through the back door. He tripped over a garbage can and ran up a flight of concrete steps. He climbed over a fence and jumped down on the other side, gasping and panting. There was no sound behind him. He had got away. He was at the entrance of an alley, dark and strewn with boards and ruined boxes and tires. He could see the street at the far end. A street light wavered and came on. Men and women, stores, neon signs, cars. And to his right, the police station. He was close, terribly close. Past the loading platform of a grocery store rose the white concrete side of the Hall of Justice. Barred windows, the police antenna, a great concrete wall rising up in the darkness. A bad place for him to be near. He was too close. He had to keep moving, get farther away from them. Them? Lois moved cautiously down the alley. Beyond the police station was the city hall, the old-fashioned yellow structure of wood and gilded brass and broad cement steps. He could see the endless rows of offices, dark windows, the cedars and beds of flowers on each side of the entrance. And something else. Above the city hall was a patch of darkness, a cone of gloom denser than the surrounding night, a prism of black that spread out and was lost into the sky. He listened. Good God, he could hear something that made him struggle frantically to close his ears, his mind, to shut out the sound. A buzzing, a distant, muted hum like a great swarm of bees. Lois gazed up, rigid with horror. The splotch of darkness hanging over the city hall. Darkness so thick it seemed almost solid. In the vortex, something moved. Flickering shapes, things descending from the sky, pausing momentarily above the city hall, fluttering over it in a dense swarm, and then dropping silently onto the roof. Shapes, fluttering shapes from the sky, from the crack of darkness that hung above him. He was seeing them. For a long time, Lois watched, crouched behind a sagging fence in a pool of scummy water. They were landing, coming down in groups, landing on the roof of the city hall, and disappearing inside. They had wings, like giant insects of some kind. They flew and fluttered and came to rest, and then crawled, crab fashion, sideways, across the roof and into the building. He was sickened and fascinated. Cold night wind blew around him, and he shuddered. He was tired, dazed with shock. On the front steps of the city hall were men standing here and there, groups of men coming out of the building and halting for a moment before going on. Were there more of them? It didn't seem possible. What he saw descending from the black chasm weren't men. They were alien from some other world, some other dimension, sliding through this slit, this break in the shell of the universe. Entering through this gap, winged insects from another realm of being. On the steps of the city hall, a group of men broke up. A few moved toward a waiting car. One of the remaining shapes started to re-enter the city hall. It changed its mind and turned to follow the others. Lois closed his eyes in horror. His senses reeled. He hung on tight, clutching at the sagging fence. The shape, the man shape, had abruptly fluttered up and flapped after the others. It flew to the sidewalk and came to rest among them. Pseudo-men, imitation men, insects with ability to disguise themselves as men, like other insects familiar to Earth, protective coloration, mimicry. Lois pulled himself away. He got slowly to his feet. It was night. The alley was totally dark, but maybe they could see in the dark. Maybe darkness made no difference to them. He left the alley cautiously and moved out onto the street. Men and women flowed past, but not so many now. At the bus stops stood waiting groups. A huge bus lumbered along the street, its lights flashing in the evening gloom. Lois moved forward. He pushed his way among those waiting, and when the bus halted, he boarded it and took a seat in the rear by the door. A moment later, the bus moved into life and rumbled down the street. Lois relaxed a little. He studied the people around him. Dulled, tired faces. People going home from work. Quite ordinary faces. None of them paid any attention to him. All sat quietly, sunk down in their seats, jiggling with the motion of the bus. The man sitting next to him unfolded a newspaper. He began to read the sports section, his lips moving. An ordinary man. Blue suit, tie, a businessman or a salesman, on his way home to his wife and family. Across the aisle, a young woman, perhaps 20, dark eyes and hair, a package on her lap, nylons and heels, red coat and white Angora sweater, gazing absently ahead of her. A high school boy in jeans and black jacket. A great triple-chinned woman with an immense shopping bag loaded with packages and parcels, her thick face dim with weariness. Ordinary people, the kind that rode the bus every evening, going home to their families, to dinner, going home with their minds dead, controlled, filmed over with the mask of an alien being that had appeared and taken possession of them, their town, their lives, himself too, except that he happened to be deep in his cellar instead of in the store. Somehow he had been overlooked. They had missed him. Their control wasn't perfect, foolproof. Maybe there were others. Hope flickered in Lois. They weren't omnipotent. They had made a mistake, not got control of him. Their net, their field of control had passed over him. He had emerged from his cellar as he had gone down. Apparently, their power zone was limited. A few seats down the aisle, a man was watching him. Lois broke off his chain of thought. A slender man with dark hair and a small mustache. Well-dressed, brown suit and shiny shoes. A book between his small hands. He was watching Lois, studying him intently. He turned quickly away. Lois tensed. One of them? Or another they had missed? The man was watching him again. Small, dark eyes, alive and clever. Shrewd. A man too shrewd for them? Or one of the things itself, an alien insect from beyond? The bus halted. An elderly man got on slowly and dropped his token into the box. He moved down the aisle and took a seat opposite Lois. The elderly man caught the sharp-eyed man's gaze. For a split second, something passed between them, a look rich with meaning. Lois got to his feet. The bus was moving. He ran to the door. One step down into the well. He yanked the emergency door release. The rubber door swung open. "Hey!" the driver shouted, jamming on the brakes. "What the hell?" Lois squirmed through. The bus was slowing down. Houses on all sides. A residential district. Lawns and tall apartment buildings. Behind him, the bright-eyed man had leaped up. The elderly man was also on his feet. They were coming after him. Lois leaped. He hit the pavement with terrific force and rolled against the curb. Pain lapped over him. Pain and a vast tide of blackness. Desperately, he fought it off. He struggled to his knees and then slid down again. The bus had stopped. People were getting off. Lois groped around. His fingers closed over something. A rock lying in the gutter. He crawled to his feet, grunting with pain. A shape loomed before him. A man. The bright-eyed man with the book. Lois kicked. The man gasped and fell. Lois brought the rock down. The man screamed and tried to roll away. "Stop! For God's sake, listen!" He struck again, a hideous crunching sound. The man's voice cut off and dissolved in a bubbling wail. Lois scrambled up and back. The others were there now, all around him. He ran awkwardly down the sidewalk, up a driveway. None of them followed him. They had stopped and were bending over the inert body of the man with the book, the bright-eyed man who had come after him. Had he made a mistake? But it was too late to worry about that. He had to get out, away from them, out of Pikeville, beyond the crack of darkness, the rent between their world and his. "Ed?" Janet Lois backed away nervously. "What is it? What?" Ed Lois slammed the door behind him and came into the living room. "Pull down the shades, quick!" Janet moved toward the window. "But do as I say. Who else is here besides you?" "Nobody. Just the twins. They're upstairs in their room. What's happened? You look so strange. Why are you home?" Ed locked the front door. He prowled around the house, into the kitchen. From the drawer under the sink, he slid out the big butcher knife and ran his finger along it. Sharp. Plenty sharp. He returned to the living room. "Listen to me," he said. "I don't have much time. They know I escaped, and they'll be looking for me." "Escaped?" Janet's face twisted with bewilderment and fear. "Who?" "The town has been taken over. They're in control. I've got it pretty well figured out. They started at the top, at the city hall and police department. What they did with the real humans, they—" "What are you talking about? We've been invaded from some other universe, some other dimension. They're insects, mimicry, and more. Power to control minds. Your mind. My mind? Their entrance is here in Pikeville. They've taken over all of you, the whole town, except me. We're up against an incredibly powerful enemy, but they have their limitations. That's our hope. They're limited. They can make mistakes." Janet shook her head. "I don't understand, Ed. You must be insane." "Insane? No, just lucky. If I hadn't been down in the basement, I'd be like all the rest of you." Lois peered out the window. "But I can't stand here talking. Get your coat." "My coat? We're getting out of here, out of Pikeville. We've got to get help. Fight this thing. They can be beaten. They're not infallible. It's going to be close, but we may make it if we hurry. Come on." He grabbed her arm roughly. "Get your coat and call the twins. We're all leaving. Don't stop to pack. There's no time for that." White-faced, his wife moved toward the closet and got down her coat. "Where are we going?" Ed pulled open the desk drawer and spilled the contents out onto the floor. He grabbed up a road map and spread it open. "They'll have the highway covered, of course, but there's a back road to Oak Grove. I got onto it once. It's practically abandoned. Maybe they'll forget about it." "The old ranch road? Good Lord, it's completely closed. Nobody's supposed to drive over it." "I know." Ed thrust the map grimly into his coat. "That's our best chance. Now call down the twins and let's get going. Your car is full of gas, isn't it?" Janet was dazed. "The Chevy? I had it filled up yesterday afternoon." Janet moved toward the stairs. "Ed, call the twins." Ed unlocked the front door and peered out. Nothing stirred. No sign of life. All right so far. "Come on downstairs," Janet called in a wavering voice. "We're going out for a while." "Now?" Tommy's voice came. "Hurry up," Ed barked. "Get down here, both of you." Tommy appeared at the top of the stairs. "I was doing my homework. We're starting fractions. Miss Parker says if we don't get this done, you can forget about fractions." Ed grabbed his son as he came down the stairs and propelled him toward the door. "Where's Jim?" "He's coming." Jim started slowly down the stairs. "What's up, Dad?" "We're going for a ride." "A ride? Where?" Ed turned to Janet. "We'll leave the lights on and the TV set. Go turn it on." He pushed her toward the set. "So they'll think we're still—" He heard the buzz and dropped instantly, the long butcher knife out. Sickened, he saw it coming down the stairs at him, wings a blur of motion as it aimed itself. It still bore a vague resemblance to Jimmy. It was small, a baby one, a brief glimpse. The thing hurtling at him, cold, multi-lensed, inhuman eyes. Wings, body still clothed in yellow t-shirt and jeans, the mimic outline still stamped on it. A strange half-turn of its body as it reached him. What was it doing? A stinger. Lois stabbed wildly at it. It retreated, buzzing frantically. Lois rolled and crawled toward the door. Tommy and Janet stood still as statues, faces blank, watching without expression. Lois stabbed again. This time the knife connected. The thing shrieked and faltered. It bounced against the wall and fluttered down. Something lapped through his mind. A wall of force, energy, an alien mind probing into him. He was suddenly paralyzed. The mind entered his own, touched against him briefly, shockingly. An utterly alien presence settling over him, and then it flickered out as the thing collapsed in a broken heap on the rug. It was dead. He turned it over with his foot. It was an insect, a fly of some kind. Yellow t-shirt, jeans. His son Jimmy. He closed his mind tight. It was too late to think about that. Savagely, he scooped up his knife and headed toward the door. Janet and Tommy stood stone still, neither of them moving. The car was out. He'd never get through. They'd be waiting for him. It was 10 miles on foot. 10 long miles over rough ground, gullies and open fields and hills of uncut forest. He'd have to go alone. Lois opened the door. For a brief second he looked back at his wife and son. Then he slammed the door behind him and raced down the porch steps. A moment later he was on his way, hurrying swiftly through the darkness toward the edge of town. The early morning sunlight was blinding. Lois halted, gasping for breath, swaying back and forth. Sweat ran down in his eyes. His clothing was torn, shredded by the brush and thorns through which he had crawled. 10 miles on his hands and knees, crawling, creeping through the night. His shoes were mud-caked,
He was scratched and limping, utterly exhausted. But ahead of him lay Oak Grove. He took a deep breath and started down the hill. Twice he stumbled and fell, picking himself up and trudging on. His ears rang. Everything receded and wavered. But he was there. He had got out, away from Pikeville. A farmer in a field gaped at him. From a house a young woman watched in wonder. Lois reached the road and turned onto it. Ahead of him was a gasoline station and a drive-in. A couple of trucks, some chickens pecking in the dirt, a dog tied with a string. The white-clad attendant watched suspiciously as he dragged himself up to the station. Thank God. He caught hold of the wall. I didn't think I was going to make it. They followed me most of the way. I could hear them buzzing and flitting around behind me. What happened? The attendant demanded. You in a wreck? A hold-up? Lois shook his head wearily. They have the whole town, the city hall and the police station. They hung a man from the lamp-post. That was the first thing I saw. They've got all the roads blocked. I saw them hovering over the cars coming in. About 4 this morning, I got beyond them. I knew it right away. I could feel them leave. And then the sun came up. The attendant licked his lips nervously. You're out of your head. I better get a doctor. Get me into Oak Grove, Lois gasped. He sank down on the gravel. We've got to get started cleaning them out. Got to get started right away. They had kept a tape recorder going all the time he talked. When he had finished, the commissioner snapped off the recorder and got to his feet. He stood for a moment, deep in thought. Finally, he got out his cigarettes and lit up slowly, a frown on his beefy face. You don't believe me, Lois said. The commissioner offered him a cigarette. Lois pushed it impatiently away. Suit yourself. The commissioner moved over to the window and stood for a time, looking out at the town of Oak Grove. I believe you, he said abruptly. Lois sagged. Thank God. So you got away. The commissioner shook his head. You're down in your cellar instead of at work. A freak chance, 1 in a million. Lois sipped some of the black coffee they had brought him. I have a theory, he murmured. What is it? About them, who they are. They take over one area at a time, starting at the top, the highest level of authority, working down from there in a widening circle. When they're firmly in control, they go on to the next town. They spread, slowly, very gradually. I think it's been going on for a long time. A long time? Thousands of years. I don't think it's new. Why do you say that? When I was a kid, a picture they showed us in Bible League, a religious picture, an old print, the enemy gods defeated by Jehovah, Moloch, Beelzebub, Moab, Balaam, Ashtaroth. So, they were all represented by figures. Lois looked up at the commissioner. Beelzebub was represented as a giant fly. The commissioner grunted. An old struggle. They've been defeated. The Bible is an account of their defeats. They make gains, but finally they're defeated. Why defeated? They can't get everyone. They didn't get me, and they never got the Hebrews. The Hebrews carried the message to the whole world. The realization of the danger, the 2 men on the bus, I think they understood, had escaped like I did. He clenched his fists. I killed one of them. I made a mistake. I was afraid to take a chance. The commissioner nodded. Yes, they undoubtedly had escaped, as you did. Freak accidents. But the rest of the town was firmly in control. He turned from the window. Well, Mr. Lois, you seem to have figured everything out. Not everything. The hanging man. The dead man hanging from the lamppost. I don't understand that. Why? Why did they deliberately hang him there? That would seem simple. The commissioner smiled faintly. Bait. Lois stiffened. His heart stopped beating.
Bait? What do you mean?
To draw you out, make you declare yourself so they'd know who was under control and who had escaped.
Lois recoiled with horror. Then they expected failures. They anticipated. He broke off. They were ready with a trap.
And you showed yourself. You reacted. You made yourself known.
The commissioner abruptly moved toward the door.
Come along, Lois. There's a lot to do. We must get moving. There's no time to waste.
Lois started slowly to his feet, numbed. And the man. Who was the man? I never saw him before. He wasn't a local man. He was a stranger, all muddy and dirty, his face cut, slashed. There was a strange look on the commissioner's face as he answered.
Maybe, he said softly. You'll understand that, too. Come along with me, Mr. Lois.
He held the door open, his eyes gleaming. Lois caught a glimpse of the street in front of the police station. Policemen, a platform of some sort, a telephone pole, and a rope.
Right this way, the commissioner said, smiling coldly.
As the sun set, the vice president of the Oak Grove Merchants Bank came up out of the vault, through the heavy time locks, put on his hat and coat, and hurried outside onto the sidewalk. Only a few people were there, hurrying home to dinner.
Good night, the guard said, locking the door after him.
Good night, Clarence Mason murmured. He started along the street toward his car. He was tired. He'd been working all day down in the vault, examining the layout of the safety deposit boxes to see if there was room for another tier. He was glad to be finished. At the corner, he halted. The street lights had not yet come on. The street was dim. Everything was vague. He looked around and froze. From the telephone pole in front of the police station, something large and shapeless hung. It moved a little with the wind. What the hell was it? Mason approached it warily. He wanted to get home. He was tired and hungry. He thought of his wife, his kids, a hot meal on the dinner table. But there was something about the dark bundle, something ominous and ugly. The light was bad. He couldn't tell what it was. Yet it drew him on, made him move closer for a better look. The shapeless thing made him uneasy. He was frightened by it, frightened and fascinated. And the strange part was that nobody else seemed to notice it. This concludes The Hanging Stranger by Philip K. Dick, narrated by Scott Miller. Copyright 1953 by Science Fiction Adventures magazine. Production copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. Let the Ants Try. Lost sci-fi short stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. Book 87. Written by Frederick Pohl. Narrated by Scott Miller. Gordy survived the 3-hour war, even though Detroit didn't. He was on his way to Washington with his blueprints and models in his bag when the bomb struck. He had left his wife behind in the city, and not even a trace of her body was ever found. The children, of course, weren't as lucky as that. Their summer camp was less than 20 miles away, and unfortunately in the direction of the prevailing wind. But they were not in any pain until the last few days of the month they had left to live. Gordy managed to fight his way back through the snarled, frantic airline controls to them. Even though he knew they would certainly die of radiation sickness, and they suspected it, there was still a whole blessed week of companionship before the pain got too bad. That was about all the companionship Gordy had for the whole year of 1960. He came back to Detroit as soon as the radioactivity had died down. He had nowhere else to go. He found a house on the outskirts of the city and tried to locate someone to buy it from, but the emergency administration laughed at him. Move in if you're crazy enough to stay." When Gordy thought about it all, it occurred to him that he was in a sort of state of shock. His fine, trained mind almost stopped functioning. He ate and slept, and when it grew cold, he shivered and built fires, and that was all. The War Department wrote him 2 or 3 times, and finally, a government man came around to ask what had happened to the things that Gordy had promised to bring to Washington. But he looked queerly at the pink, hairless mice that fed unmolested in the filthy kitchen, and he stood a careful distance away from Gordy's hairy face and torn clothes. He said, "The secretary sent me here, Mr. Gordy. He takes a personal interest in your discovery." Gordy shook his head. "The secretary is dead," he said. "They were all killed when Washington went." "There's a new secretary," the man explained. He puffed on his cigarette and tossed it into the patch Gordy was scrabbling into a truck garden. "Arnold Cavanaugh. He knows a great deal about you, and he told me, if Salva Gordy has a weapon, we must have it. Our strength has been shattered. Tell Gordy we need his help." Gordy crossed his hands like a lean Buddha. "I haven't got a weapon," he said. "You have something that can be used as a weapon. You wrote to Washington before the war came and said—" "The war is over," said Salva Gordy. The government man sighed and tried again, but in the end he went away. He never came back. The thing, Gordy thought, was undoubtedly written off as a crackpot idea after the man made his report. It was exactly that kind of a discovery anyhow. It was May when John Terry appeared. Gordy was spading his garden. "Give me something to eat," said the voice behind Gordy's back. Salva Gordy turned around and saw the small, dirty man who spoke. He rubbed his mouth with the back of his hand. "You'll have to work for it," he said. "All right." The newcomer set down his pack. "My name is John Terry. I used to live here in Detroit." Salva Gordy said, "So did I." Gordy fed the man and accepted a cigarette from him after they had eaten. The first puffs made him light-headed. It had been that long since he'd smoked. And through the smoke, he looked at John Terry amiably enough. Company would be all right, he thought. The pink mice had been company, of a sort. But it turned out that the mutation that made them hairless had also given them an appetite for meat. And after the morning when he had awakened to find tiny tooth marks in his leg, he'd had to destroy them, and there had been no other animal since. Nothing but the ants. "Are you going to stay?" Gordy asked. Terry said, "If I can. What's your name?" When Gordy told him, some of the animal look went out of his eyes, and wonder took its place. "Dr. Salva Gordy?" he asked. "Mathematics and physics in Pasadena?" "Yes, I used to teach at Pasadena, and I studied there." John Terry rubbed absently at his ruined clothes. "That was a long time ago. You didn't know me. I majored in biology, but I knew you." Gordy stood up and carefully put out the stub of his cigarette. "It was too long ago," he said. "I hardly remember. Shall we work in the garden now?" Together they sweated in the spring sunlight that afternoon, and Gordy discovered that what had been hard work for one man went quickly enough for two. They worked clear to the edge of the plot before the sun reached the horizon. John Terry stopped and leaned on his spade, panting. He gestured to the rank growth beyond Gordy's patch. "We can make a bigger garden," he said. "Clear out that truck and plant more food. We might even—" He stopped. Gordy was shaking his head. "You can't clear it out," said Gordy. "It's rank stuff, a sort of crabgrass with a particularly tough root. I can't even cut it. It's all around here, and it's spreading." Terry grimaced. "Mutation? I think so. And look." Gordy beckoned to the other man and led him to the very edge of the cleared area. He bent down, picked up something red and wriggling between his thumb and forefinger. Terry took it from his hand. Another mutation? He brought the thing close to his eyes. It's almost like an ant, he said. Except, well, the thorax is all wrong, and it's soft-bodied. He fell silent, examining the thing. He said something under his breath and threw the insect from him. You wouldn't have a microscope, I suppose. No, and yet that thing is hard to believe. It's an ant, but it doesn't seem to have a tracheal breathing system at all. It's something different. Everything's different, Gordy said. He pointed to a couple of abandoned rows. I had carrots there. At least I thought they were carrots. When I tried to eat them, they made me sick. He sighed heavily. Humanity has had its chance, John, he said. The atomic bomb wasn't enough. We had to turn everything into a weapon. Even I made a weapon out of something that had nothing to do with war, and our weapons have blown up in our faces. Terry grinned. Maybe the ants will do better. It's their turn now. I wish it were. Gordy stirred earth over the boiling entrance to an ant-hole and watched the insects in their consternation. They're too small, I'm afraid. Why, no, these ants are different, Dr. Gordy. Insects have always been small because their breathing system is so poor. But these are mutated. I think they actually have lungs. They could grow, Dr. Gordy, and if ants were the size of men, they'd rule the world. Lunged ants. Gordy's eyes gleamed. Perhaps they will rule the world, John. Perhaps when the human race finally blows itself up once and for all. Terry shook his head and looked down again at his tattered, filthy clothes. The next blow-up is the last blow-up, he said. The ants come too late, by millions and millions of years. He picked up his spade. I'm hungry again, Dr. Gordy, he said. They went back to the house, and without conversation, they ate. Gordy was preoccupied, and Terry was too new in the household to force him to talk. It was sundown when they had finished, and Gordy moved slowly to light a lamp. Then he stopped. It's your first night, John, he said. Come down cellar. We'll start the generator and have real electric lights in your honor. Terry followed the older man down a flight of stairs, groping in the dark. By candlelight, they worked over a gasoline generator. It was stiff from disuse, but once it started, it ran cleanly. I salvaged it from my own, Gordy explained. The generator, and that. He swept an arm toward a corner of the basement. I told you I invented a weapon, he added. That's it. Terry looked. It was as much like a cage as anything, he thought. The height of a man and almost cubical. What does it do? He asked. For the first time in months, Salva Gordy smiled. I can't tell you in English, he said, and I doubt that you speak mathematics. The closest I can come is to say that it displaces temporal coordinates. Is that gibberish? It is, said Terry. What does it do? Well, the War Department had a name for it, a name they borrowed from H.G. Wells. They called it a time machine. He met Terry's shocked, bewildered stare calmly. A time machine, he repeated. You see, John, we can give the ants a chance after all, if you like. 14 hours later, they stepped into the cage, its batteries charged again, and its strange motor whining. And 40 million years earlier, they stepped out onto quaking, humid soil. Gordy felt himself trembling, and with an effort managed to stop. No dinosaurs or saber-toothed tigers in sight, he reported. Not for a long time yet, Terry agreed. Then, my Lord! He looked around him with his mouth wide open. There was no wind, and the air was warm and wet. Large trees were clustered quite thickly around them, or what looked like trees. Terry decided they were rather some sort of soft-stem ferns or fungi. Overhead was deep cloud. Gordy shivered. "Give me the ants," he ordered. Silently, Terry handed them over. Gordy poked a hole in the soft earth with his finger and carefully tilted the flask, dropped one of the ant queens he had unearthed in the backyard. From her belly hung a slimy mass of eggs. A few yards away, it should have been farther, he thought, but he was afraid to get too far from Terry and the machine. He made another hole and repeated the process. There were 8 queens. When the 8th was buried, he flung the bottle away and came back to Terry. "That's it," he said. Terry exhaled. His solemn face cracked in a sudden, embarrassed smile. I guess I feel like God," he said. "Good Lord, Dr. Gordy. Talk about your great moments in history. This is all of them. I've been thinking about it, and the only event I can remember that measures up is the flood. Not even that. We've created a race. If they survive, we have." Gordy wiped a drop of condensed moisture off the side of his time machine and puffed. "I wonder how they'll get along with mankind," he said. They were silent for a moment, considering. From somewhere in the fern jungle came a raucous animal cry. Both men looked up in quick apprehension, but moments passed and the animal did not appear. Finally, Terry said, "Maybe we'd better go back." "All right." Stiffly, they climbed into the closet-sized interior of the time machine. Gordy stood with his hand on the control wheel, thinking about the ants. Assuming that they survived, assuming that in 40 million years they grew larger and developed brains, what would happen? Would men be able to live in peace with them? Might it not make men brothers, joined against an alien race? Might this thing prevent human war? And his thoughts took an insane leap. Could it have prevented the war that destroyed Gordy's family? Beside him, Terry stirred restlessly. Gordy jumped and turned the wheel and was in the dark mathematical vortex which might have been a 4th dimension. They stopped the machine in the middle of a city, but the city was not Detroit. It was not a human city at all. The machine was at rest in a narrow street, half blocking it. Around them towered conical metal structures, some of them 100 feet high. There were vehicles moving in the street, one coming toward them and stopping. "Dr. Gordy," Terry whispered, "do you see them?" Salva Gordy swallowed. "I see them," he said. He stepped out of the time machine and stood waiting to greet the race to which he had given life. For these were the children of ants in the 3-wheeled vehicle. Behind the transparent windshield, he could see them clearly. Terry was standing close behind him now, and Gordy could feel the younger man's body shaking. "They're ugly things," Gordy said mildly. "Ugly? They're filthy." The ant-like creatures were as big as a man, but hard-looking and as obnoxious as black beetles. Their eyes, Gordy saw with surprise, had mutated more than their bodies. For instead of faceted insect eyes, they possessed iris, cornea, and pupil, not round or vertical like a cat's eyes, or horizontal like a horse's eyes, but irregular and blotchy. But they seemed like vertebrates' eyes, and they were strange and unnatural in the parchment blackness of an ant's bulged head. Gordy stepped forward, and simultaneously the ants came out of their vehicle. For a moment they faced each other, the humans and the ants, silently. "What do I do now?" Gordy asked Terry over his shoulder. Terry laughed or gasped. Gordy wasn't sure. "Talk to them,"
he said. "What else is there to do?"
Gordy swallowed. He resolutely did not attempt to speak in English to these creatures, knowing as surely as he knew his name that English, and probably any other language involving sound, would be incomprehensible to them. But he found himself smiling pacifically to them, and that was, of course, as bad. The things had no expressions of their own that he could see, and certainly they would have no precedent to help interpret a human smile. Gordy raised his hand in the semantically sound gesture of peace and waited to see what the insects would do. They did nothing. Gordy bit his lip and, feeling idiotic, bowed stiffly to the ants. The ants did nothing. Terry said from behind, "Try talking to them, Dr. Gordy." "That's silly," Gordy said. "They can't hear." But it was no sillier than anything else. Irritably, but making the words very clear, he said, "We are friends." The ants did nothing. They just stood there, with the unwinking, pupilled eyes fixed on Gordy. They didn't shift from foot to foot as a human might, or scratch themselves, or even show the small movement of human breathing. They just stood there. "Oh, for heaven's sake," said Terry. "Here, let me try." He stepped in front of Gordy and faced the ant things. He pointed for himself. "I am human," he said. "Mammalian." He pointed to the ants. "You are insects. That," he pointed to the time machine, "took us to the past, where we made it possible for you to exist." He waited for reaction, but there wasn't any. Terry clicked his tongue and began again. He pointed to the tapering metal structures. "This is your city," he said. Gordy, listening to him, felt the hopelessness of the effort. Something disturbed the thin hairs at the back of his skull, and he reached absently to smooth them down. His hand encountered something hard and inanimate, not cold, but like spongy wood, without temperature at all. He turned around. Behind them were half a dozen larger ants. Drones, he thought. Or did ants have drones? "John," he said softly. And the inefficient, fragile-looking pincer that had touched him clamped his shoulder. There was no strength to it, he thought at once, until he moved, instinctively, to get away. And then 1,000 sharp serrations slipped through the cloth of his coat and into the skin. It was like catching oneself on a cluster of tiny fishhooks. He shouted, "John, watch out!" Terry, bending low for the purpose of pointing at the caterpillar treads of the ant vehicle, straightened up, startled. He turned to run and was caught in a step. Gordy heard him yell, but Gordy had troubles of his own and could spare no further attention for Terry. When two of the ants had him, Gordy stopped struggling. He felt warm blood roll down his arm, and the pain was like being flayed. From where he hung between the ants, he could see the first two, still standing before their vehicle, still motionless. There was a sour reek in his nostrils, and he traced it to the ants that held him, and wondered if he smelled as bad to them. The two smaller ants abruptly stirred and moved forward rapidly, on 8 thin legs to the time machine. Gordy's captors turned and followed them, and for the first time since the scuffle he saw Terry. The younger man was hanging limp from the lifted forelegs of a single ant, with two more standing guard beside. There was pulsing blood from a wound on Terry's neck. Unconscious, Gordy thought mechanically, and turned his head to watch the ants at the machine. It was a disappointing sight. They merely stood there, and no one moved. Then Gordy heard Terry grunt and swear weakly. "How are you, John?" he called. Terry grimaced. "Not very good. What happened?" Gordy shook his head and sought for words to answer. But the two ants turned in unison from the time machine and glided toward Terry, and Gordy's words died in his throat. Delicately, one of them extended a foreleg to touch Terry's chest. Gordy saw it coming. "John!" he shrieked. And then it was all over, and Terry's scream was harsh in his ear, and he turned his head away. Dimly, from the corner of his eye, he could see the saw-like claws moving up and down, but there was no life left in Terry to protest. Salva Gordy sat against a wall and looked at the ants who were looking at him. If it hadn't been for that which was done to Terry, he thought, there would really be nothing to complain about. It was true that the ants had given him none of the comforts that humanity lavishes on even its criminals, but they had fed him and allowed him to sleep, when it suited their convenience, of course, and there were small signs that they were interested in his comfort in their fashion. When the pulpy mush they first offered him came up 30 minutes later, his multi-legged host brought him a variety of foods, of which he was able to swallow some fairly palatable fruits. He was housed in a warm room, and if it had neither chairs or windows, Gordy thought, that was only because ants had no use for these themselves, and he couldn't ask for them. That was the big drawback, he thought, that and the memory of John Terry. He squirmed on the hard floor until his shoulder blades found a new spot to prop themselves against, and stared again at the committee of ants who had come to see him. They were working an angular thing that looked like a camera. At least, it had a glittering something that might be a lens. Gordy stared into it suddenly. The sour reek was in his nostrils again. Gordy admitted to himself that things hadn't worked out just as he had planned. Deep under the surface of his mind, just now beginning to come out where he could see it, there had been a furtive hope. He had hoped that the rise of the ants, with the help he had given them, would aid and speed the rise of mankind. For hatred, Gordy knew, started in the recoil from things that were different. A man's first enemy is his family, for he sees them first, but he sides with them against the families across the way. And still his neighbors are allies against the ghettos and Harlems of his town. And his town to him is the heart of the nation, and his nation commands life and death in war. For Gordy, there had been a buried hope that a separate race would make a whipping boy for the passions of humanity, and that, if there were struggle, it would not be between man and man, but between the humans and the ants. There had been this buried hope, but the hope was denied, for the ants simply had not allowed man to rise. The ants put up their camera-like machine, and Gordy looked up in expectation. 6 of them left, and 2 stayed on. One was the smallish creature with a bangle on the foreleg, which seemed to be his personal jailer. The other, a stranger to Gordy, as far as he could tell. The 2 ants stood motionless for a period of time that Gordy found tedious. He changed his position and lay on the floor and thought of sleeping. But sleep would not come. There was no evading the knowledge that he had wiped out his own race, annihilated them by preventing them from birth 40 million years before his own time. He was like no other murderer since Cain, Gordy thought, and wondered that he felt no blood on his hands. There was a signal that he could not perceive, and his guardian ant came forward to him, nudged him outward from the wall. He moved as he was directed, out the low exit hole. He had to navigate it on hands and knees, and down a corridor to the bright day outside. The light set Gordy blinking. Half blind, he followed the bangled ant across a square to a conical shed. More ants were waiting there, circled around a litter of metal parts. Gordy recognized them at once. It was his time machine, stripped piece by piece. After a moment, the ant nudged him again, impatiently, and Gordy understood what they wanted. They had taken the machine apart for study, and they wanted it put together again. Pleased with the prospect of something to do with his fingers and his brain, Gordy grinned and reached for the curious ant-made tools. He ate 4 times and slept once, never moving from the neighborhood of the cone-shaped shed. And then he was finished. Gordy stepped back. "It's all yours," he said proudly. "It'll take you anywhere, a present from humanity to you." The ants were very silent. Gordy looked at them and saw that they were drone ants in the group, all still as statues. "Hey," he said in startlement, unthinking. And then the needle-jawed ant claw took him from behind. Gordy had a moment of nausea, and then terror and hatred swept it away. Heedless of the needles that laced his skin, he struggled and kicked against the creatures that held him. One arm came free, leaving goblets of flesh behind, and his heavy shod foot plunged into a pulpy eye. The ant made a whistling, gasping sound and stood erect on 4 hairy legs. Gordy felt himself jerked a dozen feet into the air, then flung free in the wild, silent agony of the ant. He crashed into the ground, cowering away from the staggering monster. Sobbing, he pushed himself to his feet. The machine was behind him. He turned and blundered into it a step ahead of the other ants and spun the wheel. A hollow insect leg, detached from the ant that had been closest to him, was flopping about on the floor of the machine. It had been that close. Gordy stopped the machine where it had started, on the same quivering primordial bog, and lay crouched over the controls for a long time before he moved. He had made a mistake, he and Terry. There weren't any doubts left at all. And there might be a way to right it. He looked out at the coal measure forest. The fern trees were not the fern trees he had seen before. The machine had been moved in space, but the time, he knew, was identically the same. Trust the machine for that. He thought, "I gave the world to the ants right here. I can take it back. I can find the ants I buried and crush them underfoot, or intercept myself before I bury them." He got out of the machine, suddenly panicky. Urgency squinted his eyes as he peered around him. Death had been very close in the ant city. The reaction still left Gordy limp. And was he safe here? He remembered the violent animal scream he had heard before, and shuddered at the thought of furnishing a casual meal to some dinosaur, while the ant queens lived safely to produce their horrid young. A gleam of metal through the fern trees made his heart leap. Burnished metal here could mean but one thing: the machine. Around a clump of fern trees, their bases covered with thick club mosses, he ran, and saw the machine ahead. He raced toward it, then came to a sudden stop, slipping on the damp ground. For there were 2 machines in sight. The farther machine was his own, and through the screening mosses he could see 2 figures standing in it, his own and Terry's. But the nearer was a larger machine, and a strange design, and from it came a hastening mob, not a mob of men, but of black insect shapes racing toward him. Of course, thought Gordy as he turned hopelessly to run. Of course, the ants had infinite time to work in, time enough to build a machine after the pattern of his own, and time to realize what they had to do to him to ensure their own race safety. Gordy stumbled, and the first of the black things was upon him. As his panicky lungs filled with air for the last time, Gordy knew what animal had screamed in the depths of the Coal Measure forest. This has been Let the Ants Try, lost sci-fi short stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 87, written by Frederick Pohl, narrated by Scott Miller. Please visit lostsci-fi.com for more information on our growing library of science fiction audiobooks. Copyright and production copyright 2022 by Scott Miller. Morgue Ship. Lost sci-fi short stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. Book 47. Written by Ray Bradbury. Narrated by Scott Miller. He heard the starport grind open, and the movement of the metal claws groping into space, and then the starport closed. There was another dead man aboard the Constellation. Sam Burnett shook his long head, trying to think clearly. Pallid and quiet, 3 bodies lay on the cold, transparent tables around him. Machines stirred, revolved, hummed. He didn't see them. He didn't see anything but a red haze over his mind. It blotted out the far wall of the laboratory where the shelves went up and down, numbered in scarlet, keeping the bodies of soldiers from all further harm. Burnett didn't move. He stood there in his rumpled white surgical gown, staring at his fingers gloved in bone-white rubber, feeling all tight and wild inside himself. It went on for days, moving the ship, opening the starport, extending the retriever claw, plucking some poor warrior's body out of the void. He didn't like it anymore. 10 years is too long to go back and forth from Earth to nowhere. You came out empty, and you went back full cargoed with a lot of warriors who didn't laugh or talk or smoke, who just lay on their shelves, all 100 of them, waiting for a decent burial. Number 98. Coming matter-of-fact and slow, Rice's voice from the ceiling radio hit Burnett. Number 98, Burnett repeated, working on 95, 96, and 97 now. Blood pumps, preservative, slight surgery. Off 1,000,000 miles away, his voice was talking. It sounded deep. It didn't belong to him anymore. Rice said, "Boy, oh body, 2 more pickups and back to New York. Me for a 10-day drunk." Burnett peeled the gloves off his huge, red, soft hands, slapped them into a floor incinerator mouth. Back to Earth. Then spin around and shoot right out again in the trail of the war rockets that blasted one another in galactic fury, to sidle up behind gutted wrecks of ships, salvaging any bodies still intact after the conflict. 2 men, Rice and himself, sharing a cozy morgue ship with 100 other men who had forgotten quite suddenly, however, to talk again. 10 years of it. Every hour of those 10 years eating like maggots inside, working out to the surface of Burnett's face, working under the husk of his starved eyes and starved limbs. Starved for life, starved for action. This would be his last trip, or he'd know the reason why. "Sam?" Burnett jerked. Rice's voice clipped through the drainage preservative lab, bounded against glassite retorts, echoed from the refrigerator shelves. Burnett stared at the tabled bodies as if they would leap to life, even while preservative was being pumped into their veins. "Sam, on the double! Up the rungs!" Burnett closed his eyes and said a couple of words firmly. Nothing was worth running for anymore. Another body. There had been 100,000 bodies preceding it. Nothing unusual about a body with blood cooling in it. Shaking his head, he walked unsteadily toward the rungs that gleamed up into the airlock control room sector of the rocket. He climbed without making any noise on the rungs. He kept thinking the one thing he couldn't forget. You never catch up with the war. All the color is ahead of you. The drive of orange rocket traces across stars. The whamming of steel-nosed bombs into elusive targets. The titanic explosions and breathless pursuits. The flags and the excited glory are always a million miles ahead. He bit his teeth together. You never catch up with the war. You come along when space has settled back, when the vacuum has stopped trembling from unleashed forces between worlds. You come along in the dark quiet of death to find the wreckage plunging with all the fury of its original acceleration in no particular direction. You can only see it. You don't hear anything in space, but your own heart kicking your ribs. You see bodies, each in its own terrific orbit, given impetus by grinding collisions, tossed from motherships and dancing head over feet forever and forever with no goal. Bits of flesh in ruptured spacesuits, mouths open for air that had never been there in 100 billion centuries, and they kept dancing without music until you extended the retriever claw and culled them into the airlock. That was all the war glory he got. Nothing but the stunned, shivering silence. The memory of rockets long gone, and the shelves filling up all too quickly with men who had once loved laughing. You wondered who all the men were, and who the next ones would be. After 10 years, you made yourself blind to them. You went around doing your job with mechanical hands. But even a machine breaks down. Sam? Rice turned swiftly as Bennett dragged himself up the ladder. Red and warm, Rice's face hovered over the body of a sprawled enemy official. "Take a look at this!" Burnett caught his breath. His eyes narrowed. There was something wrong with the body. His experienced glance knew that. He didn't know what it was. Maybe it was because the body looked a little too dead. Burnett didn't say anything, but he climbed the rest of the way, stood quietly in the gray metal airlock. The enemy official was as delicately made as a fine white spider. Eyelids, closed, were faintly blue. The hair was thin, silken strands of pale gold, waved and pressed close to a veined skull. Where the thin-lipped mouth fell open, a cluster of needle-tipped teeth glittered. The fragile body was enclosed completely in milk-pale synthesilk, a holstered gun at the middle. Burnett rubbed his jaw. Well? Rice exploded. His eyes were hot in his young, sharp-cut face, hot and black. "Good Lord, Sam! Do you know who this is?" Burnett scowled uneasily and said no. "It's Lethla," Rice retorted. Burnett said, "Lethla?" And then, "Oh, yes, Criere's major domo. That right?" "Don't say it calm, Sam. Say it big. Say it big. If Lethla is here in space, then Criere's not far away from him." Burnett shrugged. More bodies, more people, more war. What the hell? What the hell? He was tired. Talk about bodies and rulers to someone else. Rice grabbed him by the shoulders. "Snap out of it, Sam. Think. Criere, the Almighty in our territory. His right-hand man dead. That means Criere was in an accident, too." Sam opened his thin lips, and the words fell out all by themselves. "Look, Rice, you're new at this game. I've been at it ever since the Venus-Earth mess started. It's been seesawing back and forth since the day you played hooky in the 10th grade, and I've been in the thick of it. When there's nothing left but seared memories, I'll be prowling through the void, picking up warriors and taking them back to the good green earth. Grisly, yes, but it's routine. As for Criere, if he's anywhere around, he's smart. Every precaution is taken to protect that one." "But Lethla! His body must mean something. And if it does, have we got guns aboard this morgue ship? Are we a battle cruiser to go against him? We'll radio for help. Yeah, if there's a warship within our radio range, 700,000 miles, we'll get it. Unfortunately, the tide of battle has swept out past Earth in a new war concerning Io. That's out, Rice. Rice stood about 3 inches below Sam Burnett's 6'1", jaw hard and determined. He stared at Sam, a funny light in his eyes. His fingers twitched all by themselves at his sides. His mouth twisted. "You're one hell of a patriot, Sam Burnett." Burnett reached out with one long finger, tapped it quietly on Rice's barrel chest. "Haul a cargo of corpses for 3,000 nights and days and see how patriotic you feel. All those fine-muscled lads bloated and crushed by space pressures and heat blasts. Fine lads who start out smiling and get the smile burned off down to the bone." Burnett swallowed and didn't say anything more, but he closed his eyes. He stood there, smelling the death odor in the hot air of the ship, hearing the chug, chug, chug of the blood pumps down below, and his own heart waiting warm and heavy at the base of his throat. "This is my last cargo, Rice. I can't take it any longer, and I don't care much how I go back to Earth. This Venusian here, what's his name? Lethla. He's number 98. Shove me into shelf 99 beside him and get the hell home. That's how I feel." Rice was going to say something, but he didn't have time. Lethla was alive. He rose from the floor with slow, easy movements, almost like a dream. He didn't say anything. The heat blast in his white fingers did all the necessary talking. It didn't say anything either, but Burnett knew what language it would use if it had to. Burnett swallowed hard. The body had looked funny, too dead. Now he knew why. Involuntarily, Burnett moved forward. Lethla moved like a pale spider, flicking his fragile arm to cover Burnett, the gun in it like a dead, cold star. Rice sucked in his breath. Burnett forced himself to take it easy. From the corners of his eyes, he saw Rice's expression go deep and tight, biting lines into his sharp face. Rice got it out finally. "How'd you do it?" he demanded, bitterly. "How'd you live in the void? It's impossible." A crazy thought came ramming down and exploded in Burnett's head. You never catch up with the war. But what if the war catches up with you? What in hell would Lethla be wanting aboard a morgue ship? Lethla half crouched in the midst of the smell of death and the chugging of blood pumps below. In the silence, he reached up with quick fingers, tapped a tiny crystal stud upon the back of his head, and the halves of a microscopically thin chrysalis parted transparently off of his face. He shucked it off, trailing air tendrils that had been inserted, hidden in the uniform, ending in thin globules of oxygen. He spoke. Triumph warmed his crystal-thin voice. "That's how I did it, Earthman." "Glassite," said Rice. "A face-molded mask of glassite." Lethla nodded. His milk-blue eyes dilated. "Very marvelously pared to an unbreakable thickness of 1/30th of an inch, worn only on the head. You have to look quickly to notice it, and unfortunately, viewed as you saw it outside the ship, floating in the void, not discernible at all." Prickles of sweat appeared on Rice's face. He swore at the Venusian, and the Venusian laughed, like some sort of stringed instrument, high and quick. Burnett laughed too, ironically. "First time in years a man ever came aboard the Constellation alive. It's a welcome change." Lethla showed his needle-like teeth. I thought it might be. Where's your radio?
Go find it, snapped Rice hotly.
I will.
One hand, blue-veined on the ladder rungs. Lethla paused.
I know you're weaponless. Purple Cross regulations, and this airlock is safe. Don't move.
Whispering, his naked feet padded up the ladder. 2 long breaths later, something crashed. Metal and glass and coils. The radio. Burnett put his shoulder blades against the wall metal, looking at his feet. When he glanced up, Rice's fresh, animated face was spoiled by the new bitterness in it. Lethla came down, like a breath of air on the rungs. He smiled.
That's better. Now we can talk.
Rice said it slow. Interplanetary law declares it straight, Lethla. Get out. Only dead men belong here.
More talk of that nature, and only dead men there will be.
He blinked.
But first, we must rescue Crier.
Crier? Rice acted as if he had been hit in the jaw. Burnett moved his tongue back and forth on his lips silently, his eyes lidded, listening to the two of them, as if they were a radio drama. Lethla's voice came next.
Rather unfortunately, yes. He's still alive, heading toward Venus at an orbital velocity of 2,000 mph, wearing one of these air chrysali. Enough air for 2 more hours. Our flagship was attacked unexpectedly yesterday near Mars. We were forced to take to the lifeboats, scattering. Crier and I in one, the others sacrificing their lives to cover our escape. We were lucky. We got through the Earth cordon unseen, but luck can't last forever. We saw your morgue ship an hour ago. It's a long, long way to Venus. We were running out of fuel, food, water. Radio was broken. Capture was certain. You were coming our way. We took the chance. We set a small time bomb to destroy the life rocket and cast off, wearing our chrysali helmets. It was the first time we had ever tried using them to trick anyone. We knew you wouldn't know we were alive until it was too late and we controlled your ship. We knew you picked up all bodies for brief exams, returning alien corpses to space later. Rice's voice was sullen. A setup for you, huh? Traveling under the protection of the Purple Cross, you can get your damned almighty safe to Venus. Lethla bowed slightly. Who would suspect a morgue rocket of providing safe hiding for precious Venusian cargo? Precious is the word for you, brother, said Rice. Enough! Lethla moved his gun several inches. Accelerate toward Venus. Mote detectors wide open. Crier must be picked up. Now! Rice didn't move. Burnett moved first, feeling alive for the first time in years. Sure, said Sam, smiling. We'll pick him up. No tricks, said Lethla. Burnett scowled and smiled. No tricks. You'll have Crier on board the Constellation in half an hour. Or I'm no coroner. Follow me up the ladder. Lethla danced up, turned, waved his gun. Come on! Burnett went up, quick, almost as if he enjoyed doing Lethla a favor. Rice grumbled and cursed after him. On the way up, Burnett thought about it. About Lethla, poised like a white feather at the top, holding death in his hand. You never knew whose body could come in through the starport next. Number 98 was Lethla. Number 99 would be Crier. There were 2 shelves numbered and empty. They should be filled. And what more proper than that Crier and Lethla should fill them? But he chewed his lip. That would need a bit of doing, and even then the cargo wouldn't be full. Still, one more body to get. 100. And you never knew who it would be. He came out of the quick thoughts when he looped his long leg over the hull rim, stepped up, faced Lethla in a cramped control room that was one glittering swirl of silver levers, audio plates, and visuals. Chronometers, clicking, told of the steady dropping toward the sun at a slow pace. Burnett set his teeth together, bone against bone. Help Criere's escape. See him safely to Venus, and then be freed? Sounded easy. Wouldn't be hard. Venusians weren't blind with malice. Rice and he could come out alive if they cooperated. But there were a lot of warriors sleeping on a lot of numbered shelves in the dim corridors of the long years, and their dead lips were stirring to life in Burnett's ears. Not so easily could they be ignored. You may never catch up with the war again. The last trip. Yes, this could be it. Capture Criere and end the war. But what ridiculous fantasy was it made him believe he could actually do it? 2 muscles moved on Burnett, one in each long cheek. The sag in his body vanished as he tautened his spine, flexed his lean, sinewed arms, wet, thin lips. "Now, where do you want this crate?" he asked Lethla easily. Lethla exhaled softly. "Cooperation. I like it. You're wise, Earthman." "Very," said Burnett. He was thinking about 3,000 eternal nights of young bodies being ripped, slaughtered, flung to the vacuum tides. 10 years of hating a job and hoping that someday there would be a last trip and it would all be over. Burnett laughed through his nose. Controls moved under his fingers like fluid. Loved, caressed, tended by his familiar touching. Looking ahead, he squinted. "There's your ruler now, Lethla. Doing somersaults. Looks dead. A good trick." "Cut power! We don't want to burn him!" Burnett cut. Criere's milky face floated dreamily into a visual screen, eyes sealed, lips gaping, hands sagging, clutching emptily at the stars. "We're about 50 miles from him. Catching up." Burnett turned to Lethla with an intent scowl. Funny. This was the first and the last time anybody would ever board the Constellation alive. His stomach went flat, tautened with sudden weakening fear. If Criere could be captured, that meant the end of the war, the end of shells stacked with sleeping warriors, the end of this blind searching. Criere, then, had to be taken aboard. After that, Criere, the Almighty, at whose behest all space had quivered like a smitten gong for part of a century. Criere, revolving in his neat water-blue uniform, emblem shining gold, heat gun tucked in glossy jet holster. With Criere aboard, chances of overcoming him would be eliminated. Now, Rice and Burnett against Lethla. Lethla favored because of his gun. Criere would make odds impossible. Something had to be done before Criere came in. Lethla had to be yanked off guard, shocked, bewildered, fooled, somehow. But how? Burnett's jaw froze tight. He could feel a spot on his shoulder blade where Lethla would send a bullet crashing into rib, sinew, artery, heart. There was a way, and there was a weapon, and the war would be over, and this would be the last trip. Sweat covered his palms in a nervous smear. "Steady, Rice," he said, matter-of-factly. With the rockets cut, there was too much silence, and his voice sounded guilty, standing up alone in the center of that silence. "Take controls, Rice. I'll manipulate the starport." Burnett slipped from the control console. Rice replaced him grimly. Burnett strode to the next console of levers. That spot on his back kept aching like it was sear-branded X, for the place where the bullet sings and rips. And if you turn quick, catching it in the arm first, why... Crier loomed bigger, a white spider delicately dancing on a web of stars. His eyes flicked open behind the glassite sheath and saw the constellation. Crier smiled. His hands came up. He knew he was about to be rescued. Burnett smiled right back at him. What Crier didn't know was that he was about to end a 10 years war. There was only one way of drawing Lethla off guard, and it had to be fast. Burnett jabbed a purple-topped stud. The starport clashed open as it had done 1,000 times before. But for the first time, it was a good sound. And out of the starport, at Sam Burnett's easily fingered directions, slid the long, claw-like mechanism that picked up bodies from space. Lethla watched, intent and cold and quiet. The gun was cold and quiet, too. The claw glided toward Crier without a sound now, dreamlike in its slowness. It reached Crier. Burnett inhaled a deep breath. The metal claw cuddled Crier in its shiny palm. Lethla watched. He watched while Burnett exhaled, touched another lever, and said, "You know, Lethla, there's an old saying that only dead men come aboard the Constellation. I believe it." And the claw closed as Burnett spoke, closed slowly and certainly all around Crier, crushing him into a ridiculous posture of silence. There was blood running on the claw, and the only recognizable part was the head, which was carefully preserved for identification. That was the only way to draw Lethla off guard. Burnett spun about and leaped. The horror on Lethla's face didn't go away as he fired his gun. Rice came in fighting too, but not before something like a red-hot ramrod stabbed Sam Burnett, catching him in the ribs, spinning him back like a drunken idiot to fall in a corner. Fists made blunt flesh noises. Lethla went down, weaponless and screaming. Rice kicked. After a while, Lethla quit screaming, and the room swam around in Burnett's eyes, and he closed them tight and started laughing. He didn't finish laughing for maybe 10 minutes. He heard the retriever claws come inside and the starport grind shut. Out of the red darkness, Rice's voice came, and then he could see Rice's young face over him. Burnett groaned. Rice said, "Sam, you shouldn't have done it. You shouldn't have, Sam." "To hell with it." Burnett winced and fought to keep his eyes open. Something wet and sticky covered his chest. "I said this was my last trip, and I meant it. One way or the other, I'd have quit." "This is the hard way." "Maybe. I don't know. Kinda nice to think of all those kids who'll never have to come aboard the Constellation, though, Rice." His voice trailed off. "You watch the shelves fill up, and you never know who'll be next. Who'd have thought 4 days ago?" Something happened to his tongue, so it felt like hard ice blocking his mouth. He had a lot more words to say, but only time to get a few of them out. "Rice?" "Yeah, Sam?" "We haven't got a full cargo, boy." "Full enough for me, sir." "But still not full. If we went back to center base without filling the shelves, it wouldn't be right. Look there. Number 98 is Lethla. Number 99 is Crier. 3,000 days of rolling this rocket, and not once come back without a bunch of the kids who want to sleep easy on the good green earth. Not right to be going back anyway, but the way we used to." His voice got all full of fog, as thick as the fists of a dozen warriors. Rice was going away from him. Rice was standing still, and Burnett was lying down, not moving. But somehow, Rice was going away 1,000,000 miles. "Ain't I one hell of a patriot, Rice?" Then everything got dark except Rice's face, and that was starting to dissolve. 98, Lethla. 99, Crier. He could still see Rice standing over him for a long time, breathing out and in. Down under the tables, the blood pumps pulsed and pulsed, thick and slow. Rice looked down at Burnett, and then at the empty shelf at the far end of the room, and then back at Burnett again. And then he said softly, 100. This has been Morgue Ship, lost sci-fi short stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 47, written by Ray Bradbury, narrated by Scott Miller. Please visit lostsci-fi.com for more information on our growing library of science fiction audiobooks. Copyright and production copyright 2022 by Scott Miller. The 54th of July. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 20, written by Alan E. Norse, narrated by Scott Miller. It was well after dark when Matt Matthews got back down to the headquarters camp and saw the city stranger sitting there before the fire. He knew he was a city man after a simple glance at the shiny, low-topped shoes and the reminiscence of a crease in the dusty trousers. Matt tossed the gophers and the 2 small coyotes off his broad shoulders to old Mo Arhelger across the campfire, staring in suspicious silence from the stranger to Mo and back again. "Who's he?" he asked finally. "He wants to go down to the ship," said Mo, tossing another stick into the fire. He was a thin, wiry old man, with a white rim of beard scraggling over his lean jaw. A short-bit pipe was clenched between a set of very bad teeth. On his head was a torn, filthy old felt hat, but his clear blue eyes held the silent confidence of authority. The old man puffed quietly as he glanced up at the young giant who had just arrived. "His name's Levy," he says. "Flew over from El Paso this morning in a copter just to see me. He even knew my name." "Everybody in New Mexico knows your name," Matthews growled. The old man nodded, his eyes bright. "Mr. Levy wants to go down to the ship tonight." Matt stared at the stranger's half-day stubble. Then he burst out laughing. "That's what we all want to do, buddy. Just go down to the ship, that's all. Only trouble is, the bulldog isn't ready to lay out the welcome mat for us just yet." He glanced over at Mo. "Did the doc say anything about Jack Abel?" "Jack's dead. 3 slugs in the head." Matt's face darkened. He looked up at Levy. Jack wanted to go down to the ship, too. Tried to go down quiet-like. He set about skinning the first coyote, tossing the rest of the game to the group of silent men sitting around the fire near Mo. "You're wasting your time, stranger. Stick around a while. Be patient like us. The bulldog can't hold out forever." Levy ran a hand through his dark hair, watching Matthews with sharp brown eyes. "I wasn't figuring on going down quiet-like," he said. Matt looked up as though seeing the man for the first time, his eyes dark with suspicion. "Then how do you plan to go?" His hand moved to the gun at his side, and he began massaging the stock with his huge paw. Levy glanced at the gun without fear. "Under a truce flag," he said. Matthews spat. "Old man Gorham has command of 400 men down at the ship. They'll shoot anybody that comes close on sight." He looked up at Mo, caught the old man's blue eyes sharply. "I don't like this guy, Mo. I think we'd better take care of him." Mo shook his head. "Take it easy, Matt. The man thinks maybe he can get this siege broken.
Thinks Gorham may surrender if he knows what's happened. In Washington, all over the country. Levy nodded, bobbing his head eagerly. I knew Gorham before the crash. He's an old guard soldier. He'll honor a truce flag. His voice was crisp in the still night air. You want to get your hands on that ship. That's all you want. The whole crowd of you out here. Nothing else. So why risk a fight? Risk getting killed if I can get Gorham to surrender to you. Matt grinned unpleasantly. Why do you think they call him the Bulldog? He'll never give up until we starve him out. We've got the time and the men and the food. They can't last much longer. Levy frowned in annoyance. I say, you may not need to wait. Matthews climbed to his feet and walked slowly over to the edge of the rocks where the camp was situated. It was on the edge of the desert, and down below, sand and sage stretched for miles in the pale moonlight. On either side, he could see the flicker of the other campfires, forming a huge circle many miles in diameter. As he stood watching, his ear unconsciously picked up the rustle of silent footsteps on the trail leading to the nearest campfire away, the guard line which closed the circle tight. But he was not interested in the guard lines tonight. They were well guarded. No one could get through them. There were half a dozen dead soldiers lying out in the desert to attest to that. Soldiers who had tried to break through to the main highway during the past 3 weeks. What held Matt's interest right now was the huge cyclone fence enclosure in the center of the circle of fires. Inside the fence, he could see the low, flat buildings of the Rocket Development Project. And in the moonlight, he could make out the lines of the ship itself, standing tall and lifeless in the darkness. He watched it for a moment, and his fists clenched. He whirled back to the fire, lifting the city stranger up by the collar, dragging his face up close to his. Why do you want to go down there? He snarled. Levy's face was purple, and he gasped for breath. Because there's no point in letting 400 innocent men be slaughtered when you can have the ship without firing a gun. That's why. My, but we're noble, Matt snapped. What do you care how many are killed? Who sent you here in the first place? Where did you get a copter to fly over here in? Levy shook himself free, glaring up at the giant standing over him. I stole a copter, if you have to know, and nobody sent me. How did you know we were here? Don't be a fool. The whole country knows you're here. Look, all I want is a chance to talk to Gorham under a truce flag for 15 minutes. If I don't succeed, you don't lose a thing. What harm can it do? Mo Arhelger spat into the fire. Can't do no harm, and it might just break this open for us, once and for all. Then we could go back home. But if he's a spy, he could have word from reinforcements. Maybe the Army's planning a march. Levy snorted. The Army isn't planning anything. The Army is starving to death. The nearest contingent is in San Diego, and they've got their hands full just scouring the countryside for food. They've got no fuel to come here with, even if they felt like it. Matt scowled. He could still be a spy. Mo Arhelger nodded slowly, his eyes narrowing at the city man. Then he looked up at Matt. I know. That's why I want him to go down to the ship, with you along with him. The trip down the mountainside was slow. It was almost a half an hour before they reached the encampment at the bottom, on a gravel road that led straight out to the rocket site. The road was piled high with rocks, and 4 men with old felt hats and plaid shirts sat in jeeps, watching the road for a stir of life. Matt and Levy commandeered a jeep, bounced down a gully to bypass the roadblock, and started along the road toward the fenced enclosure. A spotlight picked them up almost immediately, and Levy hoisted a white shirt up on a pole, waving it to catch the light. Then slowly they drove ahead until 2 more spotlights flashed on from the ship, scanning the sage on either side of them, flickering in their faces as they made their way along. Levy sat tight-lipped, peering ahead into the darkness. Matthews drove silently. He had never been this close to rocket number 5 before, but rockets were an old story to him. He had worked on number 3 and number 4 during his 2 years in the labor force. He knew quite enough about rockets. More lights went on as they approached the fence. Inside, off to the left and right, were buildings, the storerooms and offices of the project. And in the center, standing tall, with her lower third enshrouded in scaffolding and canvas, stood the ship, rocket number 5. The last attempt, the straw that broke the camel's back. 4 great ships before it, crashing into heaps of rubble, dragging the earth down with them. And here, the 5th, as yet unborn, never to be launched. Matthews made a bitter sound in his throat. When he thought of the horrible 54 days just past, he knew that his hate for this rocket ship and everything it stood for was right. Mo was right in his fanatical, burning hatred of the old world, which had struggled blindly to launch its ships and starved itself to do so. But Mo wanted everything, the ships, the men, the government, everything. Matthews only wanted the ship. He smiled grimly to himself. The garrison could not hold out much longer. They had no food, and the ring of guerrillas surrounding the ship like a tight net would see that they got no food. It had been a long wait, but soon they would struggle out, begging for food and water, leaving the ship standing alone, to be wrecked and ripped and torn into 1,000 bitter pieces. A soldier suddenly appeared in a spotlight inside the huge fence gate, rifle half raised in his hands. He let out a shout and brought the rifle up to his shoulder. "Halt!" The jeep's tires screeched. Then Levy raised the flag again and waved it. "Truce," he called out. "We're unarmed. What do you want?" "We want to talk to the bulldog." There was a long pause as a conference was held back in the shadows. Someone in the darkness ran out to join the gate guard. Then there was a grating sound as the lock on the gate snapped open. The gate swung out as 5 more soldiers encircled it from within, rifles cocked and ready. "Leave the jeep outside. Come in with your hands raised." Slowly, Matt and Levy climbed out and walked forward. The soldiers looked weary, their clothes filthy, their eyes bright with hate. They watched the men as they walked in, and then closed around them, herding them across to a long, low building. Lights went on, and Matt could see the dim interior of a disused day room, the walls piled high with supply cartons. "You wait," said one of the soldiers. "I'll see if the colonel wants to see you." He watched them carefully until the gate clanged shut. Then he nodded to another guard and disappeared into the darkness. They did not wait long. The door burst open and a short, squat, gray-haired man strode into the room. Dressed in a T-shirt and OD pants, he was not an imposing figure, but there was no mistaking the heavy shock of gray hair, the solid, sour set of the mouth, the wide-set eyes. The bulldog of White Sands, they had called him, the man in charge of administration of 3 rocket projects, the man who had sworn that space would never defeat him. He glared at Matthews for a moment, and then his glance shifted to Levy, and his eyes widened. "Well," he said sourly, "I hardly expected to see you joining up with these pigs." Levy's eyes flickered in a tired smile. "So you remember me," he said. "I never forget a face." The colonel stared at him with a stony expression for a moment. "White Sands, April of 1993, 2.5 years ago, almost. Just after the 3rd ship blew up. Name is, Levy." Levy nodded. "That's right." The colonel's eyes hardened. "You were with a crowd that was trying to talk the government into junking the rocket projects, right?" "That's right. We predicted the impending crash even then." "Hogwash," said the colonel. "A lot of statistical blather." "Unfortunately, statistics is a scientific technique, and our predictions were not blather. We predicted the crash almost to the day. We said the 30th of July, 1995. We had no way of predicting the Iranian oil decision, which happened last April. That precipitated the crisis by a month, so it came on the 1st of July instead of the 30th. But socio-mathematics were far beyond the blather stage then. We hope we can still salvage something from the country now." The old soldier blinked at him. "What do you want, Levy?" "I've come to ask you to surrender the ship and march your men out of here." Colonel Gorham snorted. "My orders were to guard and protect this rocket, down to the last man if necessary. On the 6th of July, a week after the crash, I had orders direct from the President to hold this ship at any cost. He warned me then that there'd be mobs, maybe even an attempt to storm the enclosure." He scowled angrily. "They'll never get this ship as long as I'm alive." "And have you heard from the President since the 6th? Levy's voice was smooth. "I have not." "Perhaps that's because the President was hanged on the White House lawn the day after he called you. Quite a mob was there. The food pinch was just beginning to be felt, and that was 47 days ago." He glanced up at the Colonel's white face. "Oh, I'm not lying to you. It happened. Have you had any communications recently?" "How could I? They cut the telephone cables, and we can't get anything but hysterical nonsense from our radio sets." "Has it occurred to you that many things may have happened in the course of this last month?" Levy's voice was sharp in the still room. "I'll hold this ship until things get straightened out," the Colonel snapped. "Colonel, things aren't going to straighten out. This isn't just a little depression we're in now. It isn't a small business recession that will just up and stabilize soon. This is an economic crash that has thrown the world back 1,000 years. We may never recover from the crash that came on the 1st of July. The government is gone, Colonel. There isn't any government. The army has dissolved into the hills, hunting for food. The only money with any value is being paid out by the hospitals for blood to restock their banks. And without money, there isn't any food. The people in the cities are starving, standing in the streets starving, because food isn't coming in. Communications are out. There isn't any commercial traffic. I have a stockpile of emergency rations a mile high, and I have 400 men who aren't running around in the hills," the Colonel snarled. "I have a job to do, and I'm doing it." "But you're guarding an empty shell. Look, the people don't know all the reasons for the collapse. They don't know the whole picture, but they know one thing. They know they've been taxed beyond endurance. Their gasoline has been requisitioned. Their boys taken for military and labor service. Their money devaluated again and again so that the government could get a rocket off the earth before the Asians did. And they know that now the whole world has fallen in a heap, and they're starving to death. And they know that this rocket was being worked on when the crash came. They want it, Colonel. They are going to get it, too. They need a scapegoat for these 54 days, and this rocket is it. And there won't be any recovery as long as that ship stands." He stared at the Colonel, and then made a hopeless gesture. "You don't believe me, do you? You think that it's just a matter of time until things stabilize, and everything will be back to normal, don't you? Well, it won't, Colonel. Do you know what they are calling the date out there? The 54th of July. 54 days since the crash, and things are getting worse every day. Even time has stood still. They've forgotten to use the calendar. There'll never be a world like you knew before, Colonel. But the agony and suffering and chaos must be paid for, somehow, and the rocket is the price. Until the whole world knows that the rocket is utterly destroyed, there will be no faith in government or people or anything else." Levy glanced nervously at Matthews, towering against the wall, watching the discussion sourly. Then he looked back at the Colonel and leaned forward. "Let them take the ship. There are things here far more precious than any single rocket ship could ever be. You know what I mean. If you resist, they'll get the ship and everything else." The Colonel's eyes moved to Matthew's heavy face, and then back to Levy. Suddenly, his face looked very tired. "That's a chance I'll have to take," he said wearily. "You're wasting your time, Levy." Later, around the campfire, Matt stared gloomily at old Mo Arhelger.
I tell you, I don't like it, he said. I just don't like it. The old man cocked sharp eyes across the fire. I don't see that any harm was done. We gave the bulldog his last chance. He didn't care to take it. That suits me fine. Now he can watch out. Matt shook his head sharply. That isn't what I mean. I didn't like the looks of the place. It looked too much like a going concern. Gorham was too damn confident. Did you ever see a garrison commander who wasn't? But Gorham is no fool. He knows we've got this encampment sewed up. He knows he can't get out, and neither can his men. He knows there won't be any supplies coming in for him. Matt rubbed his chin thoughtfully. And the look of the place, the look of the ship. I couldn't see much, of course, but it didn't look right. The old man's eyes narrowed. What do you mean by that? Matt's forehead creased into a worried frown. I don't know. I think they're trying to complete the rocket for a flight. But that's crazy, Mo exploded. They don't have the supplies. They don't have the calculator power. They haven't got power for anything. We've seen to that. Gasoline generators for their spotlights. Nothing else. I know. It doesn't make sense. Matt shot a glance at Levy, crouched at a nearby fire, and he lowered his voice. And there was something Levy said about something more valuable than the ship itself. Look, Mo, we don't know how far the ship had gone before the crash. Maybe all the calculations were completed. Mo stared at the fire for a long moment. A tall, lanky man stumbled up the trail by flashlight, sending down a shower of pebbles. He stopped before the fire. All quiet, Mo. They closed up shop after the delegation left. Mo nodded to the man. Tell Mike to alert his men, Tommy. Get everybody looking alive. What's up? Something about to break? The old man scowled. I don't know, but I want everyone awake. Got it? The guard nodded and vanished down the trail again. Mo turned to Matthews, a queer look in his eyes. What do you think, Matt? I think our time is running out, said Matthews. Maybe you worry too much. Maybe. Mo's eyes blazed. They can't try to launch it, he snarled. It's got to be smashed. Smashed so hard they'll never dare try to make another one. His hand clenched on his rifle until the knuckles were white. Matt leaned forward eagerly. Let me go down there, Mo. We've got dynamite. I could find a way to climb the fence, maybe, and start the works off. Once something went bang from the inside and broke their control of the place, we could mop them up. Mo's hand relaxed. You'd never make it alive. Somebody's got to try. There isn't much time. I'm sure of it. All right. Try it. But before you go, you've got a visitor. I think you'd better talk to her. The girl was waiting in his tent, sitting alone in the darkness. She looked up into the flashlight beam, and there were wet streaks of dust on her cheeks. Matt, is that you? She stumbled to her feet. Oh, Matt. Mary! The big man stared at his wife, his eyes wide. Mary, what are you doing here? How did you get here? Why did you come? He took her in his arms, held her tight as she pressed her face against his chest, sobbing. Then suddenly he straightened up, held her out at arm's length, staring into her large brown eyes. Mary, the farm. She closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, and shook her head miserably. Gone. City people from San Diego. They came one night. They took it. A numbness ran down his spine as he stared at her. But Dad and Johnny, they never had a chance. She wiped her eyes with her sleeve, her voice faltering. It was a crowd of men, maybe 10 of them, came across the land about 8 o'clock one night. They shot your dad when he walked out on the porch. Shot him through the head. Then they came in the house and beat Johnny to death. Oh, Matt, it was horrible. They shot the cow and cooked her over an open fire. You should have seen them. They were starving. They were like wild men, calling us land grabbers and food hoarders. I sneaked out the back way when they weren't looking and ran down the road to Escondido and found Harry Davis. He and a bunch of the boys had stolen some gas and were planning to drive over the mountains to join you here. They sent word around to the other farmers, and then they brought me along." Matt stood numbly, staring at the girl's face. "Mary, you shouldn't have come here. You should have gone to the folks in town. They would have helped you, taken care of you." The girl whirled on him, her eyes pleading. "Oh, Matt, come away from here. Come out of this horrible fight and come home. What does it matter if there's a rocket out here? We can't eat rockets. We need food. The city folks are coming out in hordes. There was a man said the water supply wasn't going to last to the north, that the cars were lined up 3 deep from the coast clear out to Salt Lake, bumper to bumper, a week ago. They stole gasoline from the refineries before they blew them up. They're all heading east and north. Oh, Matt, take me home." He stood there in the dim light of the flashlight, and then knelt down beside her, holding her against him. "I can't, Mary. Not yet," he said softly. "The world we knew before was crazy. This rocket was crazy. This being afraid of war and fighting to outdo the rest of the world was crazy. And somehow," she stared at him, "but everybody knew that if we didn't get there first, the others would, and there would have been a horrible war, the end of everything. Everyone was so busy being afraid of the war that they couldn't see what was happening to the world around them. They didn't see that something worse than a war could happen until it was too late. They figured the oil would last another 100 years, and it only lasted 20. They thought they could go on like this forever." He stared blankly out at the darkness, his eyes hollow. "It was that rocket that did it. That's why we have to destroy it. Matt, if we don't go now, we won't have any home left to go to. Those people don't know how to farm. They'll kill all the animals and strip the trees and fields and burn all the buildings." He shook his head, hardly able to put into words the bitterness in his heart. "It won't do any good to go back without destroying the rocket. It's the last remnant of the old world, standing out there. The world that led us to this. It's poisonous. It's evil. There'll never be recovery unless the ship is wiped out." He looked down into her frightened eyes, rubbed her shoulders gently. "Don't be afraid. It won't be long. I'm going out there tonight. I'm going to blow that rocket into 1,000,000 pieces." She clung to him like a child, shaking her head helplessly. "You will be killed. I know you will be killed. Please, Matt. Oh, if anything happens to you, I won't know what to do. I can't let you go." "I've got to, Mary." Her voice was very small. "And when it's over, we'll manage somehow. I don't know how. It doesn't really matter now. I don't know what kind of a world we'll have when it's all over. But I know that I'm going out to get that ship, if it's the only thing I ever do that's right." He went out alone. He tried to force out of his mind the account Mary had brought of the butchery back home, concentrating on one thing and one thing only. The ship had to be destroyed. Standing out there in the desert, it was the symbol of all that was wrong with a world that had somehow, abruptly, been left behind. Matt saw it all in black and white, bitterly, a cause and effect relationship. He could neither rationalize it or deny it, but somehow, he felt, by destroying the ship, he could wipe out a past too horrible to even think about. He knew he had to do it. Matthews moved quietly through the blackness. The sandy soil was caked and hard under his feet, and the moon had just gone under the horizon to the west.
Far ahead, he could see the feeble guard lights of the enclosure, and he stopped, panting, staring at the tiny figures pacing back and forth. He had grown used to moving cautiously through the desert land without making a sound. Now he concentrated on silence for his very life, and the only sound in his ears was the jogging of the dynamite pack on his shoulders. He circled slowly, making for the section of the fencing closest to the ship. He knew there would be few lights, since precious gasoline had to run generators to provide any at all. He had examined the gates as they had opened earlier in the evening, and felt certain there was no brake circuit alarm on the fence. Power, again, only for the barest, most critical essentials. And with 400 men available, eyesight was the best way to guard the fence. The heavy metal wire appeared suddenly in the gloom, and he fell flat on his face in a little gully as the tread of a guard's feet sounded from a distance. A small flashlight flicked on and off as the footsteps approached. Matt hugged the ground, holding his breath as the soldier moved silently by. Then he was up against the fence, dragging the climbers from his pockets, strapping them onto his boots. Cutting the heavy fencing wire was out of the question. The sound would ring out in the stillness like a pistol shot. But the barbed wire at the top could be cut with only a small sound. He struggled up the bare fence, a few inches at a time. It seemed like hours. He knew the guard's timing down to the second, and he worked himself up, panting. It was the dog watch. The men would not be too alert, even men fighting for their lives. He clung to the fence with one hand and snapped the 4 barbed strands with a hand tool, felt them curl away with a ping. He dragged his body up and caught his knee on the top of the fence. In an instant, he had dropped to the ground inside the enclosure. On his feet, he crouched and ran for the tall, dark ship. The intervening buildings provided him cover. Down one of the concrete streets, a dozen men were huddled around a small fire near the gate, talking and laughing. Matt slipped across the street and saw the ship's mammoth scaffolding rise up in the darkness. It was a beautiful ship, tall and silvery, and shrouded like a statue waiting to be unveiled. He glanced around the grounds, and his eyes widened. Great tanks of fuel stood nearby. Recently opened cartons of supplies were everywhere in evidence. A huge pile of oxygen cylinders formed a heavy pyramid. Matthews walked over to one of the open crates, peered into it. Heavy material, plastic, metal, spacesuits. He opened the pack on his back, drew out the bundles of dynamite carefully, separated them from the coil of wire to the small detonator. Somewhere in the distance he heard talking, and he hurried his movements. Finally, the deadly bundles were free. As he stooped to duck under the first tier of the scaffolding, a bright light flashed on above him, and an alarm bell started clanging. He cursed and ran like a cat under the scaffolding, up to the great silvery fin of the ship. Of course, he should have thought that if there was no circuit alarm on the fence, there surely would be one around the ship. Far away, a roar of voices rose up, and shouts, the pummel of running feet. Frantically, he thrust a dynamite charge under one of the fins of the ship, then ran to a second and laid another charge. A rifle cracked somewhere, and another, and he darted into the piles of boxes, unreeling the detonator wire as he ran. There were hoarse shouts all about him now. He ducked into a huge empty crate, not 50 feet from the charges. Huddling down in it for protection, he connected wires to the battery and slammed down the plunger. The shock wave hit him before the sound did, picking up the crate like a pillbox, hurling Matthews head over heels. The roar burst in his ears, striking him like a palpable wall, and a shout of despair went up among the soldiers. Matt stood up, then staring up at the great metal hulk. There was a heavy rushing sound, and the ship faltered, shaking like a giant aspen leaf, and slowly began to tip. It struck the ground with a deafening crash. a grating of torn metal and the screech of broken, twisted planks. Something exploded into a pillar of fire, and then, in the distance, Matthew saw flashes of fire from the desert, heard rifles cracking. A soldier, running to the fence, saw him and raised his rifle, wild eyes reflecting the fire. Matthews dove for him, threw him back with a grunt as the rifle cracked into the air. And then the compound was wild with the sound of running, shouting men. Matthews ran for a huge truck standing near the fallen ship. He threw himself up into the cab, gunning the motor to a roar. Then the gears grated and the truck started forward, straight for the crowd of soldiers lining up at the fence. Matt gripped the steering wheel, leaning as low as possible, throwing the huge truck at the fence with all its power. The impact nearly threw him through the windshield. He heard a grating as the wire bunged out and the fence post snapped. Shifting into compound low, he drove the truck through the fence like a bulldozer. And then, all around him, the men from outside were pouring through the break, screaming in triumph, rifles cracking. A horde of them came, and the soldiers fell back, bewildered, shooting wildly, running in circles of panic as the angry mob poured through. And then Matt felt the first wave of shock pass through him. Wearily, he dropped his head against the dashboard, gasping for breath. He knew that the ship was taken. He did not know how long he was unconscious. Fires were burning in a dozen buildings around him, and he could hear the screams and shouts of the raiders. Dark figures rushed wildly by, silhouetted against the orange flames. Matt crawled down from the truck as 4 men ran by with crowbars, shouting at the top of their lungs. Matt stared at the crowd surrounding the fallen ship, shouting, raising torches high in the dark night. He watched for a long moment, but something flickered in his mind. It was a picture of mad, frantic destruction on all sides of him, but something was whispering softly in his ears. Levy's words. Levy's intense face. There is something far more precious than any one rocket ship here. Staring at the screaming mob, Matthew suddenly knew what Levy had meant. A wrecking crew was at work on the ship, savagely venting their pent-up rage and fear and frustration on the inanimate metal, wrenching hull plates off with violent screeches, ripping and slicing stanchions with blowtorches hissing. A dozen people were streaming in and out of the airlock, dragging couches, springs, chunks of instrument panel, hordes of supplies, oxygen tanks. The crowd was exultant, the firelight shining on 1,000 wild faces, maddened by the lust of destruction. But Matthew stared, and the feeling of sickness and revulsion grew hard in the pit of his stomach. He turned and started over toward the buildings. The deed was done, but horror was still at large in the world. He didn't know what the future held, and yet, somehow now, he didn't want to join the insane fury at work ripping the rocket to shreds. Levy's words nagged at his mind, and he made his way between the burning buildings, feeling the desert breeze turned hot in his face, until he saw the concrete and stone administration building up ahead. We hope maybe we can still salvage something. As Matt walked through the doorway of the headquarters office, he stopped short, stiffening to the sound of a .45 booming in the room before him. There was Mo, his back half to the door, holding the still-smoking automatic in his hand. And Matt's eyes went from Mo to a long row of filing cabinets against the far wall. Beside a partially open drawer, a figure slumped against the side of the cabinet, hands clutching at a sheaf of papers inside the drawer. It was the bulldog, the colonel himself. But even as Matt stared wide-eyed, the colonel let out a rasping sigh and fell to the floor. He lay still beside another body, that of Levy. Mo! Mo turned as Matt strode into the room. There was an angry look on the old man's face. A spy.
That's what he was. You were right, Matt. I caught him in here with the bulldog. They were talking and going through the files together. Looked like they were planning on skipping out. Fat chance. Mo laughed mirthlessly. Whatever they were looking for, they won't use now, and nobody else will. Got a match, Matt? I'm going to burn this place to the ground. Matt stared from the dead bodies to Mo and over to the cabinet with the drawer still half open. He saw the sheaf of papers the bulldog had been holding just before he died. He remembered again what Levy had said. There is something far more precious than any one rocket ship here. Mo, you're missing out on the fun at the ship, Matt said suddenly, intensely. I'll get out there, but first I got to... Let me do it, Mo. Might enjoy seeing them two burn together. After all, it isn't much of a favor to ask. Mo looked at him curiously for a moment, then shrugged. Why not? If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be in here at all tonight. Go ahead. I'll meet you at the ship. Make a nice big fire. And then Mo was gone, and Matt stood alone in the room. He stood and stared down at the dead bodies, Levy's face showing fear and frustration, just as it must have when Mo's bullet found his heart. The colonel slumped partially across Levy's body, the bulldog face in a tight, angry knot, even in death. The colonel had been a brave man, a tough one. Matt wished suddenly that he had not had to die. He crossed hurriedly to the file and pulled the sheaf of papers from the drawer. A sheaf of blue papers. Blue papers with white lines. Blueprints. That was what Levy had meant. The calculations had been completed. The blueprints made. The ship had been almost completed, and now it was destroyed. But the blueprints remained. Here were the hopes and dreams of centuries. Here were the plans, the specifications, the construction plans. 50 years of the Earth's resources, and now the project they had planned and specified was being destroyed in a single night, the night of the 54th of July. He stared at the prints, his whole body trembling. He hated the rocket. He hated everything it had ever stood for in the old world before the crash. It had stripped him of his home, robbed him of his future. It had robbed the whole world of its heritage, and he hated it. And yet, to go to the planets had always been man's great dream. The ship could be destroyed without utterly destroying the dream, because someday, somehow, men could take these precious papers, sometime when the world was sane again, and build another ship. His mind rushed back to his boyhood days, and he remembered sharply the lure of the open spaces he had felt then. Someday, he had dreamed, he would build a rocket to the moon and go out there to explore and discover. It hadn't mattered what he would explore, what he would discover. All that had mattered was the urge to go, an urge he had shared with thousands of men. He hadn't known then that the goal would crush the world into a smoking ruin far worse than any war. A crash that brought slow death by starvation. A crash that wrenched the livelihood from the mouths of millions. A crash that demoralized them and drove them back to the caves to work and fight like savages for a few morsels of bread. He hadn't known that, because it wasn't really necessary that it happen. Men could, someday, find a way to go out without bankrupting the world to do it. He searched frantically, found a huge pasteboard box. He had seen others moving through the torchlight with boxes filled full of loot. He began loading the blueprints into it, breathlessly, glancing over his shoulder for fear someone might come in. He reached into his pocket, drew out his revolver, and placed it on the cabinet beside him as he worked. Let them burn the buildings and tear up the ship, but they must not destroy these papers.
Let the rocket project be dead, utterly dead, torn to shreds by the people of this strange twilight world. But the dream need not die. He heard a sound behind him, and he whirled, staring up into Mo Arhelger's bearded face. The old man stood there, a strange light in his wild eyes, staring first at Matt, then at the blue papers in the box. "I see now why you wanted to be alone." He looked up at Matt, a long, slow, savage look. "Dump it, Matt," he said, motioning to the box. Matthew's arm tightened around the carton. "I want these," he said softly. "You've got your rocket, Mo. They'll never build another one." "I said dump it." There was a harsh edge to the old man's voice. "We're cleaning the place out. Everything. There'll never be another one. Never. As long as the world lives." "But what do you care about these?" Matt cried. "You'll be dead long before they ever try rockets again." "They're evil," the old man snarled. "Everything about them is evil. They've dragged us down into the dirt, down so far we'll never be able to crawl up again." His rifle leveled slowly. "Throw those prints on the floor, Matt. Touch a match to 'em right here, or I'll burn them for you." Slowly Matt turned, lifted up the box. It was heavy. His eyes flicked to the old man, and he rested the box gently on the bench for a moment. And then he threw it in the old man's face and snatched up the revolver from the bench. He fired 4 times, and the old man doubled over and pitched forward on his face, groaning. Matt kicked the rifle across the room, throwing the blueprints back into the box. Panting, he shot out the light and fled across the compound toward the opened gate. Somewhere out there, Mary would be waiting, and maybe Levy's group was still alive somewhere. Maybe they still knew a way toward recovery now that the rocket was destroyed. The 54 days of chaos might be over now. They would know what to do with the precious box. It would be in safe hands until men were ready to build again. Matt ran through the gate and into the shadows outside the compound. In the flickering light of the flames behind him, he could make out a figure approaching. "Matt! Oh, Matt, you're safe!" It was Mary, and he felt a gladness sweep through him. She grabbed his arms, her eyes tear-filled with relief. She glanced down at the box he held closely against him. "Matt, what's that?" He motioned her toward the deeper shadows and a jeep he saw standing unguarded. His voice was grim as he answered her. "It's for the future, Mary. The future." Moments later, they drove away into the night. This has been the 54th of July, Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 20, written by Alan E. Norse, narrated by Scott Miller. Copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. Production copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. The Voyage of Vanishing Men. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 13. Written by Stanley Mullen. Narrated by Scott Miller. They still talk of Braun and the 4th Intergalactic Survey. Other men before him had gone out into the far, dark places. 3 previous expeditions had gone out and vanished completely. Then the Venture 4 went out, and out, countless miles and light years and whatever else it is. And out there in the lonely darkness, something happened. Nobody knew exactly what happened, but there was a lot of guessing. Only one man came back, Braun, and there was talk. Tending bar anywhere is better, they say, than an academic degree in psychology.
Tending bar on one of the way stations to the stars, you see people, most of them human, as they really are, and in all stages of emotion. You see them coming and going, and a few already gone. By little signs, you can tell a lot about them and make a guess at what is wrong with the wrong ones. There was Braun. Angular as a stick bug, he stood at the bar, elbows digging into the polished mahogany, one foot cocked on the rail. He was drinking alone, as if it had become a habit, and the customers edged away from him, as if not wanting to make it too obvious. As usual, his go-to-hell face looked past you into the back bar mirror and out again to cover the whole place. He was older and changed, though, as he would be. Deep lines furrowed the tight, tanned, leathery features, and his eyes still held some of that awful emptiness of space between the star packs. Nobody said anything at first. Braun watched them, a humorous, half-defiant glint in his eye, but there was pain in him, in his voice as he spoke. "What's the matter? Am I poison or something?" Somebody said it then, in a stage whisper. "I had friends on the Venture 4. "So did I," Braun answered quickly. "A lot of friends. So before somebody works up nerve to ask, I don't know." "Don't know?" A man named Cutter pursued the point coldly. "You were there." "I was there," admitted Braun. "I still say it. I don't know what happened to anybody. I've told the authorities that over and over. I've told anybody who'd listen. You don't have to believe me. I don't give a—" "Nobody's told us anything," Cutter insisted. "We haven't heard a whisper about it. And speaking for all of us, we'd like to be sure about you before we go on drinking at the same bar." It was going to be like that as long as Braun lived. People will talk, and if there's a choice, they'll guess the ugly thing every time. Wherever he went, there would be people to ask that question, and somebody to smirk if he answered it. You could see trouble coming, whatever Braun answered. Braun was never a man to talk much about himself. It was always the places he had been and seen or wanted to go. Like all old-time spacemen, he was a bird of passage. Between trips, he came in a few times, got to be a fixture, but he was always coming or going somewhere, never lighting or staying put. You don't learn too much about a man in a bar casually. Little things add up and hint at the bigger ones. You can call him by his first name casually and hash over mutual acquaintances, that's all. Maybe you talk about the things men talk about, life and death, men and spaceships, life on distant worlds. Braun had knocked around the galaxy like a lot of people since the Dumont space-time drive came into general use. He had seen more than the ordinary man even dreams about, but there was always a restless and curious wondering about more distant stars and their planets. On one classic occasion, you even helped him wonder about other galaxies, and if the new drive would ever take men out into the far, dark spaces where ships never ventured. When Braun's big break came, you heard about it from someone else, since Braun was far away at a planet base circling a star that was just a number in a catalog. There were no formal goodbyes out there, just technical admonitions. Then a speck diminished into nowhere, with no instruments to track an object accelerating into speeds so many times greater than light that mathematics became weird paradoxes, and nothing existing in normal dimensions even makes sense. Eventually the ship came back, and Braun with it. Nobody knew much more than that. No official announcements were made, no actual denials or accusations. Rumor hinted at ugliness and an investigation going on. People made the usual wild and extravagant guesses, and there were the formless whispers that start nowhere and end nowhere. Braun put his back to the bar and looked over the crowd soberly, one by one. This must have happened to him many times before, as it probably would again. Braun had his own way of dealing with such situations, and maybe he was right. "I don't know what happened,"
he said slowly. "I'll say it again, just once. I don't know. If you don't like it, I'm here, waiting, one at a time, or the whole rat pack of you. How do you want it?" In any real deadly brawl, voices are rarely raised. There is no loud and explosive discussion. Instead, all movement gels, crystallizes in utter silence. Something breaks it, something like a flung beer mug. Then comes a 5-ring circus of action. Braun ducked. The beer mug struck in foaming, splintering destruction. The back bar mirror dissolved in a chiming avalanche of glass. Cutter led the rush. Braun's back was braced to the bar. He seemed oddly relaxed, almost happy. Somebody heaved another beer mug. It missed, but most of the beer splashed into Braun's face and trickled slowly down him. "I like beer," he said, "but not that well." Like a spring letting go, Braun snapped out to meet them. His long arms caught Cutter and hoisted him high, then hurled him bodily over the stick and into the stacked glassware. By then, if not before, you eased toward the light switch and cut it. Darkness slammed down like a solid barrier. But other solids moved through it, colliding, grunting, swearing, shouting, sometimes groaning. Gradually, the tumult died out of itself. When the lights came on again, Braun still stood at the bar, though several places further down. The darkness had been kind to him. With everyone against him, he could work freely. And at saloon brawling, he was a master craftsman. Casualties held to a minimum, but there were plenty of cotton and catgut, splint and plaster cases. Cutter was still out, cold, and went to the hospital with the others. Not everyone joins in a roughhouse, and enough clear-headed witnesses remained to spare Braun any risk of charges. His fists were red and raw, but he seemed unhurt bodily. Somebody offered him a drink, but Braun just stood and looked at it, then raised his head to glance up where the back bar mirror had been. "Someday they'll use stainless steel for that," he said. "Then half the fun will be gone." Slowly his face screwed up tight, the leathery skin wrinkling like a withered apple. Eyes closed, he hammered a raw fist on the bar till blood spurted. He was like a hurt child trying to hurt himself more to get even with fate. "I had friends on the Venture 4, he cried wildly. "A lot of good friends. What happened to them? Where are they?" Calming down, he started talking. His voice was oddly detached and so low you could hardly hear him. "I was the 9th man," he said. "The rest were all techs of one kind or another. I was the only space tramp aboard. I've often wondered why they picked me, but somebody must have had a good reason. Maybe I was the catalyst. Each of the others could do one job extremely well. I could take over and do anything in an emergency. Not as well, but a scratch job to keep the show on the road. And when the ologies developed friction, I was the lubricant, the guy with no axe to grind who kept the others' axes sharpened and tempered." Braun stopped and flung himself at the drink. He seemed to need it, but he was under control again, almost too much under control. "We were way out, somewhere," he continued, "about as far as the others ever got. You can't express it in miles or in time because neither of them have the right meaning. Not out there." He stopped again. His eyes seemed to be staring beyond the outer limits of darkness, beyond the mystical barrier of the speed of life itself. "The ship came out of warp automatically. Robot machinery was set for that, to bring us out at intervals, though nobody could be sure just how it would function. Ordinary time intervals do not exist, and time itself is a random factor out there. They tell me we were gone more than 5 years, here. For us, it was weeks. Most of the time, we were in suspended animation, of course, with automatic controls to handle the ship and rouse one or more of us at intervals. Usually, the ship was out of the warp and stopped when we were awakened.
Twice, both in the early stages, it was not like that. Those times we were awake and in motion together. It was weird. Space was like black, transparent cellophane, wrinkled and bunched together with the ship leaping from one wrinkle to another. We could not see it, but that was the way we imagined it. We could see, though. Stars thinned out and drew together. Stars, like luminous lights crawling on the black body of eternity. Velocity and acceleration needles met in the center of the gauge. No change in the relation of the ship to anything was apparent, and none would be. Out of the warp, the ship hung, unmoving, in a vastness of dark. Even the galaxies showed but faintly in the visiplates. Destination was the spiral M31 in Andromeda. But the rest of Andromeda lay far behind, and a faint smudge ahead seemed as far away as the home galaxy, which was exactly the case. Venture 4 had reached the halfway point, with 750,000 light-years of loneliness in either direction. Poets and writers have called it the point of no return, when a ship has reached a point in its voyage where the distance back is as far as that still ahead. "Well, this is it," said Charters wearily. "We'll have to decide now whether to go back, or, if we think we can make it, push on ahead." Charters was captain pro tem, though on a technical ship, space formalities and titles were phantoms. Braun was unimpressed. "All right, it's the raw end of nowhere, and we're here. What does it prove?" Charters gave him a friendly slap. "It proves one thing, that we can make it. Next time, we could have made it this time if we'd known what to expect. We'll go back with our report, and the next ship will get there, and make it back to tell about it. We could get there, this time, but not back. Sure, we're all disappointed, but don't take it so hard. We haven't really failed. We made it easier to get the job done next time." "Yes," agreed Braun bitterly. "The job will be done, but not by us. We'll be too old before another ship is ready, and by the time the analysts are through with this one, it'll be junk, just like us." Charters laughed. The two were alone in the control room. The other techs, for once all awake at the same time, were busily checking their instruments, each in his own department. Braun was suffering from reaction. In an emergency, he could function superbly, but with nothing to do, he brooded. It was definitely the raw end of nowhere, though the instruments and record tapes called it by a variety of mathematical equations. According to the figures, the Venture 4 had made an interesting voyage, turning itself completely inside out several times at irregular intervals, smashing all existing speed and distance records, and extending the tenuous boundaries of man's interstellar and intergalactic survey by 250,000 light-years. Other ships might have gone further, but if they had, no one knew about it. They had vanished into some limbo of space. Mass proximity alarms blared through the corridors and cubicles of the Venture 4. Nerves, already tensed, vibrated like thin glass, ready to disintegrate from resonance. There should have been no mass anywhere near, not even a grain of cosmic dust. Blackness stretched in all directions, relieved only by the distant, dimly glowing smudges of galaxies. Assembled in the control room, Venture 4's company discussed the mystery. No conclusion was possible. Whatever was affecting the mass detectors lay dead ahead, still out of vision range, and not even showing in the telescopic relays. By vote, it was decided to investigate. The Venture 4 operated on democratic principles. Responsibility, like risk, was shared equally, and Captain Charters had one vote. Atomic jets, still useful for short-range runs and for close maneuvering, nudged the ship gently into motion, which is a relative thing in deep space. In this case, relative to what? By instrument only, The Venture 4 groped blindly toward the unknown object. By instrument only was it possible to gauge the approach. Proximity needles wavered wildly, then settled down to indicate swiftly diminishing distance, as if the alien object were matching velocity with the Venture 4 on a collision course. At such speeds, collision was possible. Charters began to worry silently. Dubiously, he eyed his crew. Picked men, all volunteers eager to challenge the unknown. But the unknown was still unknown, and responding almost too eagerly. Could it be another spaceship? Asked Braun, voicing the thought in every mind. Charters just looked at him. From there? From anywhere, Braun persisted. Who knows about curves or orbits out here? Topping, the astrophysicist, smiled grimly. Who knows about anything here? It wasn't till the mid-20th century that we even knew M31 was as big as our own galaxy, and twice as far away as had been thought, or guessed at the truth behind the Doppler shift. But a spaceship? Out here? Scoffed Charters. Topping shrugged. It could be. It could even be one of ours. From the future, perhaps. We've done some weird doubling about in the space-time continuum, remember? It could be anything, then, said Braun. Anything, echoed Topping. Start deceleration, ordered Charters, concerned with the more practical aspects of a possible encounter in alien space. Swing the controls over to manual. I'll feel better about the ship if it comes to dodging a collision. You have the practical piloting experience, Braun. Take over. Grinning, Braun seated himself at the manual keyboard and started pressing studs. Lights blinked off and on in patterns on the screen at vision level. He switched over to the visiplates mounted on the blunt bow. A sector of blackness dead ahead was projected onto the screen. There was nothing to see. Light in interstellar space is too feeble to reveal anything not self-luminous. Try a radiolume beam, suggested Charters. The screen flickered, then resumed its blackness. With no dust, no anything to reflect light back to the ship, the beam lost itself in the immensity. Braun worked with the studs. We're slowing, he announced. Now what? Try a dead stop, but be ready to move out fast in case the alien continues a collision course. Braun nodded. In the artificial gravity field, no effect of deceleration was perceptible. The ship slowed and stopped as dead as a ship stops, with no reference point to anything. What actually happened was a delicate balancing upon a number of mathematical equations, themselves unstable. Mass proximity needles, showing the expected increase by squares, indicated that the stranger also had come to a full stop by matching exactly at 0. It was an interesting fact that so far from home, the familiar laws of gravity seemed to hold their familiar relations. More interesting was the fact that the alien object or ship had stopped. See anything? Asked Charters. Not a thing, admitted Topping. How about the telescopes? McClure, the astrogator, reported then. Under the circumstances, his voice sounded curiously matter-of-fact. A faint point of light, not enough disk to tell much of anything about it. We'll try with... Can't be more than a mile away, I guess, said Braun. What do we do now? Just sit here and wait? Topping grunted. Reminds me of a pair of strange dogs meeting away from home and sniffing at each other with mutual curiosity and mistrust. That's about the way it would be, Charters agreed weakly. If that is an alien ship out there, what else could we do? We could try for contact, communicate with them somehow. Morse code? Asked Braun bitterly. There were humans in other parts of our own galaxy, some of them intelligent and highly civilized. We set up communications with them. There was a common basis with them, argued Braun. And we found some non-human intelligent races. Communications didn't do so well with them, and the Venture 4 is no warship. We came here to window shop, not to buy, and not to take over anything by force. We're not equipped for a row." Charters broke in. "Topping is right. We'll try to set up communication with a modulated light beam." "Go ahead and try," said Braun. "I'll stand by just in case of trouble, and when your idea fails, we can start talking sense." Charters and Topping left him at the controls and joined Tal Roberts in the communications office. Braun waited. When they returned, he could tell by the faces that their plan had fallen through. "Struck a snag?" he asked amiably. Charter's smile was weak. "We tried 2 messages. After a short wait, they repeated them. You might say we've established communications, but we're not getting anywhere." "The same messages? Nothing else?" "Nothing. Maybe they have no imagination. I have an idea if you're ready to listen." Charters nodded. "Go ahead, if it's nothing that will endanger the ship." "The ship isn't involved. We have 2 space lifeboats, though I can't figure where we'd escape to if anything went sour out there. I'll take one and slip away from the ship. With luck, I can sneak up on our friends. Without lights. Keep your beam turned on, aim right at the alien. I'll stay out of the beam, but it should give enough light to see by. If the thing looks like a real spaceship and there's a chance the occupants are human, I'll try to make actual contact. If not, I'll scurry on back. How about it? It could be dangerous. If anything happens, you won't be any worse off. Probably, if it's another ship, the people are just as scared and curious as we are. As the show stands, you don't even dare try to run for it. I'm expendable. That's a matter of opinion. I won't rule on this, Braun. We'll call the gang together and decide by vote." Half an hour later, the lifeboat was ready. Serviced with air, food, and water for an indefinite time, the tiny craft lay in its cradle. "Keep a light in the window for me," said Braun. He climbed aboard through the miniature airlock, which closed behind him. Solenoid magnets conveyed the lifeboat through chutes into the valve of the main airlock. Doors opened and closed with automatic finality. Air hissed back into the ship as pumps emptied the valve. With pressure equalized, the outer door opened into space. Braun eased his tiny craft free, then turned and ran forward alongside the Venture 4. From outside, the explorer ship seemed tremendous. It was a small world in itself, complete, self-sustaining, but mass conversion was necessary to power the velocities far beyond the speed of light, and already the voyage had eaten away too much of the ship's mass. A phantom glow hovered about the forward compartments, as if the metallic shell caught and reflected faint light from a distant source. Braun wondered about that subconsciously, but in the midst of so many wonders, one more mystery meant little. There was no light beam to be seen. His instruments found a course parallel to the invisible beam and followed it for him, with the robot pilot in charge. But for the ship dwindling behind him, the vault of space seemed empty. In the blackness ahead, though he could not see it, was a single small luminous speck. Behind him, the light of the ship diminished slowly to infinity. It vanished. Braun was alone with his mission. With no visible reference point, Braun's senses became unreliable. Unlighted, the lifeboat seemed a mote of darkness lost in the greater immensities. Even on the brink of the last unknown, the man grew restless and depressed. With nothing to see, nothing to occupy the senses of his brain, he was bored. Braun groped blindly and gave himself the luxury of a cigarette. While it lasted, the red glow of the cigarette's coal gave comfort to his loneliness. It gave him something on which to concentrate. There was no up, no down, no sideways, only ahead and behind, with invisible dots of light to identify each. He felt oddly trapped, at the mercy of automatic instruments. Curious and unpleasant illusions crowded upon him. For a time, he thought that all matter had vanished from the universe, that only he and his lifeboat existed in all the great void. Later, he thought that light itself had vanished. Telescopically, in any direction he could have found light,
But to his unaided eyes, all darkness was the same. Then came the weirder illusions of other senses, that his course followed no straight line or sane curves, but moved endlessly upon some infinite spiral. Time passed, and his eyes grew so accustomed to darkness that they did not see the light when it appeared. Ahead, just a faint point, steady, steel-hard, unwinking, it emerged from the blackness. Slowly, it increased in radiance rather than in size. Then at last it was a disk, like a beacon set out to guide him in. There was a beam, invisible with nothing to reflect its tight radiance or diffuse it. But as before, when leaving his own ship, he avoided the beam. Cruising closer, Braun began to make out details. It was a ship, no doubt about that. A phantom glow hovered about its forward compartments, as if the metallic shell caught and reflected faint light from a distant source. It was a ship, all right. A ship painfully like the Venture 4. A philosopher might have meditated upon parallel evolutions, but Braun was too deeply shocked for delvings into the deeper relations between man and his environments. The alien ship was identical. Braun satisfied himself of that by circling, studying every aspect of the stranger. There was the same indefinable quality which stamped it as man-made. Almost hysterical with his discovery, Braun nerved himself to switch off the automatic pilot and take over manual controls. Then he eased in quickly beside an airlock, which might have been the same one he had left. Magnetic grapnels reached out from the lifeboat, caught and dragged the lesser mass to the greater. At the controls, Braun guided his tiny craft to the airlock valve, and the outer doors slid shut and locked hermetically behind him. Some kind of atmosphere would be hissing into the valve now, building up pressure. It had to work like that. Almost beside himself, Braun crawled into a spacesuit, then settled back to wait impatiently. Light flooded the valve as the inner doors slid smoothly open. Braun made routine tests, then opened his cockleshell lifeboat hatch. Blinded by light, he climbed out. On rubbery legs, encased in the bulging suit of space armor, he walked to the gaping doorway and entered the alien ship. If a trap, it was a good one. Braun staggered backward. As his eyes became accustomed to the light, he stared. Disbelief in his senses and doubt of his sanity showed on his face. Opening the vent in his space helmet, he took a deep breath. Then he stared curiously at Charters and Topping. "You weren't gone long," observed Charters. The pair studied Braun, their expressions puzzled. "I guess I didn't get very far," admitted Braun uneasily. "Am I crazy, or is it everything else?" "That's anyone's guess," said Topping. "What happened?" "I'm not sure I know." They waited for explanations while Braun took a stiff slug of coffee laced with brandy. "Somehow I must have got turned around," admitted Braun ruefully. "I can understand that, but the lifeboat was set on automatic pilot. I thought I came straight across, and with the robot pilot I should have. What do you think happened?" Topping was sober. "There are several possible explanations. I don't like any of them. Maybe there's a flaw in space here. It could act like a mirror, reflecting back our own mass and the beam of our own light. Who knows? There may not even be an alien ship out there." "But there's nothing material out there," objected Braun. "I was there, and our instruments would show anything above the size of a speck of dust. For that matter, we can see the thing in our telescopes, and there's nothing we know that can distort the gravity effect of mass, let alone turn it around like light reflected from a mirror. Whoever heard of 9 men sealed in an oversized can and set down halfway between home galaxy and M31, reproved Topping. Light and gravity may not be functions only of our space-time continuum, but of others adjacent to and even overlapping ours.
We know very little about the nature of either, and some of our unexplained phenomena may be the result of actions and reactions outside our continuum." "That's getting too deep for me," said Braun. "I'm willing to try again, if only to prove I didn't funk out the first time. And this time I'll go across with the lights blazing. I want you to use radar and visual scanners on me all the way." Charters shook his head. "We're up against something we don't understand. I'm not sure I should permit—" "What's the harm?" pleaded Braun. "I came through without a scratch before. The worst that can happen is a repeat of the same farce. Besides, I've just had a brainstorm. Suppose this is not the same ship I left. Suppose there really are two ships exactly alike, even to the people on board. Suppose that there are two civilizations that developed identically." "Maybe you'd better go," laughed Charters. "If you keep on in that vein, you'll give us all nightmares." Braun's second try followed the same routine as the first. The difference was in Braun himself. Before, he had been mildly excited, calm but overstrained, expecting almost anything. There was a grimness about his second venture. He felt moody and more depressed than before. This time, there was no boredom. Before leaving, he took a good look around, fixing the faces of his companions into his memory, engraving the ship and endless details of its structure and decoration into his brain. He felt as if he were leaving all of it behind him forever. The worst that could happen, he thought, is the same thing. He was wrong about that. Approaching the alien ship, he braced himself. There was the light, then the ship with its metallic shimmer of reflected light dimmed by distance. Again he circled, studying the contours of the immense fabrication. He remembered an old French proverb about the more a thing changes, the more it remains the same. The ship was the same. It was the Venture 4. He would stake his life and his sanity on it. No matter. In a way, he was relieved. Once inside the ship, he would let the experts explain it to him. At least he had tried. Nobody could say this time that he funked the job. They would have had the scanners on him all the way, and this time he knew, somehow, that he had not turned around from any confusion. Also, with the lights on, he had watched the automatic pilot. There had been no trick turns. He had it on the flight record tapes. If the lifeboat had returned to its point of departure, the only possible explanation was that a space warp, or a flaw in the space-time continuum, had turned it inside out. "End of the line," Braun murmured contentedly. "End of the line again." Skillfully, he maneuvered the lifeboat up to the bulk of the Venture 4. He grappled it to the airlock valve and slipped it inside on the skids. The outer doors closed. This time he was so sure of where he was that he did not bother with the spacesuit. He waited till the inner doors opened to matched pressures, then scuttled out of the lifeboat. The air was breathable, the usual hydroponic cycle stuff, just what he was used to. It smelled oddly of pumps, as it always does, pump packing and growing things. Air in the lifeboat had been too rich in ozone, and Braun was giddy with the sharp tang of it. Braun strode confidently into the ship. No one was around to greet him. It was a gag they had worked up, he figured. All right, he'd play along. Through the ship he went, calling out names. Echoes rang hollowly in the vast interior, but they were the only answer. He kept wandering and calling, wandering and crying out. Finally, he was screaming hysterically. It was a long time before the fact got through solidly to him. He was alone on the ship. So far as he could tell, it was the Venture 4. Everything about the ship was the same. It was his ship. Wherever he had been, he was back on his ship. He had to keep on assuring himself of that. It was either the Venture 4 or an exact duplicate. But the other duplicate had duplicated the people, too. "Where is everybody?" he screamed. He went on screaming for a long time. A very long time. Smoke curled up from Braun's cigarette to join the dense layers near the bar ceiling. Light shone through the blued stratifications in blurred blobs as through fog. "That's the story," said Braun huskily. "Not all of it," somebody murmured. "Not quite. The ship was mostly automatic. I knew then why I had been picked. As I said, in an emergency, I could handle any job, or even all jobs, for as long as necessary. We had all the flight tapes from the long voyage out. Mainly it was a job for the computers. You couldn't just run the tapes through backward because nothing ever stands quite still in the universe. All I know is that we did it, the ship and I. The Venture 4 is the real hero, I guess. It brought me back." "What about the others?" somebody persisted. "I don't know," Braun answered irritably. "All I know is what I've told you. What happened to me. About the rest of the bunch, even the experts are still guessing. There are several theories. There were things about the ship, odd differences. Nothing I could catch, but the experts found curiosities. They think I was tricked, that it's not really the same ship, but a clever and almost miraculous duplicate. But why? And how?" Braun laughed bitterly. "Your guess is as good as anybody's. Mine is that I wasn't wanted. The rest of the crew were all specialists, trained technicians, each one the best in his field. If somebody out there wanted some samples of the best brains in the human race, he really got the top quality. They were all educated to the hilt, trained for a particular job. Maybe they were picked because they were ready for something else. They had the entrance qualifications. I hadn't. That may not be the only explanation. It's probably the best one." Braun poured himself another drink and drank it. His eyes stared blankly, as if the essential part of him was back out on the raw frontiers of the dark unknown. Somebody dragged him back to the bar with a final question. "But surely you must have some ideas of your own. What do you think happened to the others?" Braun smiled soberly. His voice was tired, and it sounded as empty as those blank spaces where no sun ever shines. "What I think doesn't matter. There may be another world out there, or something in hyperspace. That may be a point of contact, or it may be a barrier against all man's dreams of further expansion and exploration into the unknown. You asked what I think happened to the others, and it's a good question. People are going to keep asking me that. I don't know the true answer. Maybe I'll never know." Braun hesitated, glanced round him at the ring of strained and questioning faces. He saw the disbelief registered on them, the thinly veiled anger that seemed to shout out at him, "Why don't you tell us what really happened? Tell us the truth." Braun sighed resignedly. It was always the same. It would always be the same, wherever he went. And he would have to keep moving, alone, apart from other men. He walked past the silent, questioning faces and through the door, and down the street to the next bar. This has been The Voyage of Vanishing Men, lost sci-fi short stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 13, written by Stanley Mullen, narrated by Scott Miller. Copyright 2022 by Scott Miller. Production copyright 2022 by Scott Miller. The Plagiarist from Rigel 4. Lost sci-fi short stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. Book 30. Written by Evan Hunter. Narrated by Scott Miller. I bought the typewriter in a pawn shop on 3rd Avenue. The pawn shop proprietor was a balding old man with a walrus mustache. "How much?" I asked him. $5, he said casually. I glanced at him skeptically. The machine was a Remington Noiseless with italics, probably worth a little over $100 new, and it couldn't have been more than a year or two old. "How much?" I asked. $5 is what I said. 5. He held up the fingers of his widespread hand. 5. 1, 2, 3. What's wrong with it? I asked suspiciously. The old man shrugged. Something has to be wrong with it. Listen, young man, don't look the gift horse in the mouth. How come it's so cheap? The old man sighed deeply. You try to do a favor, you get all kinds of questions. Would you feel happier if I charged you $55? I wouldn't pay $55. I haven't got that much money. Have you got $5? Can you pay that much? Yes, but... All right, take the machine. A case goes with it. Believe me, young man, this is a bargain. $5? I asked again. $5. You want it? Yes or no? I got other things to do. I'll take it. The old man smiled. Good. You'll never regret it. He slid the machine off the counter and put it into its case. He snapped the case shut then, locked it, and handed me the 2 keys. Keys, even, he said, still smiling. A good buy. If I had $5, I'd buy it myself. His smile widened in appreciation of his own humor, and I couldn't shake the feeling that he was immensely relieved about something. I handed him the $5 bill reluctantly, scooped up the case, and left the shop, glancing back over my shoulder to see him still grinning behind the counter. I stopped at the grocer's to pick up some salami and a loaf of bread, and then I went back to my apartment. I lived in a small one-room flat in the village. I'd migrated there because I wanted to be surrounded by creative people. I'd been surrounded by them for close to 6 months now, but none of it had rubbed off on me. I'd finally been forced to sell my old typewriter to pay the rent, so that finding this one today, and at the ridiculous price of $5, had really been a godsend. I was almost happy as I prepared the salami sandwiches for my supper. When they were ready, I took them, together with a quart of milk and a glass, over to the small table that served as my desk. I carefully took the typewriter out of its case and rested it on the table. I closed the case then, brought it to the closet, and put it on the top shelf along my rainy day hat. I went back to the table, sipped a little milk, munched a little of the salami sandwich, and put a sheet of paper into the machine. I knew exactly what I wanted to type, mind you. I'd had the opening lines of the story in my mind for a good many weeks, only waiting for a typewriter to get them onto paper. They were fairly bubbling out of my head as I placed my hands on the keys. What I wanted to type was, the day was crisp and clear, with the promise of a mild afternoon in the air. It was the beginning of April, and spring rustled her greenness and yawned leisurely. I walked along happily. It was beautiful. I started to type. During the whole of a dull, dark, and soundless day in the autumn of the year, when the clouds hung oppressively low in the heavens, I had been passing along on horseback. I stared at the sheet of paper in the machine. I looked at it again. I said aloud. Isn't that funny? I shrugged, ripped the paper out of the machine, inserted another sheet, and started again. I had been passing alone on horseback through a singularly dreary tract of country, and at length found myself, as the shades of the evening drew on, within view of the melancholy house of Usher. I know now how it was, but I stopped typing again, and I looked curiously at the sheet of paper. I took a bite of the salami sandwich, washed it down with a gulp of milk, and then stared at what I'd written, leaning back with my hands off the keys. Well, I'll be damned, I said aloud. Poe! The keys suddenly started clacking of their own accord, and my mouth fell open in surprise. I stared at the sheet of paper as the carriage moved frantically, watching the black letters appear against its whiteness. Of course, Poe. What did you expect? Hemingway? I blinked my eyes twice. I beg your pardon? I said. The keys clacked, and the carriage moved, and I watched more words appear on the paper.
Can't you read, idiot?
Of course I can read, I protested.
Then why did you beg my pardon?
I put my nose close to the keys and studied them. Then I looked around the room suspiciously. I was alone. This is absurd, I said. Who ever heard of a typewriter?
What's absurd?
I pointed my finger sharply at the machine. And if you're so smart, why are you in all uppercase? Suppose you tell me that.
Because you left the shift key locked. If you'd simply...
I stabbed out with my finger at the shift release, and the carriage dropped abruptly.
Unlock the shift? Okay, there. That's much better.
You left out an apostrophe, I said meekly.
Did I? Well, I can't very well shift of my own accord, you know. I'm afraid this will have to do.
I sat back and smiled, watching the machine as the words appeared. I kept smiling even after the carriage stopped moving.
What's so funny?
Oh, nothing. Nothing, really. I spread my hand helplessly. Just smiling.
It would be just my luck to get another idiot, as if the shopkeeper wasn't bad enough.
I think I like you better uppercase, I said.
Do you?
Yes, that way at least you've got the apostrophes and question marks. I find it difficult to follow you this way.
I imagine you'd find it difficult to follow me anyway. But shift again, if you must.
Thank you. I stabbed out at the shift key and locked it in place.
Don't thank me. I'm just trying to establish some sort of rapport between us.
Well, I certainly do appreciate your efforts. You are real, aren't you? I mean, it's not the salami or anything.
No, it's not the salami or anything. God, you are an idiot, aren't you?
I shrugged. Not really. I'm not quite used to holding conversations with typewriters, though. I usually, well, that is to say, typewriters haven't usually answered me back.
Are you a writer?
Well, yes. Odd you should have guessed, isn't it?
Then let's start writing. I've got some wonderful ideas.
I smiled happily. Well, all right. Do you want me to do the actual typing?
Of course. How else would I shift?
That's right. I hadn't thought of it. Well, are you ready?
Quite.
Good. I've got a lot of ideas, too. I hunched over the machine, beginning to enjoy this immensely now. I suddenly remembered that the paper already had writing on it, so I put in a clean sheet and said, "Let's see now. Where should I begin?" I thought for a few moments and then leaned over eagerly. I knew just what I wanted to type. It began with, "The day was crisp and clear," with the promise. I poised my fingers over the keys and smiled happily. Still smiling, I started to type. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore. "Oh!" I exclaimed. I stopped typing abruptly.
"What is it now? And please lock the shift."
"Sorry," I mumbled. I locked the shift key.
"Well, what is it?"
"Nothing, except I don't write poetry."
"What do you write?"
"Fiction. Yes, fiction."
"Oh, all right. Put a clean sheet in me, and we'll start all over again."
I put in a new sheet of paper, poised my fingers over the keys, and said, "Here we go now. Fiction." I started to type. The Red Death had long devastated the country. No pestilence had ever been so fatal or so hideous. Blood was its avatar and its seal, the redness and the horror of blood. "Oh, no," I moaned.
"Listen, what's wrong now? And will you please lock—"
"Sorry."
"That damned shift key?" "Thank you. What the devil is the matter?"
"Why, this is the mask of the Red Death."
"Of course it is. And it's MASQUE, not MASK.
Yes, but it's still Poe."
"I know. What's wrong with Poe? Or, for that matter, how about Shakespeare?"
"Nothing. That is, nothing. But, they're I grinned weakly. "They've been done already, you know."
"So what?"
"I mean, they've been published already, all over, famous."
"What difference does that make?"
"Well, I wouldn't want to, The carriage slid across the machine angrily, and the bell rang.
"You are an idiot. A complete idiot."
"Couldn't we sort of compromise?" I asked quietly. "Don't you know anything but Poe?"
"There's nothing wrong with Poe. Come on, let's get at it. I've got a wonderful story called The Assignation."
"No," I shouted. "That's plagiarism. I won't do it." "You won't do what?" For a moment, I reared back from the machine, my eyes popping wide. Then I realized it had been a human voice I'd heard, and the voice had come from my door. I turned quickly, having a relieved sigh when I saw Perry standing there. "Hello, Fred," he said. "What is it you won't do?" "Oh," I waved my hand meaninglessly. Nothing really." He peered around the room curiously, his blue eyes intently searching every corner, his long nose almost twitching. "Got someone with you, Fred?" "No." Could have sworn I heard you talking to someone. I was reading some dialogue out loud." "Oh, working, are you?" He walked up to the machine, and I tried to cover the dialogue, or correspondence, I'd recently had with the typewriter. I was too late. He put his nose close to the machine as if he were smelling it to see if it was edible. "Curious," he said. "A new, art form?" "No," I snapped. That's Poe there, isn't it?" "I suppose," I said despondently. "Well, don't you know?" Yes, it's Poe." Perry grinned slyly. "Caught you, old boy?" "Caught me at what, may I ask?" "Uh-huh," Perry chided, wagging his finger. "I won't tell, don't worry." He headed for the door. "I've got to run." He wagged his finger once more, said another, "Uh-huh," and was gone. As soon as the door had closed behind him, I turned furiously to the typewriter. "Now see what you've done?" I shouted. "He thinks I was cribbing from Poe." The typewriter was silent. "Well, what do you have to say for yourself?" The keys did not move. I slammed my palm onto the spacebar. "Clamming up, eh? After you've gone and put my foot into it? You just shut up." "Well, all right. Stay shut up. See if I give one good damn." The typewriter didn't seem to care much. It didn't form a single word. I threw the carriage all the way to the right, stalked to the closet, and slammed my rainy day hat onto my head, even though it wasn't raining. At the door, I shot a hot glance at the machine and then walked out, slamming the flimsy wood behind me. I went straight to the pawn shop. I slammed the glass door behind me hard enough so that I thought it had shattered, and then I stalked over to the counter. The old man was nowhere in sight. I banged my fist on the wooden countertop. "Hey!" I yelled. "Just a minute." I sucked in a deep breath, held it until I thought I'd burst. "Hey!" I bellowed. All right. He came from the back of the store. He wore glasses, and he had a shock of black, unruly hair that toppled onto his forehead, giving his thin face a disheveled look. "Where's your boss?" I asked. "What?" He lifted his eyeshade, stared at me curiously. "Who?" "Your boss, the fat guy with the bald head and the mustache." He stared at me for another moment. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said at last. "Look," I said. "Your boss, the little guy who sold me the typewriter." "What typewriter?" he asked blankly. "The typewriter. My God, man, don't you know anything that goes on around here? The Remington Noiseless Portable. The one that was in the window." "Remington? In my window?" "Yes," I said patiently. "Right in your window." I pointed without turning around. "Right out there in your window. There, in the window." "You're mistaken," he said. I'm not mistaken. Don't be foolish. I came in here this afternoon and bought a typewriter, a Remington Noiseless Portable. It cost me $5, and—" He shook his head vigorously. "Oh, no. You're mistaken." "Oh, hell. There's no sense talking to you. When will your boss be back?" "I have no boss," he said indignantly. "I am my own boss. I own this shop." "Oh," I said. "I see. Well, this fat guy probably works for you, then. Is he out to supper?" His eyes narrowed. "There is no fat guy working for me. There is nobody working for me. I work alone." "Huh?" "I work alone," he said slowly, as if he were repeating the sentence for a sub-level moron. "Alone?" I gulped hard. "Alone," he said firmly. "Oh. Was there anything else I could do for you, sir?" he asked bitingly. "Before I close for the evening?" No, thank you. Thank you." I turned and walked out of the shop. On the sidewalk, I stopped to look up at the numbers on the door. They seemed to be the same numbers. And the 3 gold-gilt balls hanging over the doorway seemed the same, too. I shrugged. Perhaps I'd been wrong. There were a lot of pawn shops on 3rd Avenue, and maybe I just stumbled into the wrong one, being a little worked up and all. I started walking, stopping at the next pawn shop, ready to go in. I noticed that the grillwork fence was already up, gone for the day. I kept walking, stopped at 2 more closed fence shops, and then decided I'd let it go for tonight. I'd start again early in the morning, looking for the fat old man with the bald head and the mustache. I'd find him then, and straighten this all out. I went back to my room. The typewriter was sitting where I'd left it. I snatched the sheet of paper from the roller, tossed it onto the floor. I put a new sheet into the machine, and sat down to type what I wanted to type, knowing damned well I'd get Poe instead. I typed without looking at the sheet of paper, afraid almost at what I knew would be there. The murders in the Rue Morgue, maybe. Or Ullalum, if the machine had forgotten I didn't write poetry. I opened my eyes and stopped typing. I looked at what I'd written. The day was crisp and clear, with the promise of a mild afternoon in the air. It was the beginning of April, and spring rustled her greenness and yawned leisurely. I walked along happily. "Well, I'll be damned," I said. I leaned back, fully expecting some answer from the machine. There was none. I poked my forefinger at the shift key, tapped the space bar tentatively, rolled the roller, swung the carriage, sniffed at the ribbon. "Have you gone?" I asked the typewriter. There was no answer. I sighed happily and started to work, typing 12 pages of lousy prose, which I tossed into the wastebasket. But I was happier than I'd been since I bought the infernal machine. After a glass of orange juice, a cup of coffee, and a slice of burnt toast the next morning, I tackled the machine again. This time I was hot. There was nothing to stop me. The words ran from my brain to my fingers, onto the keys, spilling onto the clean sheets of paper. I typed furiously, feeling right about my work, knowing I was doing well. It was as if the machine and I were one, as if my fingers had become an extension of the keys. I didn't stop to think once. As soon as I'd taken one sheet of paper from the machine, I rolled in another and kept going. The delay of changing paper was almost too much to bear. The words just tumbled out of me, and they were good words, and it was a good story. I read it through when I finished it, sitting back and puffing happily on a cigarette. Then I put a clip on the pages, patted them fondly, and went next door to see Perry. He was a sculptor, and he had his hands full of clay and his stand full of what looked like a head. "Wash your hands." "Why?" He gouged his thumb at the blob of clay on his stand, and an eye socket magically appeared. I slapped the pages in my hand. "I want you to read this." "Later," Perry said. He gouged out another eye socket. "Now," I insisted. "It's the best thing I've ever done." Perry considered this for the space of 3 seconds. "Oh, all right." He went to the small sink in the corner of the room and rinsed the clay from his hands. He dried them quickly on a soiled towel, walked over to the lumpy divan that sprawled beneath his long window, and said, "Let's have it." I extended the manuscript, and he took it. I lit a cigarette and watched him while he read, my chest expanding with pride. When he finished, he put the manuscript down beside him and lighted a cigarette of his own. "A bit old-fashioned, isn't it?" he asked. "How so?" I answered, ready to spring to the defense of the story. "Well, using mesmerism for hypnotism, for example." "They're synonymous," I shouted. Perry stared at me curiously. "It's not a very well-known story," he said, "but I still don't think you will get away with it, no matter how much innocence you profess." "What in the name of God are you talking about?" I asked. He slapped the back of his hand onto the manuscript. "This, the facts in the case of M. Valdemar. That's what." "That's not the title I gave it," I said indignantly. "No, but it's the title Poe gave it." My mouth fell open. "Who? Who?" "Stop sounding like an owl. Poe. Edgar Allan." "No," I said. "Yes, Poe. Carrying this a bit far, aren't you, old boy?" "No," I said blankly. "No, no. If you intend having a nervous breakdown, I wish you'd do it in your own room. I really have quite a bit of work to—" "No," I said. "Poe." "Really now, Fred?" "My typewriter," I blurted. "It talks, Perry. It writes. It does stories. Poe. Always Poe. Perry." Oh, he said, staring at me curiously. "First Usher, and then The Raven, and Mask of the Red Death, and now the facts in the case of M. Valdemar. Quite. I have to go, Perry. I have to go talk to that typewriter. I have to find out what this is all about." Perry leaped to his feet. "Perhaps you'd like to lie down for a while, Fred. Maybe I can get you something cool to drink." "No," I mumbled. "Thanks. I've got to go talk to the machine." I left him and went back to my own room. I put a sheet of paper into the typewriter and said, "Why'd you do it? Why?" "Don't get melodramatic," the machine typed. "The story was 100 times better than that drivel you wrote last night." "Yes, but it's not mine. Can't you understand that? Poe wrote it." "And you think you're better than Poe? How ridiculous." "I think nothing of the sort. Besides, that has nothing at all to do with it. I simply can't go around writing stories another man has already written." "Why not?" "Well, I can't, that's all. It isn't done." "Ha!" "It isn't done in polite circles." "Ha ha!" "Well, I won't do it, and that's all there is to it."
Relax. If you didn't like that story, I know a lot of others.
"Why are you doing this to me? Why don't you just go back where you came from?"
Why am I doing what to you? I'm trying to help you, you idiot.
"I don't want your help. I want to muddle along on my own. I want to—"
Stop shouting.
"I'm not shouting. Besides, with your damned uppercase, you always look as if you're shouting."
It was you who suggested uppercase.
"You won't get away with this," I said, shaking my finger at the machine. "I'll get to the bottom of it, and when I do, I'll have you licked. You wait and see."
"I'll wait," the machine typed.
I nodded my head emphatically. It was almost noon, and I had a lot to do. I tossed one more fiery glance at the typewriter, and then left it alone on the table. I went into 12 pawn shops before I found the fat old man. When he saw me step through the doorway, he tried to duck into the back room, but I stopped him with my voice. "No, you don't," I shouted. I want to talk to you." He came back to the counter furtively, awaiting my approach like a man about to be hanged. "What is it?" he asked tiredly. "You know what it is," I told him. "Poe," he said. "Shakespeare?" "Just Poe so far," I said. "No Shakespeare yet?" he asked, surprised. "In a little while, I suppose. It's probably just warming up. Yes, that's right. The Poe came first, and then the Shakespeare." "You know about the typewriter, then?" The old man nodded his bald head sadly. "I know. And you say it'll go on to Shakespeare?" "God, no." "God, yes." "How? Why?" The old man shook his head forlornly. "I don't know. I think it's an acquired habit." "A habit? How can a typewriter—" "I got it from a doctor," he said. "A physician? What would a doctor be doing with Poe and Shakespeare?" "A Ph.D., he said. He got his doctorate in American literature. His specialty is Poe. Shakespeare is just a sideline with him. He told me this when he hocked the machine. But still, why would the machine—" "The doctor made a lot of collections, Poe mostly, Shakespeare too. He typed the manuscripts on this machine, he said. I suppose the machine just picked it up." "I want my money back," I said firmly. The old man backed away from the counter. "Oh, no, definitely no. You sold me a defective machine." "I made no claims. You bought a typing machine. The machine types, so you got no kicks." "But it types Poe. What the hell can I do with a machine that types only Poe?" "Not only Poe, Shakespeare, too." "I'll give it back to you," I told him. "Free. It's yours." "No, thank you. You can keep it." "I'll give you another $5, I pleaded. He went to the cash register, opened the drawer. "Here," he said. "This is the $5 you paid for it. Take it. Keep it. Keep the machine. You'll get used to Poe. And Shakespeare?" "Shakespeare, too. They're nice writers." I banged my fist on the counter. "I won't. I'll break that damned habit if it's the last thing I do." "That's the spirit," the old man said, unenthusiastically. "It's only a typewriter," I said. "If it learned a habit, it can learn to break the habit." "Certainly," the old man said, smiling. "Damn right. No goddamn typewriter is going to make a fool of me." "Of course not. Go to it. Teach it." He glanced at his watch. "It's time for lunch. Good luck, young man." "Damn right," I said again. "Damn right." "Exactly." I walked out of the shop, and the bell over the door tinkled behind me. I'd show that machine. I'd teach it to quote Poe at me. I'd show it. "You're a fake and a fraud." I sat down in front of the machine and snorted. "What?" "You heard me. You nearly had me fooled. Poe, Shakespeare, indeed. Any schoolboy knows those two by heart. You're nothing but a cheap plagiarist. No originality. But what can you expect from a stupid machine?" "Stupid? Why, you Earthman!" I laughed. "See? What did I tell you? Now you have to stoop to invective." I paused for a moment and stared at the now trembling keyboard with a frown. "Earthman? Of course I'm an Earthman. What did you expect?" "Ha! What other creatures in the galaxies could be so vain, except a backward race like yours?" I watched the madly clacking keys with my eyes bugging, but I managed to keep my voice a polite sneer. "Backward race? You seem to think Poe and Shakespeare were pretty progressive boys. We've got hundreds more, you know. What's your claim to fame?" "My claim to fame? Isn't it enough that I'm reaching you all the way from Rigel 4? You haven't even reached your puny moon yet." I gulped at that, but still managed to sneer. "So you're nothing but an eavesdropping alien. I should have known." "You only know because I've told you. That proves how backward you are." I flicked the shift key to hide the fact that my hand was trembling. What do you want from us? I tried to make it sound bored and simulated a yawn. I want to absorb your puny literature during my vacation. You put me in lowercase shift. This cramps my literary style. I shrugged, then lifted a querulous eyebrow. Literary style? You don't mean you actually have one yourself? There was enough disdain in my voice to get a harsh clatter from the keys with a lot of meaningless gibberish. I reached over and flicked it back into caps. You're so stupid I don't know why I bother with you. Style? I could tell you stories that would curl your hair. The libraries here on Rigel 4 make your Poe and Shakespeare look like old maids. I sat back in my chair and got a crafty feeling. Before I knew it, I said, "Prove it." There was silence for a moment. The keys just remained dead. I reached forward and tapped the machine. Stop that. I'm thinking. Very well, Earthman. I will prove it. And he did. I sat there for the next half hour, feeding paper into the machine, and it kept me busy. That typewriter sounded like a burp gun with hiccups. Finally, the typing ceased. The carriage clattered back, and there was a final spurt of words. Well, what are you waiting for? Read it. I read it. It made my hair curl. A story of galactic war. Invasion on Rigel 4 from a race 100 light-years in space. Havoc, suspense, adventure, all so utterly fantastic it seemed real. I was spellbound to the last line. I stared at the machine. Well, you sure this isn't another mimic job from Earth? Are you calling me a liar? You stupid. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. It's pretty good. Fantastic and all that. And a far cry from our Poe or Shakespeare, but... You are trying to compare your puny writers with ours? That's the last insult. I'm sorry I decided to look in on your planet for my vacation. Goodbye. Wait! I shouted the word. Why? I'm sorry. I apologize. It's just that you caught me unprepared. After all, you must admit this is something of a shock, hearing from you God knows how many light years away. Well now, that's better. You recognize your superiors after all. This was no time for wounded pride, so I nodded. You're right. We're incredibly backward, but we don't have to remain that way forever. Take your Rigel 4 libraries, for example. I'll bet your stories could teach us a lot. Naturally. And, I continued, gaining confidence now, you said you were on vacation, absorbing some of our literature, puny as it is. Have you had a taste of anything besides Poe and Shakespeare? No. Should I? Should you? Why, you barely scraped our culture. Tell you what, maybe we can make a deal. Deal? What's that? I mean, a trade. While you're on vacation, I'll swap writers with you. I'll type a story, and you reciprocate with one from your library. Fair enough? Well, you'd be getting the best of the bargain. I nodded humbly. I realize that. But think of the good you'd be doing, teaching us barbarians the glorious wonders of your civilization. That did it. The machine actually purred. I'll do it. Purely as a lark, of course. Fine. We'll begin next week. Next week? Why the delay? I want to get in a good supply of stories, I said, and got up, picking up the Rigel 4 manuscript. The machine was silent, so I made a dash for the door. Several months have gone by since I sold that first story to a science fiction magazine. At top rates, too. I've sold dozens of others since then, and my pen names are getting to be what the editors call top favorites. I'm sitting in my room now, a penthouse apartment, thank you, surrounded by a lavish library of classic Earth literature. Reggie, that's what I call my collaborator on Rigel 4, is just finishing a new science fiction epic. Then it will be my turn to write. I think I'll give him some Dumas today. How long can this last? Reggie is on vacation, you know, and I've since discovered that a Rigel 4 vacation is equivalent to 100 Earth years, which should keep me in champagne and caviar as long as the Earth classics hold out. So, what's all this got to do with you? A good question, and one I don't mind answering, since you won't believe it anyway. Where do you think all the stories in Imagination and other magazines have been coming from? This has been The Plagiarist from Rigel 4. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 30. Written by Evan Hunter. Narrated by Scott Miller. Copyright 2022 by Scott Miller. Production copyright 2022 by Scott Miller. Asleep in Armageddon. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. Book 43. Written by Ray Bradbury. Narrated by Scott Miller. You don't want death, and you don't expect death. Something goes wrong. Your rocket tilts in space. A planetoid jumps up. Blackness, movement, hands over the eyes, a violent pulling back of available power in the forejets. The crash. The darkness. In the darkness, the senseless pain. In the pain, the nightmare. He was not unconscious. "Your name?" asked hidden voices. "Sale," he replied in whirling nausea. "Leonard Sale." "Occupation?" cried the voices. "Spaceman," he cried, alone in the night. "Welcome, welcome." They faded. He stood up in the wreckage of his ship. It lay like a folded, tattered garment around him. The sun rose, and it was morning. Sale pried himself out of the small airlock and stood breathing the atmosphere. Luck. Sheer luck. The air was breathable. An instant's checking showed him that he had 2 months' supply of food with him. Fine, fine. And this, he fingered at the wreckage. Miracle of miracles. The radio was intact. He stuttered out the message on the sending key. Crashed on planetoid 787. Sale. Send help. Sale. Send help. The reply came instantly. "Hello, Sale. This is Adams in Marsport. Sending rescue ship Logarithm. Will arrive planetoid 787 in 6 days. Hang on." Sale did a little dance. It was simple as that. One crashed, one had food, one radioed for help. Help came. La! He clapped his hands. The sun rose and was warm. He felt no sense of mortality. 6 days would be no time at all. He would eat, he would read, he would sleep. He glanced at his surroundings. No dangerous animals. A tolerable oxygen supply. What more could one ask? Beans and bacon was the answer. The happy smell of breakfast filled the air. After breakfast, he smoked a cigarette slowly, deeply, blowing out. He nodded contentedly. What a life! Not a scratch on him. Luck. Sheer luck. His head nodded. Sleep, he thought. Good idea. 40 winks. Plenty of time to sleep. Take it easy. 6 whole, long, luxurious days of idling and philosophizing. Sleep. He stretched himself out, tucked his arm under his head, and shut his eyes. Insanity came in to take him. The voices whispered. "Sleep, yes, sleep," said the voices. "Ah, sleep, sleep." He opened his eyes. The voices stopped. Everything was normal. He shrugged. He shut his eyes casually, fitfully. He settled his long body. "Eee," sang the voices far away. "Ah," sang the voices. "Sleep, sleep, 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 sleep," sang the voices. "Die, die, 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 die," sang the voices. "Ooh," cried the voices. "Mmm." A bee ran through his brain. He sat up. He shook his head. He put his hands to his ears. He blinked at the crashed ship. Hard metal. He felt the solid rock under his fingers. He saw the real sun warming in the blue sky. "Let's try sleeping on our back," he thought. He adjusted himself, lying back down. His watch ticked on his wrist. The blood burned in his veins. "Sleep, sleep, 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 sleep," sang the voices. "Oh," sang the voices. "Ah," sang the voices. "Die, die, 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 die. Sleep, sleep, die. Sleep, die, sleep, die. Oh, ah, ee." Blood tapped in his ears, the sound of the wind rising. "Mine, mine," said a voice. "Mine, mine, he's mine." "No, mine, mine," said another voice. "No, mine, mine, he's mine." "No, ours, ours," sang 10 voices. "Ours, ours, he's ours." His fingers twitched, his jaws spasmed, his eyelids jerked. At last, sang a high voice. Now, the long time, the waiting, over, sang the high voice. Over at last. It was like being undersea. Green songs, green visions, green time. Bubbled voices drowning in deep liquors of sea tide. Far away choruses chanting senseless rhymes. Leonard's sail stirred in agony. "Mine, mine," cried a loud voice. "Mine, mine," shrieked another. "Ours, ours," shrieked the chorus. The din of metal, the crash of sword, the conflict, the battle, the fight, the war, all of it exploding, his mind fiercely torn apart. Eee! He leaped up, screaming. The landscape melted and flowed. A voice said, "I am Till of Rathalar, proud Till, Till of the blood mound and the death drum, Till of Rathalar, killer of men." Another spoke, "I am Lore of Wendillo, wise lore, destroyer of infidels." The chorus chanted, "And we the warriors, we the steel, we the warriors, we the red blood rushing, the red blood falling, the red blood steaming in the sun." Leonard's sail staggered under the burden. "Go away!" he cried. Leave me! In God's name, leave me! Eee! Shrieked the high sound of steel hot on steel. Silence. He stood with the sweat boiling out of him. He was trembling so violently he could not stand. Insane, he thought. Absolutely insane. Raving insane. Insane! He jerked the food kit open, did something to a chemical packet. Hot coffee was ready in an instant. He mouthed it, spilled gushes of it down his shirt. He shivered. He sucked in raw gulps of breath. Let's be logical, he thought, sitting down heavily. The coffee seared his tongue. No record of insanity in the family for 200 years. All healthy, well-balanced. No reason for insanity now. Shock? Silly. No shock. I'm to be rescued in 6 days. No shock to that. No danger. Just an ordinary planetoid. Ordinary. Ordinary place. No reason for insanity. I'm sane. Oh, cried a small metal voice within, an echo, fading. Yes, he cried, beating his fists together. Sane! Somewhere, a vanishing laughter. He whirled about. Shut up, you! He cried. We didn't say anything, said the mountains. We didn't say anything, said the sky. We didn't say anything, said the wreckage. All right, then, he said, swaying. See that you don't. Everything was normal. The pebbles were getting hot. The sky was big and blue. He looked at his fingers and saw the way the sun burned on every black hair. He looked at his boots and the dust on them. Suddenly, he felt very happy because he made a decision. I won't go to sleep, he thought. I'm having nightmares, so why sleep? There's your solution. He made a routine. From 9 o'clock in the morning, which was this minute, until 12, he would walk around and see the planetoid. He would write on a pad with a yellow pencil everything he saw. Then he would sit down and open a can of oily sardines and some canned fresh bread with good butter on it. From 12:30 until 4, he would read 9 chapters of War and Peace. He took the book from the wreckage and laid it where he might find it later. There was a book of T.S. Eliot's poetry, too. That might be nice. Supper would come at 5:30, and then from 6 until 10, he would listen to the radio from Earth. There would be a couple of bad comedians telling jokes, and a bad singer singing some song, and the latest news flashes, signing off at midnight with the UN anthem. After that, he felt sick. I'll play solitaire until dawn, he thought. I'll sit up and drink hot black coffee and play solitaire. No cheating until sunrise. Ho, ho, he thought. What did you say? He asked himself. I said, ha, ha, he replied. Sometime you'll have to sleep. I'm wide awake, he said. Liar, he retorted, enjoying the conversation. I feel fine, he said. Hypocrite, he replied. I'm not afraid of the night or sleep or anything, he said. Very funny, he said. He felt bad. He wanted to sleep, and the fact that he was afraid of sleep made him want to lie down all the more and shut his eyes and curl up. Comfy, cozy? Asked his ironic censor. I'll just walk and look at the rocks and the geological formations and think how good it is to be alive, he said. Ye gods, cried his censor. William Saroyan. You'll go on, he thought. Maybe one day, maybe one night. But what about the next night, and the next, and the next? Can you stay awake all that time for 6 nights until the rescue ship comes? Are you that good, that strong? The answer was no. What are you afraid of? I don't know. Those voices, those sounds. But they can't hurt you, can they? They might. You've got to face them sometime. Must I? Brace up to it, old man. Chin up and all that rot. He sat down on the hard ground. He felt very much like crying. He felt as if life was over and he was entering new and unknown territory. It was such a deceiving day, with the sun warm. Physically, he felt able and well. One might fish on such a day as this, or pick flowers, or kiss a woman, or anything. But in the midst of a lovely day, what did one get? Death. Well, hardly that. Death, he insisted. He laid down and closed his eyes. He was tired of messing around. All right, he thought, if you are death, come get me. I want to know what all this damn nonsense is about. Death came. Said a voice. Yes, I know, said Leonard Sale, lying there. But what else? Said a voice. I know that also, said Leonard Sale irritably. He turned cold. His mouth hung open wildly. I am Till of Rathalar, killer of men. I am Lore of Wendillo, destroyer of infidels. What is this place? Asked Leonard Sale, struggling against horror. Once a mighty planet, said Till of Rathalar. Once a place of battles, said Lore of Wendillo. Now dead, said Till. Now silent, said Lore. Until you came, said Till. To give us life again, said Lore. You're dead, insisted Leonard Sale, flesh writhing. You're nothing but empty wind. We live through you and fight through you. So that's it, thought Leonard Sale. I'm to be a battleground, am I? Are you friends? Enemies, cried Lore. Foul enemies, cried Till. Leonard smiled a rictal smile. He felt ghastly. How long have you waited? He demanded. How long is time? 10,000 years? Perhaps. 10 million years? Perhaps. What are you? Thoughts? Spirits? Ghosts? All of those, and more. Intelligences? Precisely. How did you survive? Sang the chorus far away. Sang another army, waiting to fight. Once upon a time, this was fertile land, a rich planet, and there were 2 nations, strong nations, led by 2 strong men, I, Lore, and he, that one who calls himself Till. And the planet declined and gave way to nothingness. The peoples and the armies languished in the midst of a great war which had lasted 5,000 years. We lived long lives and loved long loves, drank much, slept much, fought much. And when the planet died, our bodies withered, and only in time and with much science did we survive. Survive? Wondered Leonard Sale. But there is nothing of you.
Our minds, fool. Our minds. What is a body without a mind?
Ha! What is a mind without a body? Laughed Leonard Sale. I've got you there. Admit it. I've got you.
True, said the cruel voice. One is useless, lacking the other. But survival is survival, even when unconscious. The minds of our nations, through science, through wonder, survived.
But without senses, lacking eyes, ears, lacking touch, smell, and the rest?
Lacking all those, yes. We were vapors merely, for a long time, until today.
And now I am here, thought Leonard Sale.
You are here, said the voice, to give substance to our mentalities, to give us our needed body.
I'm only one, thought Sale.
Nevertheless, you are of use.
I'm an individual, thought Sale. I resent your intrusion. He resents our intrusion. Did you hear him, Lore? He resents.
As if he had a right to resent.
Be careful, warned Sale. I'll blink my eyes and you'll be gone, phantoms. I'll wake up and rub you out.
But you'll have to sleep again sometime, cried Lore. And when you do, we'll be here, waiting, waiting, waiting for you.
What do you want?
Solidity, mass, sensation again.
You can't both have it.
We'll fight that out between us.
A hot clamp twisted his skull. It was as if a spike had been thrust and beaten down between the bivalvular halves of his brain. Now it was terribly clear, horribly, magnificently clear. He was their universe. The world of his thoughts, his brain, his skull, divided into two camps, that of Lore, that of Till. They were using him. Pennants flung up on a pink mine sky. Brass shields caught the sun. Gray animals shifted and came rushing in bristling tides of sword and plume and trumpet. Eee! The rushing. Ah! The roaring. Now! The whirling. 10,000 men hurtled across the small hidden stage. 10,000 men floated on the shellacked inner ball of his eye. 10,000 javelins hissed between the small bone hulls of his head. 10,000 jeweled guns exploded. 10,000 voices chanted in his ears. Now his body was riven and extended, shaken and rolled. He was screaming, writhing. The plates of his skull threatened to burst asunder. The gabbling, the shrilling, as across bone plains of mind and continent of inner marrow, through gullies of vein, down hills of artery, over rivers of melancholy, came armies and armies. One army, two armies. Swords flashed in the sun, bearing down upon each other. 50,000 minds snatching, scrabbling, cutting at him, demanding, using. In a moment, the hard collision. One army on another. The rush, the blood, the sound, the fury, the death, the insanity. Like cymbals, the army struck. He leaped up, raving. He ran across the desert. He ran and did not stop running. He sat down and cried. He sobbed until his lungs ached. He cried very hard and long. Tears ran down his cheeks and into his upraised, trembling fingers. God, help me! Oh, God, help me! All was normal again. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The rocks were baked by the sun. He managed, after a time, to cook himself a few hot biscuits, which he ate with strawberry jam. He wiped his stained fingers on his shirt blindly, trying not to think. At least I know what I'm up against, he thought. Oh, Lord, what a world! What an innocent-looking world! And what a monster it really is. It's good no one ever explored it before. Or did they? He shook his aching head. Pity them, whoever crashed here before, if any ever did. Warm sun, hard rocks, not a sign of hostility. A lovely world. Until you shut your eyes and relaxed your mind. And the night and the voices and the insanity and the death patted in on soft feet. I'm all right now, though, he said proudly. Look at that. He displayed his hand. By a supreme effort of will, it was no longer shaking. I'll show you who in hell's ruler here, he announced to the innocent sky. I am. He tapped his chest. To think that thought could live that long. 1,000,000 years, perhaps. All these thoughts of death and disorder and conquest lingering in the innocent but poisonous air of the planet, waiting for a real man to give them a channel through which they might issue again in all their senseless virulence. Now that he was feeling better, it was all silly. All I have to do, he thought, is stay awake 6 nights. They won't bother me that way. When I'm awake, I'm dominant. I'm stronger than those crazy monarchs and their silly tribes of sword flingers and shield bearers and horn blowers. I'll stay awake. But can you? He wondered. 6 whole nights? Awake? There's coffee and medicine and books and cards. But I'm tired now. So tired, he thought. Can I hold out? Well, if not, there's always the gun. Where will these silly monarchs be if you put a bullet through their stage? All the world's a stage. No, you, Leonard Sale, are the small stage, and they the players. And what if you put a bullet through the wings, tearing down scenes, destroying curtains, ruining lines? Destroy the stage, the players, all, if they aren't careful. First of all, he must radio through to Marsport again. If there was any way they could rush the rescue ship sooner, then maybe he could hang on. Anyway, he must warn them what sort of planet this was. This so innocent-seeming spot of nightmare and fever vision. He tapped on the radio key for a minute. His mouth tightened. The radio was dead. It had sent through the proper rescue message, received a reply, and then extinguished itself. The proper touch of irony, he thought. There was only one thing to do. Draw a plan. This he did. He got a yellow pencil and delineated his 6-day plan of escape. Tonight, he wrote, read 6 more chapters of War and Peace. At 4 a.m, have hot black coffee. At 4:15, take cards from the pack and play 10 games of solitaire. This should take until 6:30, when more coffee. At 7 o'clock, listen to early morning programs from Earth, if the receiving equipment on the radio works at all. Does it? He tried the radio receiver. It was dead. Well, he wrote, from 7 o'clock until 8, sing all the songs you remember. Make your own entertainment. From 8 until 9, think about Helen King. Remember Helen? On second thought, think about Helen right now. He marked that out with his pencil. The rest of the days were set down in minute detail. He checked the medical kit. There were several packets of tablets that would keep you awake. 1 tablet an hour, every hour for 6 days. He felt quite confident. Here's mud in your evil eye, Lore, Till. He swallowed one of the stay-awake tablets with a scalding mouth of black coffee. Well, with one thing and another, it was Tolstoy or Balzac. Gin rummy, coffee, tablets, walking, more Tolstoy, more Balzac, more gin rummy, more solitaire. The first day passed, as did the second and the third. On the fourth day he lay quietly in the shade of a rock, counting to 1,000 by 5s, then by 10s, to keep his mind occupied and awake. His eyes were so tired he had to bathe them frequently in cool water. He couldn't read. He was bothered with splitting headaches. He was so exhausted he couldn't move. He was numb with medicine. He resembled a waxen dummy, stuffed with things to preserve him in a state of horrified wakefulness. His eyes were glass, his tongue a rusted pike. His fingers felt as if they were gloved in needles and fur. He followed the hand of his watch. 1 second less to wait, he thought. 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4, 5, 10, 30 seconds, a whole minute. Now an hour less time to wait. Oh, ship, hurry on thy appointed round. He began to laugh softly. What would happen if he just gave up, drifted off into sleep? Sleep. Sleep. Perchance to dream. All the world a stage. What if he gave up the unequal struggle, lapsed down? Eee! The high, shrill warning sound of battle metal. He shivered. His tongue moved in his dry, burry mouth. Lore and Till would battle out their ancient battle. Leonard Sale would become quite insane, and whichever won the battle would take this ruin of an insane man, the shaking, laughing wild body, and wander it across the face of this world for 10, 20 years, occupying it, striding in it, pompous, holding court, making grand gestures, ordering heads severed, calling on inward, unseen dancing girls. Leonard Sale, what remained of him, would be led off to some hidden cave, there to be infested with wars and worms of wars for 20 insane years, occupied and prostituted by old and outlandish thoughts. When the rescue ship arrived, it would find nothing. Sale would be hidden somewhere by a triumphant army in his head, hidden in some cleft of rock, placed there like a nest for Lore to lie upon in evil occupation. The thought of it almost broke him in half. 20 years of insanity. 20 years of torture. Doing what you don't want to do. 20 years of wars raging and being split apart. 20 years of nausea and trembling. His head sank down between his knees. His eyes snapped and cracked and made soft noises. His eardrum popped tiredly. Sleep, sleep, sang soft sea voices. I'll make a proposition with you. Listen, thought Leonard Sale. You, Lore, you too, Till. Lore, you can occupy me on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Till, you can take me over on Sundays, Tuesdays, and Saturdays. Thursday is maid's night out. Okay? Eee, sang the sea tides, seething in his brain. Oh, sang the distant voices softly, soft. What'll you say? Is it a bargain, Lore? Till? No, said a voice. No, said another. Greedy, both of you greedy, complained Sail. A pox on both your houses. He slept. He was Lore, jeweled rings on his hands. He arose beside his rocket and held out his fingers, commanding blind armies. He was Lore, ancient ruler of jeweled warriors. He was Till, lover of women, killer of dogs. With some hidden bit of awareness, his hand crept to the holster at his hip. The sleeping hand withdrew the gun there. The hand lifted. The gun pointed. The armies of Till and Lore gave battle. The gun exploded. The bullet tore across Sail's forehead, wakening him. He stayed awake for another 6 hours, getting over his latest siege. He knew it to be hopeless now. He washed and bandaged the wound he had given himself. He wished he had aimed straighter, and it was all over. He watched the sky. 2 more days. 2 more. Come on, ship. Come on. He was heavy with sleeplessness. No use. At the end of 6 hours, he was raving badly. He took the gun up and put it down and took it up again, put it against his head, tightened his hand on the trigger, changed his mind, looked at the sky again. Night settled. He tried to read, threw the book away. He tore it up and burned it, just to have something to do. So tired. In another hour, he decided, if nothing happens, I'll kill myself. This is for certain now. I'll do it this time. He got the gun ready and laid it on the ground next to himself. He was very calm now, though tired. It would be over and done. He would be dead. He watched the minute hand of his watch. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 25 minutes. The flame appeared on the sky. It was so unbelievable he started to cry. "A rocket," he said, standing up. "A rocket," he cried, rubbing his eyes. He ran forward. The flame brightened, grew, came down. He waved frantically, running forward, leaving his gun, his supplies, everything behind. "You see that, Lore? Till? You savages! You monsters! I beat you! I won! They're coming to rescue me now! I've won, damn you!" He laughed harshly at the rocks and the sky and the backs of his hands. The rocket landed. Leonard's sail stood swaying, waiting for the door to lid open. "Goodbye, Lore! Goodbye, Till!" he shouted in triumph, grinning, eyes hot. "Eee!" sang a diminishing roar in time. "Ah!" Voices faded. The rocket flipped wide its airlock. 2 men jumped out. "Sail," they called. "We're ship ACDN-13. Intercepted your SOS and decided to pick you up ourselves. The Marsport ship won't get through until day after tomorrow. We want a spot of rest ourselves. Thought it'd be good to spend the night here, pick you up, and go on." "No," said Sail, face melting with terror. "No spend night." He couldn't talk. He fell to the ground. "Quick," said a voice in the bleary vortex over him. "Give him a shot of food liquid, another of sedative. He needs sustenance and rest." "No rest!" screamed Sail. "Delirious," said one man softly. "No sleep!" screamed Sail. There, said the man gently. A needle poked into Sail's arm. Sail thrashed. "No sleep. Go," he mouthed horribly. "Oh, go." "Delirious," said one man. "Shock." "No sedative," screamed Sail. The sedative flowed into him. "Eee," sang the ancient winds. "Ah."
sang the ancient seas.
"No sedative, no sleep, please, don't, don't, don't!"
screamed Sail, trying to get up.
"You don't understand."
"Take it easy, old man. You're safe among us now. Nothing to worry about," said the rescuer above him. Leonard Sail slept. The two men stood over him. As they watched, Sail's features changed violently. He groaned and cried and snarled in his sleep. His face was riven with emotion. It was the face of a saint, a sinner, a fiend, a monster, a darkness, a light, one, many, an army, a vacuum, all. He writhed in his sleep. "Eee!" The sound burst from his mouth. "Ah!" he screamed. "What's wrong with him?" asked one of the two rescuers. "I don't know. More sedative?" "More sedative. Nerves. He needs more sleep." They stuck the needle in his arm. Sail writhed and spat and moaned. Then, suddenly, he was dead. He lay there, the two men over him. "What a shame," said one of them. "Can you figure that? Shock. Poor guy. What a pity." They covered his face. "Did you ever see a face like that? Totally insane. Loneliness. Shock. Yes, Lord, what an expression. I hope never to see a face like that again. What a shame. Waiting for us, and we arrive, and he dies anyway." They glanced around. "What shall we do? Shall we spend the night?" "Yes, it's good to be out of the ship. We'll bury him first, of course." "Naturally. And spend the night in the open, with good air, right? Good to be in the open again, after 2 weeks in that damned ship." "Right. I'll find a spot for him. You start supper, eh?" "Done. Should be good sleeping tonight." "Fine. They made a grave and said a word over it. They drank their evening coffee silently. They smelled the sweet air of the planet and looked at the lovely sky and the bright and beautiful stars. "What a night," they said, lying down. "Pleasant dreams," said one, rolling over. And the other replied, "Pleasant dreams." They slept. This has been Asleep in Armageddon, lost sci-fi short stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 43, written by Ray Bradbury, narrated by Scott Miller. Please visit LostSciFi.com for more information on our growing library of science fiction audiobooks. Copyright and production copyright 2022 by Scott Miller. Sales pitch. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 46. Written by Philip K. Dick. Narrated by Scott Miller. Commute ships roared on all sides as Ed Morris made his way wearily home to Earth at the end of a long, hard day at the office. The Ganymede Terra lanes were choked with exhausted, grim-faced businessmen. Jupiter was in opposition to Earth, and the trip was a good 2 hours. Every few million miles, the great flow slowed to a grinding, agonized halt. Signal lights flashed as streams from Mars and Saturn fed into the main traffic arteries. "Lord," Morris muttered, "how tired can you get?" He locked the autopilot and momentarily turned from the control board to light a much-needed cigarette. His hands shook. His head swam. It was past 6. Sally would be fuming. Dinner would be spoiled. The same old thing. Nerve-wracking driving, honking horns, and irate drivers zooming past his little ship. Furious gesturing, shouting, cursing, and the ads. That was what really did it. He could have stood everything else, but the ads,
the whole long way from Ganymede to Earth, and on Earth the swarms of sales robots. It was too much, and they were everywhere. He slowed to avoid a 50-ship smash-up. Repair ships were scurrying around, trying to get the debris out of the lane. His audio speaker wailed as police rockets hurried up. Expertly, Morris raised his ship, cut between two slow-moving commercial transports, zipped momentarily into the unused left lane, and then sped on, the wreck left behind. Horns honked furiously at him. He ignored them. "Trans Solar Products greets you," an immense voice boomed in his ear. Morris groaned and hunched down in his seat. He was getting near Terra. The barrage was increasing. Is your tension index pushed over the safety margin by the ordinary frustrations of the day? Then you need an ID persona unit, so small it can be worn under the ear, close to the frontal lobe. Thank God he was past it. The ad dimmed and receded behind, as his fast-moving ship hurtled forward. But another was right ahead. Drivers. Thousands of unnecessary deaths each year from interplanet driving. Hypno-motor control from an expert source point ensures your safety. Surrender your body and save your life. The voice roared louder. Industrial experts say, both audio ads, the easiest to ignore. But now a visual ad was forming. He winced, closed his eyes, but it did no good. Men, an unctuous voice thundered on all sides of him. Banish internally caused obnoxious odors forever. Removal by modern painless methods of the gastrointestinal tract and substitution system will relieve you of the most acute cause of social rejection. The visual image locked. A vast nude girl, blonde hair disarranged, blue eyes half shut, lips parted, head tilted back in sleep-drugged ecstasy. The features ballooned as the lips approached his own. Abruptly, the orgiastic expression on the girl's face vanished. Disgust and revulsion swept across, and then the image faded out. "Does this happen to you?" the voice boomed. "During erotic sex play, do you offend your love partner by the presence of gastric processes, which—" The voice died, and he was past. His mind his own again, Morris kicked savagely at the throttle and sent the little ship leaping. The pressure, applied directly to the audio-visual regions of his brain, had faded below spark point. He groaned and shook his head to clear it. All around him, the vague, half-defined echoes of ads glittered and gibbered, like ghosts of distant video stations. Ads waited on all sides. He steered a careful course, dexterity born of animal desperation, but not all could be avoided. Despair seized him. The outline of a new visual audio ad was already coming into being. "You, Mr. Wage Earner," it shouted into the eyes and ears, noses and throats of 1,000 weary commuters. Tired of the same old job? Wonder Circuits, Inc. has perfected a marvelous long-range thought-wave scanner. Know what others are thinking and saying. Get the edge on fellow employees. Learn facts, figures about your employer's personal existence. Banish uncertainty. Morris's despair swept up wildly. He threw the throttle on full blast. The little ship bucked and rolled as it climbed from the traffic lane into the dead zone beyond. A shrieking roar as his fender whipped through the protective wall, and then the ad faded behind him. He slowed down, trembling with misery and fatigue. Earth lay ahead. He'd be home soon. Maybe he could get a good night's sleep. He shakily dropped the nose of the ship and prepared to hook onto the tractor beam of the Chicago commute field. "The best metabolism adjuster on the market," the sales robot shrilled. "Guaranteed to maintain a perfect endocrine balance, or your money refunded in full." Morris pushed wearily past the sales robot, up the sidewalk toward the residential block that contained his living unit. The robot followed a few steps,
then forgot him and hurried after another grim-faced commuter. "All the news while it's news," a metallic voice dinned at him. "Have a retinal vidscreen installed in your least used eye. Keep in touch with the world. Don't wait for out-of-date hourly summaries." "Get out of the way," Morris muttered. The robot stepped aside for him, and he crossed the street with a pack of hunched-over men and women. Robot salesmen were everywhere, gesturing, pleading, shrilling. One started after him, and he quickened his pace. It scurried along, chanting its pitch and trying to attract his attention all the way up to the hill to his living unit. It didn't give up until he stooped over, snatched up a rock, and hurled it futilely. He scrambled in the house and slammed the door lock after him. The robot hesitated, then turned and raced after a woman with an armload of packages toiling up the hill. She tried vainly to elude it, without success. "Darling!" Sally cried. She hurried from the kitchen, drying her hands on her plastic shorts, bright-eyed and excited. "Oh, you poor thing. You look so tired." Morris peeled off his hat and coat and kissed his wife briefly on her bare shoulder. "What's for dinner?" Sally gave his hat and coat to the closet. "We're having Uranian wild pheasant, your favorite dish." Morris's mouth watered, and a tiny surge of energy crawled back into his exhausted body. "No kidding? What the hell's the occasion?" His wife's brown eyes moistened with compassion. "Darling, it's your birthday. You're 37 years old today. Had you forgotten?" "Yeah." Morris grinned a little. "I sure had." He wandered into the kitchen. The table was set. Coffee was steaming in the cups, and there was butter and white bread, mashed potatoes, and green peas. My golly, a real occasion. Sally punched the stove controls, and the container of smoking pheasant was slid onto the table and neatly sliced open. "Go wash your hands, and we're ready to eat. Hurry, before it gets cold." Morris presented his hands to the wash slot, and then sat down gratefully at the table. Sally served the tender, fragrant pheasant, and the two of them began eating. "Sally," Morris said when his plate was empty and he was leaning back and sipping slowly at his coffee, "I can't go on like this. Something's got to be done." "You mean the drive? I wish you could get a position on Mars like Bob Young. Maybe if you talk to the Employment Commission and explain to them how all the strain, it's not just the drive. They're right out front, everywhere, waiting for me, all day and night." "Who are, dear?" "Robots, selling things. As soon as I set down the ship, robots and visual audio ads. They dig right into a man's brain. They follow people around until they die." "I know." Sally patted his hand sympathetically. "When I go shopping, they follow me in clusters, all talking at once. It's really a panic. You can't understand half what they're saying." "We've got to break out." "Break out?" Sally faltered. "What do you mean?" "We've got to get away from them. They're destroying us." Morris fumbled in his pocket and carefully got out a tiny fragment of metal foil. He unrolled it with painstaking care and smoothed it out on the table. "Look at this. It was circulated in the office among the men. It got to me, and I kept it." "What does it mean?" Sally's brow wrinkled as she made out the words. "Dear, I don't think you got all of it. There must be more than this." "A new world," Morris said softly, "where they haven't got to yet. It's a long way off, out beyond the solar system, out in the stars. Proxima? 20 planets, half of them habitable. Only a few thousand people out there. Families, workmen, scientists, some industrial survey teams. Land free for the asking. But it's so..." Sally made a face. "Dear, isn't it sort of underdeveloped? They say it's like living back in the 20th century. Flush toilets, bathtubs, gasoline-driven cars." "That's right." Morris rolled up a bit of crumpled metal, his face grim and dead serious.
It's 100 years behind times. None of this. He indicated the stove and the furnishings in the living room. We'll have to do without. We'll have to get used to a simpler life, the way our ancestors lived. He tried to smile, but his face wouldn't cooperate. You think you'd like it? No ads, no sales robots. Traffic moving at 60 miles an hour instead of 60 million. We could raise passage on one of the big trans-system liners. I could sell my commute rocket. There was a hesitant, doubtful silence. Ed, Sally began, I think we should think it over more. What about your job? What would you do out there? I'd find something. But what? Haven't you got that part figured out? A shrill tinge of annoyance crept into her voice. It seems to me we should consider that part just a little more before we throw away everything and just take off. If we don't go, Morris said slowly, trying to keep his voice steady, they'll get us. There isn't much time left. I don't know how much longer I can hold them off. Really, Ed, you make it sound so melodramatic. If you feel that bad, why don't you take some time off and have a complete inhibition check? I was watching a vid program, and I saw them going over a man whose psychosomatic system was much worse than yours. A much older man. She leaped to her feet. Let's go out tonight and celebrate, okay? Her slim fingers fumbled at the zipper of her shorts. I'll put on my new plastirobe, the one I've never had nerve enough to wear. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurried into the bedroom. You know the one I mean? When you're up close, it's translucent, but as you get farther off, it becomes more and more sheer until... I know the one, Morris said wearily. I've seen them advertised on my way home from work. He got slowly to his feet and wandered into the living room. At the door of the bedroom, he halted. Sally? Yes? Morris opened his mouth to speak. He was going to ask her again, talk to her about the metal foil fragment he had carefully wadded up and carried home. He was going to talk to her about the frontier, about Proxima Centauri, going away and never coming back. But he never had a chance. The door chimes sounded. Somebody's at the door, Sally cried excitedly. Hurry up and see who it is. In the evening darkness, the robot was a silent, unmoving figure. A cold wind blew around it and into the house. Morris shivered and moved back from the door. What do you want? He demanded. A strange fear licked at him. What is it? The robot was larger than any he had seen. Tall and broad, with heavy metallic grippers and elongated eye lenses. Its upper trunk was a square tank instead of the usual cone. It rested on 4 treads, not the customary 2. It towered over Morris, almost 7 feet high, massive and solid. Good evening, it said calmly. Its voice was whipped around by the night wind. It mixed with the dismal noises of evening, the echoes of traffic, and the clang of distant street signals. A few vague shapes hurried through the gloom. The world was black and hostile. Evening, Morris responded automatically. He found himself trembling. What are you selling? I would like to show you a fast rad, the robot said. Morris's mind was numb. It refused to respond. What was a fast rad? There was something dreamlike and nightmarish going on. He struggled to get his mind and body together. A what? He croaked. A fast rad. The robot made no effort to explain. It regarded him without emotion, as if it was not its responsibility to explain anything. It will only take a moment. Morris began. He moved back out of the wind, and the robot, without change of expression, glided past him and into the house. Thank you, it said. It halted in the middle of the living room. Would you call your wife, please? I would like to show her the fast rad also. Sally, Morris muttered helplessly. Come here. Sally swept breathlessly into the living room. her breasts quivering with excitement. "What is it?" "Oh." She saw the robot and halted uncertainly. "Ed, did you order something? Are we buying something?" "Good evening," the robot said to her. "I am going to show you the Fasrad. Please be seated, on the couch, if you will, both together." Sally sat down expectantly, her cheeks flushed, eyes bright with wonder and bewilderment. Numbly, Ed seated himself beside her. "Look," he muttered thickly. "What the hell is a Fasrad? What's going on? I don't want to buy anything." "What is your name?" the robot asked him. "Morris." He almost choked. "Ed Morris." The robot turned to Sally. "Mrs. Morris?" It bowed slightly. "I'm glad to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Morris. You are the first persons in your neighborhood to see the Fasrad. This is the initial demonstration in this area." Its cold eyes swept the room. "Mr. Morris, you are employed, I assume. Where are you employed?" "He works on Ganymede," Sally said dutifully, like a little girl in school, "for the Terran Metals Development Company." The robot digested this information. "A Fasrad will be of value to you." It eyed Sally. "What do you do?" "I'm a tape transcriber at Histo Research." "A Fasrad will be of no value in your professional work, but it will be helpful here in the home." It picked up a table in its powerful steel grippers. "For example, sometimes an attractive piece of furniture is damaged by a clumsy guest." The robot smashed the table to bits. Fragments of wood and plastic rained down. "A Fasrad is needed." Morris leaped helplessly to his feet. He was powerless to halt events. A numbing weight hung over him as the robot tossed the fragments of table away and selected a heavy floor lamp. "Oh, dear," Sally gasped. "That's my best lamp." "When a Fasrad is possessed, there is nothing to fear." The robot seized the lamp and twisted it grotesquely. It ripped the shade, smashed the bulbs, then threw away the remnants. "A situation of this kind can occur from some violent explosion, such as an H-bomb." "For God's sake," Morris muttered, "An H-bomb attack may never occur," the robot continued, "but in such an event, a Fasrad is indispensable." It knelt down and pulled an intricate tube from its waist. Aiming the tube at the floor, it atomized a hole 5 feet in diameter. It stepped back from the yawning pocket. "I have not extended this tunnel, but you can see a Fasrad would save your life in case of attack." The word attack seemed to set off a new train of reactions in its metal brain. "Sometimes a thug or hood will attack a person at night," it continued. Without warning, it whirled and drove its fist through the wall. A section of the wall collapsed in a heap of powder and debris. "That takes care of the thug." The robot straightened out and peered around the room. "Often, you are too tired in the evening to manipulate the buttons on the stove." It strode into the kitchen and began punching the stove controls. Immense quantities of food spilled in all directions. "Stop!" Sally cried. "Get away from my stove!" "You may be too weary to run water for your bath." The robot tripped the controls of the tub and water poured down. "Or you may wish to go right to bed." It yanked the bed from its concealment and threw it flat. Sally retreated in fright as the robot advanced toward her. "Sometimes, after a hard day at work, you are too tired to remove your clothing. In that event—" "Get out of here!" Morris shouted at it. "Sally, run and get the cops! The thing's gone crazy! Hurry!" "The Fasrad is a necessity in all modern homes," the robot continued. "For example, an appliance may break down. The fast rad repairs it instantly. It seized the automatic humidity control and tore the wiring and replaced it on the wall. Sometimes you would prefer not to go to work. The fast rad is permitted by law to occupy your position for a consecutive period not to exceed 10 days. If, after that period— "Good God," Morris said, as understanding finally came. "You're the fast rad." "That's right," the robot agreed. "Fully automatic, self-regulating android, domestic. There is also the fast rack, construction, the fast ram, managerial, the fast ras, soldier, and the fast rab, bureaucrat. I am designed for home use." "You," Sally gasped. "You're for sale. You're selling yourself." "I am demonstrating myself," the fast rad, the robot, answered. Its impassive metal eyes were fixed intently on Morris as it continued. "I'm sure, Mr. Morris, you would like to own me. I am reasonably priced and fully guaranteed. A full book of instructions is included. I cannot conceive of taking no for an answer." At 12:30, Ed Morris still sat at the foot of the bed, one shoe on, the other in his hand. He gazed vacantly ahead. He said nothing. "For heaven's sakes," Sally complained, "finish untying that knot and get into bed. You have to be up at 5:30. Morris fooled aimlessly with the shoelace. After a while he dropped the shoe and tugged at the other one. The house was cold and silent. Outside, the dismal night wind whipped and lashed at the cedars that grew along the side of the building. Sally lay curled up beneath the radiant lens, a cigarette between her lips, enjoying the warmth and half dozing. In the living room stood the fast rad. It hadn't left. It was still there, was waiting for Morris to buy it. "Come on," Sally said sharply. "What's wrong with you? It fixed all the things it broke. It was just demonstrating itself." She sighed drowsily. "It certainly gave me a scare. I thought something had gone wrong with it. They certainly had an inspiration sending it around to sell itself to people." Morris said nothing. Sally rolled over on her stomach and languidly stubbed out her cigarette. "That's not so much, is it? 10,000 gold units? And if we get our friends to buy one, we get a 5% commission. All we have to do is show it. It isn't as if we had to sell it. It sells itself." She giggled. "They always wanted a product that sold itself, didn't they?" Morris untied the knot in his shoelace. He slid his shoe back on and tied it tight. "What are you doing?" Sally demanded angrily. "You come to bed." She sat up furiously as Morris left the room and moved slowly down the hall. "Where are you going?" In the living room, Morris switched on the light and sat down, facing the fast rad. "Can you hear me?" he said. "Certainly," the fast rad answered. "I'm never inoperative. Sometimes an emergency occurs at night. A child is sick, or an accident takes place. You have no children as yet, but in the event—" "Shut up," Morris said. "I don't want to hear you." "You asked me a question. Self-regulating androids are plugged into a central information exchange. Sometimes a person wishes immediate information. The fast rad is always ready to answer any theoretical or factual inquiry, anything not metaphysical." Morris picked up the book of instructions and thumbed it. The fast rad did thousands of things. It never wore out. It was never at a loss. It couldn't make a mistake. He threw the book away. "I'm not going to buy you," he said to it. "Never. Not in a million years." "Oh, yes you are," the fast rad corrected. "This is an opportunity you can't afford to miss." There was calm, metallic confidence in its voice. "You can't turn me down, Mr. Morris. A fast rad is an indispensable necessity in the modern home." "Get out of here," Morris said evenly. Get out of my house and don't come back. I'm not your fast rad to order around. Until you purchase me at the regular list price, I'm responsible only to Self-Regulating Android Incorporated. Their instructions were to the contrary. I'm to remain with you until you buy me. Suppose I never buy you, Morris demanded, but in his heart ice formed even as he asked. Already he felt the cold terror of the answer that was coming. There could be no other. I'll continue to remain with you, the fast rat said. Eventually, you'll buy me. It plucked some withered roses from a vase on the mantel and dropped them into its disposal slot. You will see more and more situations in which a fast rad is indispensable. Eventually, you'll wonder how you ever existed without one. Is there anything you can't do? Oh, yes. There's a great deal I can't do, but I can do anything you can do, and considerably better. Morris let out his breath slowly. I'd be insane to buy you. You've got to buy me, the impassive voice answered. The fast rad extended a hollow pipe and began cleaning the carpet. I am useful in all situations. Notice how fluffy and free of dust this rug is? It withdrew the pipe and extended another. Morris coughed and staggered quickly away. Clouds of white particles billowed out and filled every part of the room. I am spraying for moths, the fast rat explained. The white cloud turned to an ugly blue-black. The room faded into ominous darkness. The fast rat was a dim shape moving methodically about in the center. Presently the cloud lifted and the furniture emerged. I sprayed for harmful bacteria, the fast rat said. It painted the walls of the room and constructed new furniture to go with them. It reinforced the ceiling in the bathroom. It increased the number of heat vents from the furnace. It put in new electrical wiring. It tore out all the fixtures in the kitchen and assembled more modern ones. It examined Morris's financial accounts and computed his income tax for the following year. It sharpened all the pencils. It caught hold of his wrist and quickly diagnosed his high blood pressure as psychosomatic. You'll feel better after you turn responsibility over to me, it explained. It threw out some old soup Sally had been saving. Danger of botulism, it told him. Your wife is sexually attractive, but not capable of a high order of intellectualization. Morris went to the closet and got his coat. Where are you going? The fast rat asked. To the office. At this time of night? Morris glanced briefly into the bedroom. Sally was sound asleep under the soothing, radiant lens. Her slim body was rosy pink and healthy, her face free of worry. He closed the front door and hurried down the steps into the darkness. Cold night wind slashed at him as he approached the parking lot. His little commute ship was parked with hundreds of others. A quarter sent the attendant robot obediently after it. In 10 minutes he was on his way to Ganymede. The fast rat boarded his ship when he stopped at Mars to refuel. Apparently you don't understand, the fast rat said. My instructions are to demonstrate myself until you're satisfied. As yet, you're not wholly convinced. Further demonstration is necessary. It passed an intricate web over the controls of the ship until all the dials and meters were in adjustment. You should have more frequent servicing. It retired to the rear to examine the drive jets. Morris numbly signaled the attendant, and the ship was released from the fuel pumps. He gained speed, and the small sandy planet fell behind. Ahead, Jupiter loomed. Your jets aren't in good repair, the fast rat said, emerging from the rear. I don't like that knock to the main brake drive. As soon as you land, I'll make extensive repair. The company doesn't mind you doing favors for me? Morris asked with bitter sarcasm. The company considers me your fast rad. An invoice will be mailed to you at the end of the month. The robot whipped out a pen and a pad of forms. "I'll explain the 4 easy payment plans. 10,000 gold units cash means a 3% discount. In addition, a number of household items may be traded in, items you won't have further need for. If you wish to divide the purchase in 4 parts, the first is due at once, and the last in 90 days. "I always pay cash," Morris muttered. He was carefully resetting the root positions on the control board. "There's no carrying charge for the 90-day plan. For the 6-month plan, there's a 6% per annum charge, which will amount to approximately—" It broke off. "We've changed course. We've left the official traffic lane." The fast rad stuck its pen and pad away and hurried to the control board. "What are you doing? There's a 2-unit fine for this." Morris ignored it. He hung on grimly to the controls and kept his eyes on the view screen. The ship was gaining speed rapidly. Warning buoys sounded angrily as he shot past them and into the bleak darkness of space beyond. In a few seconds, they had left all traffic behind. They were alone, shooting rapidly away from Jupiter, out into deep space. The fast rad computed the trajectory. "We're moving out of the solar system, toward Centaurus." "You guessed it. Hadn't you better call your wife?" Morris grunted and notched the drive bar farther up. The ship bucked and pitched, then managed to right itself. The jets began to whine ominously. Indicators showed the main turbines were beginning to heat. He ignored them and threw on the emergency fuel supply. "I'll call Mrs. Morris," the fast rad offered. "We'll be beyond range in a short while." "Don't bother. She'll worry." The fast rad hurried to the back and examined the jets again. It popped back into the cabin, buzzing with alarm. "Mr. Morris, this ship is not equipped for inter-system travel. It's a Class D 4-shaft domestic model for home consumption only. It was never made to stand this velocity." "To get to Proxima," Morris answered, "we need this velocity." The fast rad connected its power cables to the control board. "I can take some of the strain off the wiring system, but unless you rev her back to normal, I can't be responsible for the deterioration of the jets." "The hell with the jets." The fast rad was silent. It was listening intently to the growing whine under them. The whole ship shuddered violently. Bits of paint drifted down. The floor was hot from the grinding shafts. Morris's foot stayed on the throttle. The ship gained more velocity as Sol fell behind. They were out of the charted area. Sol receded rapidly. "It's too late to vid your wife," the fast rad said. "There are 3 emergency rockets in the stern. If you want, I'll fire them off in the hope of attracting a passing military transport." "Why?" "They can take us in tow and return us to the Sol system. There's a 600 gold unit fine, but under the circumstances, it seems to me the best policy." Morris turned his back to the fast rad and jammed down the throttle with all his weight. The whine had grown to a violent roar. Instruments smashed and cracked. Fuses blew up and down the board. The lights dimmed, faded, then reluctantly came back. "Mr. Morris," the fast rad said, "you must prepare for death. The statistical probabilities of turbine explosion are 70-30. I'll do what I can, but the danger point has already passed." Morris returned to the view screen. For a time he gazed hungrily up at the growing dot that was the twin star Centaurus. "They look all right, don't they? Prox is the important one. 20 planets." He examined the wildly fluttering instruments. "How are the jets holding up? I can't tell from these. Most of them are burned out." The fast rad hesitated. It started to speak, then changed its mind. "I'll go back and examine them," it said. It moved to the rear of the ship and disappeared down the short ramp into the thundering, vibrating engine chamber. Morris leaned over and put out his cigarette. He waited a moment longer, then reached out and yanked the drives full up, the last possible notch on the board. The explosion tore the ship in half. Sections of hull hurtled around him. He was lifted weightless and slammed into the control board. Metal and plastic rained down on him. Flashing incandescent points winked, faded, and finally died into silence. And there was nothing but cold ash. The dull swish-swish of emergency air pumps brought consciousness back. He was pinned under the wreckage of the control board. One arm was broken and bent under him. He tried to move his legs, but there was no sensation below his waist. The splintered debris that had been his ship was still hurling toward Centaurus. Hull sealing equipment was feebly trying to patch the gaping holes. Automatic temperature and grav feeds were thumping spasmodically from self-contained batteries. In the view screen, the vast flaming bulk of the twin suns grew quietly, inexorably. He was glad. In the silence of the ruined ship, he lay buried beneath the debris, gratefully watching the growing bulk. It was a beautiful sight. He had wanted to see it for a long time. There it was, coming closer each moment. In a day or two, the ship would plunge into the fiery mass and be consumed. But he could enjoy this interval. There was nothing to disturb his happiness. He thought about Sally, sound asleep under the radiant lens. Would Sally have liked Proxima? Probably not. Probably she would have wanted to go back home as soon as possible. This was something he had to enjoy alone. This was for him only. A vast peace descended over him. He could lie here without stirring, and the flaming magnificence would come nearer and nearer. A sound. From the heaps of fused wreckage, something was rising. A twisted, dented shape dimly visible in the flickering glare of the view screen. Morris managed to turn his head. The Fast-Rad staggered to a standing position. Most of its trunk was gone, smashed and broken away. It tottered, then pitched forward on its face with a grinding crash. Slowly it inched its way toward him, then settled to a dismal halt a few feet off. Gears whirred creakily. Relays popped open and shut. Vague, aimless life animated its devastated hulk. "Good evening." Its shrill, metallic voice grated. Morris screamed. He tried to move his body, but the ruined beams held him tight. He shrieked and shouted and tried to crawl away from it. He spat and wailed and wept. "I would like to show you a Fast-Rad," the metallic voice continued. "Would you call your wife, please? I would like to show her a Fast-Rad, too." "Get away!" Morris screamed. "Get away from me!" "Good evening," the Fast-Rad continued, like a broken tape. "Good evening. Please be seated. I'm happy to meet you. What is your name? Thank you. You are the first persons in your neighborhood to see the Fast-Rad. Where are you employed?" Its dead eye lenses gaped at him, empty and vacant. "Please be seated," it said again. "This will only take a second. Only a second. This demonstration will only take a..."
This has been Sales Pitch. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. Book 46. Written by Philip K. Dick. Narrated by Scott Miller. Please visit lostsci-fi.com for more information on our growing library of science fiction audiobooks. Copyright and production copyright 2022 by Scott Miller. The Pioneer. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 38. Written by Irving Cox, Jr. Narrated by Scott Miller. The old ship wheezed and clattered into the landing slot. Greg was an expert pilot, but skill was no substitute for outdated equipment. He unstrapped the safety webbing and eased himself out of the cabin, cluttered with its worn and scarred electronic gadgetry. With the hand crank, he opened the airlock. Rusting metal screamed as the panel slid back into the hull. Greg found himself panting from the sudden muscular effort in the heavier atmosphere of the earth. I'm an old man, he thought bitterly. Old at 40. As antiquated as my ship, and as much in need of repair. But no one can do anything for either of us. I gave them the stars, and in 20 years they've forgotten. They've made me a museum piece, these pampered, undersized kids of the new generation. Greg walked down the ramp. He hadn't been home for 7 years, but he was still surprised that no flight inspector met him with the officious clipboard of checkout sheets. The landing fields in the colonies were far more efficiently supervised. Greg saw a light in the field control building and walked toward it. The field, sprawling for miles across the California desert, was empty, a mocking moment to the magnificent dream the new generation had rejected. Behind him, Greg saw the long rows of landing slots, towering metal shafts raised against the night sky. Only 4 ships rested in the slots, his and 3 other rusting cargo carriers. In front of the unlighted terminal building, the passenger liner stood untended, decaying hulks that would never lift again. 15 years ago, even as recently as 10 years ago, the California field had hummed with activity. Greg could remember the tide of humanity, the clattering pickup trucks gliding like curious ants among the freighters, the shotgun blast of lift tubes, the parade of ships trailing flame across the sky. Now the dream was gone. The terminal windows were filmed with dust. Grass grew in the cracking asphalt of the field. Greg pushed open the door of the control building. One man sat with his feet propped on a desk. Once, a room had required 100 technicians. Once, the traffic control panel, filling a wall nearly a quarter of a mile long, had been a maze of dancing colored lights. Now the board was dead. The enamel was peeling. The exposed metal was red with rust. The attendant took Greg's manifest without interest. "You're our first landing in 2 years, Captain." He glanced at the sheet. "Captain Gregg, I see you're in from Mars. I'm carrying 5 tons of red earth. In the old days, such a cargo would have cleared $3 million after transportation costs. A whole new industry had been built on the Martian antibiotical spore. No market, I'm afraid, Captain." The attendant flipped the manifest aside. "Sell it at auction. I have to raise enough cash to—" "You won't get a buyer. I've got to get some new equipment for my ship. You'd have done better in the colonies. Mars has excellent repair facilities, we understand. At sky-high prices, sure. The Earth isn't building flight equipment anymore. What's the point? The kids don't want it." The attendant shrugged his shoulders. "You aren't the first one, Captain Gregg, who's come home for nothing. And you won't be the last. Check with me tomorrow. I'll see what I can work out. If I can't dispose of my cargo, we waive all field charges in cases of destitution. You can dump the red earth, and the kids will stake you to a cargo of iron ore. It's going at triple premium on Venus, we're told." Greg turned on his heel and walked stiffly out of the building. One bitter word burned in his mind: destitution. It was like a kick in the teeth. He thought, in a fury of blind anger, I gave them the stars, and they make me a charity case, this new generation. Children who could never build a colonial bubble or pioneer a star route. Soft-minded and soft-muscled idiots. The field attendant hadn't even recognized Greg's name. Suddenly the past was alive again, like an angry nightmare. The speeches and the headlines,
The bands and the screaming mobs, the politicians, the scientists, the generals, hand clasps and newsreel pictures. Just one more, sir, for the TV cameras. A citation by a joint session of the Congress of the United States to Captain Victor Gregg, U.S. Rocket Forces. Gregg makes Mars. L.A. welcomes Gregg. First spaceman in New York parade. And I say to you, my constituents, the name Gregg shall forever writ large in the hearts of a grateful people. Gregg lands first Martian cargo. For the discovery of Red Earth, the eternal gratitude of the medical profession. Gregg takes Nobel Prize. A small token of the gratitude of American industry. Gregg joins import firm. The undying gratitude of the United Patriotic Mothers of America. First colonists on Mars. Colonies on the moons of Jupiter. Venus bubble completed. The dream of yesterday, and the dream was gone. The rocket ports were dead. The machines were crumbling into rust. And Captain Victor Gregg, a destitute tramp, waiting for a handout from a generation of brats which had forgotten him. He crossed the field toward the clutter of buildings beyond the terminal. Port City, raised in less than a year on the California desert, the first minor miracle of the new frontier. The endless mass of traffic, the noisy honky-tonks, the nervous neon shimmering in the night, the brassy bands and the fancy women, all of it was gone. Desert sand had drifted across the streets. The high-poled intersection lights, still burning, cast a blue halo in the empty, dirty windows. Gregg's shoulders sagged as he walked toward the central square of Port City. He had to see the monument again. He had to drain the last bitterness from his homecoming. In the Martian colony, they had told him it would be like this. He hadn't believed them. How could a legend be forgotten in a generation? From a block away, he saw the metal statue, turned a sickly blue by the corner streetlight. The high shaft of a primitive rocket ship, with its nose foregear lifted proudly toward the stars. In the foreground, the towering giant of a spaceman, his legs spread wide to embrace the symbolic sphere of the Earth. Sky Frontier, the sculptor had named it that. Gregg sat wearily on the granite base of the monument. He could read, all too clearly, the lettering on the plaque, commemorating the first solar flight, Earth to Mars, made by Captain Victor Gregg of the U.S. rocket fleet, launched from this site on the first day of June, and completed. Gregg ground his fists against his eyes. Yet still the words danced through his brain. His attitude of dejection was an ironic counterpoint to the confident metal monster rising above him. 20 years and a new generation made the difference. Yet there was a striking similarity between the statue and the man, for Gregg had posed for the original model. Gregg was still a powerful, muscular man. His face was still clean-cut and unlined. Only the torment in his eyes reflected the dream he had lost. But nothing is lost. It is just different. Gregg looked up. A serious-faced boy of 12 stood close to him in the shadow of the statue, one of the new children. Gregg felt a cold chill crawl up his spine. Fear and loathing. He hated them. They had destroyed his world. They had made him a non-entity. Yet when the boy came closer and Gregg saw how frail and small he was, the fear seemed foolish. "You live around here, kid?" Gregg asked. Out in the colonies, they said the new children read minds, which really wasn't much, considering their other abilities. But Gregg refused to believe it. "Not minds," the boy corrected him. "We know your feelings, which is probably much the same thing. No, I don't live in Port City. I came from Chicago after you landed. I thought you might need me." From Chicago? 1,500 miles. the instantaneous transportation of living matter. Greg's mind boggled at the familiar fact. He felt the hate and the fear again. These were not the natural children of men, but monstrosities spawned by an unknown universe and eating out the heart of human culture. Greg stood up, his arms stiff and his fists clenched. "When I need the help of a kid," he growled, "I'll know it's time to cash in my chips." "It's wrong to think that way, Captain Gregg." "No pint-sized child's going to tell me." "I wanted to make things easier for you. You should have stayed in the colonies. It was a mistake to come home."
"Now you're trying to drive us off the earth."
"We want to save you the discomfort of homecoming. We can't turn back the clock. Neither can you."
Greg strode down the deserted street, through the small drifts of sand. He recognized the corner where there used to be a bar. He flung open the door and entered the long, dark room. The stale air smelled of dust and neglect. His boots echoed hollowly on the oak floor. He fumbled for a match, and in the pale yellow light he saw the bottles crowding the shelves. He snatched a fifth of bourbon and ripped off the cap. He gulped the liquor thirstily, and the hot fire burned warm in his veins. After the third drink, he felt the strong self-confidence of his manhood again. He leaned his elbow against the bar and glanced toward the street. The sad-eyed kid was out there, somewhere, waiting like a nightmare. Or maybe he had already done his magic and transported himself back to Chicago. It didn't matter. The kid wasn't human. Greg took another pull at the bottle, and he saw it all very clearly. In the beginning, men had speculated about life forms on other worlds. Before Greg's pioneering flight to Mars, the Sunday supplements had been filled with a vast number of lurid speculations. Yet the spacemen had found nothing but virgin worlds, which became the colonies of man. The truth was, Greg understood it now. They had looked for intelligent life in familiar forms. But there had been something out there, something as undetectable as a virus epidemic, and as deadly. It had invaded the earth and captured the minds of the children. Greg killed the bottle. By that time he was very impressed with the brilliance of his own reasoning. Small inconsistencies kept nagging at his mind, and it seemed strange that no one had ever thought of it before. But all that was of no consequence. Greg heard footsteps outside. His body tensed. Was it the kid coming back? He would know what Greg was thinking. He would know how close Greg was to the real truth. And the new children, no, invaders, Greg must remember that, would not let him survive. They were puny and undersized. Physically, Greg had no reason to be afraid of them. But how was he to fight an enemy who could instantly disappear and materialize thousands or millions of miles away? The shuffling steps came closer. A stooped, white-haired man wearing soiled and unpressed tweeds stepped through the door. Greg seized the newcomer's shoulder. The man gave a bleat of animal terror. "Who the hell are you?" Greg demanded. "Dr. Vale, Adrian Vale." "The astrophysicist?" Greg remembered the name from the ponderous text he had studied in the flight school. The old man straightened his shoulders with a semblance of pride. "You know me? What are you doing in Port City?" "This is where I live. I couldn't stand it in the city any longer, and I didn't want to emigrate to the colonies. The children don't object. They bring us supplies. Holly and I are quite comfortable." Dr. Vale ran his fingers over Greg's uniform. "You're a pilot. I haven't met one in years. Usually the children send them back to the colonies as soon as they land." "Where do you live, Dr. Vale?" "The best hotel in town. I'll show you." He bent closer and whispered, "And I'll let you see what we're working on.
but I have to have my nightcap first." Vale groped in the dark for a bottle. He drank the liquor eagerly, wiping his lips on his sleeve. Greg and the astrophysicist went outside. Greg looked along the deserted street for the 12-year-old, but the boy was nowhere in sight. Perhaps he had returned to Chicago. Yet if he had come to send Greg back to the colonies, would he have given up so easily? The blue intersection lights swam in a comfortable haze, spinning when Greg looked at them directly. Occasionally, the drifts of sand seemed to run like water, and Greg became unsure of his footing. He knew he was drunk, but alcohol had never interfered with his reasoning. Back in the bar, he had made a tremendous discovery. He mustn't let it slip his mind. The children were alien invaders. That was it. In the morning, he would be able to decide what he was to do with the information. The old man took him to a pseudo-Spanish structure across the main highway from the field. The Biltmore Hacienda, at one time the gaudiest and costliest hotel in Port City. Now the neon signs were out, the street front shops were closed, and only a pale light glowed dimly behind the ornate iron gate. As he followed Vale up the 3 tile steps, Greg looked back toward the field. He saw his ship standing in its landing slot. Someone was working to unload his useless cargo of red earth. The field attendant was displaying an unusual conscientiousness, Greg thought. He hadn't expected action in less than a week. Then, abruptly, Greg knew the real significance of such prompt service. It fit with the discovery he had made in the bar. The only trouble was his mind was too hazy for him to grasp the connection clearly. It would come to him later. He was sure of that. He followed Vale through the dusty, thick-carpeted lobby. Vale slept in a disorderly room adjoining the cavernous hall of the dining room, where the tables were covered with dust and the band instruments lay rusting on the bandstand. The astrophysicist swept a litter of loose manuscript pages from his bed and sat down. He fished a bottle of gin from under the bed and took a long drink. "For my nerves," he apologized. Greg saw a score of empty bottles in the debris on the floor. Apparently, Vale had been treating his nerves for a long time. Greg picked up one of the manuscript pages. It was a part of a book. At least the patter of phrases was familiar, but the whole context was incoherent, without beginning or end. "My new text," Vale explained. "When it's finished, the kids have promised to publish it. That's why they let me stay here, so I can work in peace." He pulled at the bottle again. "They're still children at heart. An adult can twist them around his finger if he goes at it properly." "You mean the book's just a blind?" The scientist eyed Greg carefully. "You're too old. You can't be one of them." He rolled back the mattress and took out a thin file of paper, holding it tenderly in his hand. "I'm analyzing the cause, sir. I'm going to demonstrate how the children have made us believe they are able to defy the laws of physics. When I publish this, the nightmare will be over." Vale handed over the file reluctantly. Greg turned back the cover, and the shock sobered him. Vale was an established authority. Vale was an eminent scientist. Vale was a man Greg had learned to respect. But the book Vale showed him contained nothing but blank pages. "You're interested in our project?" The throaty, silky voice came from the open door. Greg whirled. He saw a tall, thin woman, heavily painted. She was wearing a bangled scarlet gown, which hung loose from her shoulders. Her beauty had faded long ago. Her face was a lined marble mask. Her yellow hair was streaked with gray. 15 years ago, Greg could have found her counterpart lurking in any Port City honky-tonk. her thin hips swaying with the brassy jargon of the music and invitation in her eyes. "This is Holly Wilson," Vale said. "My secretary." Secretary, Greg thought. So that's what they were calling it now. Holly Wilson's profession had gone by many names. The pickings on Earth must have become mighty thin if she were satisfied to saddle herself with a white-haired professor of astrophysics. Greg introduced himself, grinning contemptuously. "You're just in from the colonies, Captain?" she asked. "Yes." "Staying long?" "That depends. I have a cargo to auction, and the kids will take care of that. But you'll stay through tonight, of course. Let's see if we can find you a room." Greg thought he knew what she had in mind, but as soon as they were out of earshot of the scientist's bedroom, she said, "Come outside, Captain. I have to talk to you." They went into the tiled patio of the hotel. The kidney-shaped pool was empty, and its basin was crisscrossed with gaping cracks. Many of the potted shrubs had died untended, but the palms still flourished. The fronds lay skeletal fingers across the face of the full moon. The dry desert wind washed through the trees, the ghost whisper of the dream that had died in Port City. "Don't say anything to Dr. Vale about his book." Holly Wilson's voice was surprisingly sincere. "Play along with him, please. Let him go on thinking he's found the great secret." "What is it? Alcoholism or madness?" "A little of both. No one's really sane anymore. I came home the last time 7 years ago. It wasn't this bad then. What's happened?" "Most of the adults have emigrated to the colonies. There are only a few derelicts left, like Adrian Vale and myself." Nearly sober, Greg remembered the discovery he had stumbled on in the bar, and the logic still held up. They've taken over the Earth and thrown men out. "The children? You talk as if—" "Tell me everything about it, from the beginning." "The kids are different. That's all there is to it. They read minds. They move themselves anywhere they please simply by thinking about it. God knows what else they'll learn to whip up after they get the hang of it." "Are all the children like this?" "No. The others emigrated with their parents. Dr. Vale says there are about 5 million. That's approximately the total population of the Earth now. They've shoved the rest of us out." "By force?" "Who wants to hang around like a pet ape to amuse his own brats? Dr. Vale was too old to go. I couldn't get a medical clearance." "I don't think the colonies are aware that the emigration was so large." "Why should they be? We've 6 worlds out there. They could absorb us all." "So the kids have taken over everything?" "What they wanted, yes. For a while we thought it was temporary. Dr. Vale didn't begin drinking until we knew the change was permanent. The oldest kids are 19 now. They're beginning to marry, and all their children have the same abilities, or witchcraft. Call it what you like." "As old as 19? Then the change dates from your first flight, Captain Gregg. I sometimes look at that damn statue in the square and laugh till it hurts. A brave new frontier you discovered, but that wasn't all you gave us." "You believe I'm responsible for—" Greg gestured toward the slow decay in the patio. "For this?" "Who else, Captain? It's the kids who should build you a monument. You gave them the Earth." For the first time, Greg saw the monstrosity hidden by his dream. He had made the pioneer flight, and he had created this new generation. The relationship was plain, if he could unravel it and find the real cause, but he knew that now. An invasion, an invisible virus life that had taken over their minds. How? When he knew that, how could he fight it? How could he turn back the clock and restore the Earth to man? He walked slowly to the end of the patio where he could see the deserted field across the highway. In the slot, they were still scooping the red earth of Mars out of the hull of his ship.
He smiled grimly. A decade ago, the red earth had been priceless. That one import alone had made the conquest of space commercially possible. Red Earth had built Port City and the colonies. Red Earth had created the import companies, once so tremendously profitable. A light burned for a moment above Greg's ship. Clearly, he saw the puny 12-year-old boy and the 4 other children who were dumping the cargo. It gave him another explosive insight. Greg knew then how the invasion had come from the stars. The red earth of Mars, the invisible molds of that unknown world, that was the alien life form no man had recognized. The enemy was tangible. The enemy was real. And such an enemy could be conquered. Greg's first inclination was to cross the road and smash with his fist the pint-sized weaklings who had stolen his world. Physical conflict. That was something man understood and respected. But the children were not human. He must never allow himself to forget that. They had to be fought on other terms. First, Greg had to escape the earth without letting them read his mind and measure his hatred. Until he could lift his ship, he had to play along with whatever plans they made for him. The children didn't want him here. Escape should be easy, if he could only wall off his thinking. He turned back toward the faded woman in the scarlet dress. As matter-of-factly as he could, he asked her to show him his room. "I'll probably leave tomorrow. They're doing an efficient job out there." "The kids don't waste any time. They'll stake you to a cargo of iron ore for Venus. That's the usual procedure." She put her arm through his. "And you promise, Captain, you won't say anything to Dr. Vale?" "Why are you so interested in that old fool?" "We're derelicts. It would be damn lonely without him. He has something to believe in. Nonsense, yes. But what difference does that make? Sometimes I can almost believe in it, too." "Men aren't licked yet." She laughed. "You noble souls who drop in on us out of space talk so bravely. That's your brand of madness, Captain. Thank your stars you don't have to get to know these kids as well as we do." She took him to a room on the first floor of the hotel. The air, when he opened the door, was stale. The full moon behind the Venetian blinds made an unpleasant, symbolic shadow pattern of prison bars on the carpet. Greg ripped open the zipper of his flight jacket. His chest was wet with sweat. The woman turned to go, and he caught her arm, pulling her toward him. "This much, at least, hasn't changed." He grinned. She neither resisted nor responded. She stood looking up into his face. Her eyes were cold and tired. "I have to go back to Adrian, Captain Gregg. He's frightened when I leave him alone too long." "That doddering graybeard?" "None of the things that used to be so important matter anymore. All we have left is our love for each other. Adrian and I have that. I don't want to lose it." She glided away from him. Angrily, Greg jerked up the blinds to erase the prison symbol and ground open the windows. The hot desert wind whispered through the screen. Greg stripped off his uniform and lay naked on the bed. After a time, he slept, fitfully, caught in a confusion of fragmentary dreams. The hope of yesterday and the disillusionment of now. His pride as a pioneer and the pain of his responsibility for what his frontier had created. Out of the chaos, a pattern of action slowly emerged. Sometime in the small hours before the dawn, Greg made up his mind what he would do. It would be futile to try to arouse the colonies to attack the earth. Each man in his own soul might admit the truth, but as a culture they would all reject it. They needed to keep this symbol of Earth as home, though they might never return to it. Even if that psychological objection could be overcome, war was not the answer. Only if the children were taken completely by surprise, given no time to use their alien abilities, could they be effectively destroyed. Greg knew how that could be done. A decade before his pioneer flight to Mars, the first artificial satellite had been sent up in an orbit around the Earth, a purely military weapon, capable of destroying any objective on the surface of the Earth. The satellite had overturned the balance of power and forced the creation of a united world. The resources of a planetary government had made Greg's first flight possible. Afterward, in the excitement of exploiting the new frontier, the satellite had been forgotten. But it was still there, still armed with a firepower capable of wiping the Earth clean of life. It would be the murder of a world, but murder to save humankind. Greg could do it alone. His only problem was to lift his ship without the children knowing what was in his mind. He felt no guilt, no pang of conscience. Once the decision was made, Greg slept easily, and he awoke completely refreshed, with only a slight headache from the liquor he had drunk the night before. Dr. Vale and Holly Wilson insisted that Greg breakfast with them in the hotel. He would have preferred to forage for himself. The painted woman's protective, maternal affection for the astrophysicist made Greg acutely uncomfortable. It was not the sort of behavior he would have expected of either of them. Greg's discomfort quickly became a feeling of guilt. If he used the old satellite wheel to destroy the alien children, he would be slaughtering the few human beings who remained on the Earth. Discreetly, he asked how many others had stayed behind. "It's hard to say," Vale told him. 100,000, perhaps. "Do you keep up any sort of contact?" "Why should we? We're outcasts." With a sudden rationality, he added, "We're ashamed. When we're together, we feel bound to face the truth. It's impossible for man to admit he's a second-rater, so we hide out in deserted villages like this one and pretend all this nightmare never happened." Then Vale slipped back into his delusion again. "However, all that will be different as soon as my research is finished. Why, do you know, Captain—" "I'm leaving this morning," Greg broke in. "Would you like to go with me?" Vale shook his head. "I'm too old to make a new start on your frontier, Captain." He reached for the woman's hand. "And as long as my secretary can't have a clearance—" "Leave us as we are," Holly said. "Your dream is no better than ours." After breakfast, Greg left the hotel and crossed the highway to the field. It was still early morning, but the desert sun blazed hot in a copper sky. As Greg passed the old terminal building, the 12-year-old boy suddenly materialized and fell in step beside him. This was the thing Greg feared most. He began to walk more rapidly, fighting a rising panic. How could he keep the kid from prying into his mind? Desperately, he tried to think of something else, anything, inane or banal. The children were not gods. They couldn't dig deeper than his conscious thought. Or could they? Greg wasn't sure. "We're giving you a cargo for Venus," the boy said conversationally. "It will put you in business again, Captain. The Martian colony is equipped to repair your ship. You'll have enough cash to pay for it now." "Fine," Greg grunted. In his mind, he was frantically reciting a rhyme his grandmother had taught him a long time ago. 1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, open the door. Reciting it with fervor, like a prayer for survival, which it was. "After this, Captain, it might be better if you stayed in the colonies. Don't get me wrong, you're welcome on Earth any time you want to come home, but conditions are different here, and—" Suddenly, the boy's tone changed. "But you aren't responsible, Captain." Greg's muscles tensed. So the boy had probed that deep. "A new frontier always means change, Captain, but not tragedy, not defeat. We've never supposed any of you would believe that. You gave us a miracle, the greatest frontier men have ever crossed. When all the other pioneers are forgotten, Captain, your name—" Pretty words, like the pretty speeches Greg had listened to 20 years ago.
They wanted to confuse him, make him doubt the decision he had made. 1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, open the door. The boy caught Greg's sleeve. You might as well blame Galileo or Copernicus, because they studied the universe. Or go back to the beginning. Blame the unknown who did our first scientific pioneering. What was the kid trying to say? And why would a 12-year-old speak so glibly, so knowingly of the giants? That proved his alienness. When Greg was 12, the only thing he had thought about seriously was football or baseball or summer vacation, or how he was going to get out of the piano lessons his mother imposed on him. The boy pulled him to a stop. The first pioneer, Captain. Do you blame him for it all? We don't know his name, but we do have his monument. Look, Captain Gregg. In the drifting sand, the boy sketched the outline of a wheel. Greg panicked. He was too intent upon keeping his mind impregnable to make any other interpretation. The wheel symbolized the satellite riding above the earth. Then the boy knew what Greg was going to do. Greg swung his fist blindly. He took the boy by surprise. The child had no time to rematerialize at a safe distance. Greg's fist struck his chest, and the boy went down with a cry of agony. Greg felt a subconscious surge of satisfaction. Humanity hadn't been defeated after all, and the children were by no means invulnerable. Surprise, physical initiative gave men their trump card over these undernourished mind readers. Greg sprinted toward his ship. The body lay on the drifting sand, gasping for breath, gesturing futilely with his small hand. Greg's foot was on the ramp when he heard a scream behind him. He looked back toward the road. He saw Dr. Vale and Holly Wilson running toward him. A mongrel, frothing at the mouth, was yapping at their heels. Greg reacted with an altogether human instinct. He ripped a metal bar loose from the ramp rail and went back to help them, two fellow humans in trouble. A tiny warning of logic flamed briefly in his mind. This could be a trick. His only real chance of escape was to leave now while he could. But he ignored it. He ran across the field and swung the bar at the dog, crushing its skull with one blow. The woman clutched his arm. Her hands were shaking. Her face was white with fear. What happened? Greg demanded. Adrian and I were clearing the breakfast table. Suddenly the dog he was just there, growling at us. A mad dog, the astrophysicist added. The kids did it. They can make any living thing appear anywhere they please. A trick, Greg said. The whisper of logic had been right. He glanced at where the boy had fallen. The child was gone. They're trying to make me leave, Vale complained. Before I finish my research, they know I have the answer to... Now you have no other choice, Greg snapped. He pulled the scientist toward his ship. The woman followed. Greg reasoned that he might still have an outside chance. The children obviously had expected him to take Vale back to the hotel. That would have given them a chance to disable his ship. Greg pushed the two through the airlock. His luck still held. He shoved them toward the safety webbing and jerked down the firing toggle. As the ship quivered in the thunder of the power tubes, Greg dialed the satellite course on the pilot computer. It was the simplest setting he could make. His was an old ship, built when the satellite had still been used as an initial landing station, before the new fuel had made the big wheel obsolete. Every ship had once had an automatic satellite course projection taped in the pilot computer. Without a new setting, the ship would move into the core ramp of the wheel, and the lock would open automatically when the magnetic seal was completed. Greg felt the sudden crushing weight of gravity. He caught at the safety webbing until the pressure stabilized. From that point, if he remembered his early flights accurately, it would be 6 minutes before the ship reached the satellite. He had won. Nothing could stop him. Nothing. Then Holly Wilson screamed, and Greg saw the 12-year-old boy standing beside the flight console. It wasn't a virus invasion, the child said, shouting to be heard above the roar of the power tubes. I didn't know you were thinking that this morning. I could have explained if...
Greg swung his fist against an emptiness. The boy rematerialized 2 feet away.
Reset your course, the boy cried. You understand machines, Captain. We don't, and I can't get enough technical information from your mind to do it for you.
1, 2, buckle my shoe, Greg thought, in an ecstasy of triumph. He had kept that much of his thinking safe. The kids were making one last effort to save themselves, he was sure of that, but it wouldn't work. They had the alien skill to pry into a human mind, but they were helpless against man's machines. Inexorably, the computer would drive the ship to the satellite. Nothing could stop it.
Think rationally, the boy pleaded. Not with your emotions. You have only 4 minutes left, Captain Gregg. If the Red Earth was a virus invasion, as you believe it was, why were only the children affected? We made it an antibiotic. We used it for millions of people. Every colonist was inoculated before he emigrated.
He was lying. He had to be lying. He was trying to confuse Greg with side issues. It didn't matter now how the virus had been brought back to the Earth. 3, 4, open the door. 5, 6, pick up sticks.
We aren't different, Captain. We've simply crossed your frontier in a different way. We have a theory how it happened, but no proof. The Martian Red Earth worked as a sort of mental catalyst when it was used for newly born infants. It awoke the full thought potential of our cerebral cortex. That's all. We have no ability that men haven't always been capable of. If you believe that, you can do it yourself.
Belief. Mystical nonsense. Did the kid really think Greg would buy that? Greg glanced at Adrian Vale. The scientist's face was gray with horror. Sweat stood in beads on his lips. Holly Wilson clung desperately to his hand.
I drew a wheel in the sand for you, Captain. Another monument to another pioneer. The first primitive who grasped what we might do with a rolling disc. He gave us terror and disaster, yes, but he gave us progress, too. Do we blame him because his heirs sometimes misapplied his discovery? Do we call ourselves alien invaders because we have a more complex technology than his? Then why heap shame on yourself because you gave us a frontier in the stars? It won't end the way you thought it would. Nothing ever does. We're your children, Captain. We're your new frontier.
Aliens, Greg spat. My research was for nothing, Dr. Vale said numbly. The words were a whisper of agony, the torment of a soul ripped out of the comfortable world of madness.
Don't say that. You'll finish your work,
Holly told him soothingly. He pushed her away. Not now. It was pointless.
The boy wrung his hands. You have only 2 minutes left. Forget your emotions. Put aside your self-pity. It's a luxury you can't afford any longer. Use the brains God gave you, Captain Gregg. You can't land on the satellite. You must.
Greg swung again, and again he missed the boy. But he lost his balance and plunged into the pilot computer, smashing the machine. Greg saw what he had done and began to laugh. It was impossible now for anyone to change the course setting. The boy's pleading was for nothing. The 12-year-old rematerialized and stood looking at the broken computer, then shrugged his shoulders calmly.
1.5 minutes left, Captain, and now you have no choice.
The child sighed as a parent might have sighed over the prank of a mischievous son.
You killed the mad dog, he said. You didn't hesitate about that. I thought him into Port City to give you an object lesson. You missed the point, I'm afraid. You couldn't understand that you were yourself a mad dog, yapping at our heels. Potentially, all the older generation threaten us the same way. Your kind of emotional reasoning, in one form or another, will sooner or later infect them all. We encourage the migration to the colonies in order to prevent a conflict. By administering the Red Earth to every adult who left the Earth, We thought we might make a few of them realize their mental capacity. Apparently, the catalyst only works with an infant, and not always then. In a sense, Captain Gregg, your frontier has made us two species. Ours, mankind. Yours, the rejects, the unfinished men. Dr. Vale made a choking sound deep in his throat. His dream was gone. The comfort of his madness had been stripped away from him. And if it does come to the point of conflict, the boy went on quietly, we fully intend to survive.
Not after I reach the satellite, Gregg answered grimly. His voice sounded hollow and uncertain even to himself. The boy had destroyed the dramatic fiction of a virus invasion. Gregg's dream, too, was gone.
I tried to save you, Captain, but by your own violence you made that impossible. Now you will provide another object lesson. What I have told you is true. Every man has our ability. In 60 seconds, your ship will reach the old satellite. The airlock will open automatically. Only there will be no air in the wheel. This shell rusted open years ago. You face death just as certain as if you leaped into outer space. But you can save yourselves, all three of you, by thinking yourselves back to the Earth, or out to one of the colonies. This experiment interests us a great deal. We didn't intend to resort to it quite so soon, but you've given us an ideal opportunity. If you can unshackle your minds now, we have hope for the rest of the rejects. There will be fewer mad dogs for us to dispose of later on.
The boy was gone. Gregg felt the ship slide into the ramp of the satellite. He heard the grapples clang against the hull, and the scream of rusting metal as the airlock began to open. A paralyzing emotional opiate flamed through his mind. This was a dream, nothing more. In a moment he would jerk himself awake and be amused by his terror. But there was something else in his mind, too. A stirring of greatness, a fire of magnificence, a new self he had never known before. He groped blindly toward that pinpoint of light. From a great distance, like an echo of shattering ice, he heard Adrian Vale's voice.
The children have mastered the art of hypnotic illusion, but obviously they cannot violate the established physical laws. Our problem is entirely mechanical. I am sure Captain Gregg can work out.
Vale had found the sublime ignorance of sanity, and that was no solution.
Kiss me,
Holly Wilson whispered.
Nothing else matters, Adrian.
And she had chosen the equally blind sterility of resignation. Gregg knew they were both wrong. He was a realist. A spaceman had to be. The kid had been able to read his thoughts. Naturally, the kid could put this weird sense of a new self in Gregg's mind. It was only a clever semantic manipulation of words to keep Gregg from using the satellite. He squared his shoulders. The star point of greatness flickered out in his mind. Gregg was a man, a product of a sophisticated and intelligent culture. This undernourished alien generation wasn't going to confuse him with mystic mumbo-jumbo about belief. He knew how to sort out fact from childish magic. He walked toward the lock, straight and proud with the confidence of man. He was smiling savagely. Mankind was no mad dog to be crushed into oblivion by a pack of puny children. They might as well learn that now. And then the airlock screamed open. This has been The Pioneer, Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 38, written by Irving Cox, Jr., narrated by Scott Miller. Please visit lostsci-fi.com for more information on our growing library of science fiction audiobooks. Copyright and production copyright 2022 by Scott Miller. Death Star, written by James McKimmey, Jr., narrated by Scott Miller. Hertz went through the automatic motions of preparing himself for their landing on the small, unnamed planet. But each thing he did was a wasted motion, because it was really the boy, Jones, who was going to put the rocket down. And what could Hertz do now? Hertz touched his rough cheek with the back of his hand and swore silently. The hard, aging muscles of his body were taut, and although the lines about his eyes had deepened, his eyes, blue and sparkling, still retained their old ferocity. His eyebrows, although nearly completely gray now, intensified that ferocity with their thickness. Jones, the boy, moved his hands, and the rocket made its turn clumsily, pointing its blazing fins at the strange globe beyond. Hertz shook his head and asked himself why he had ever tried to help this cocky, all-knowing kid with a thin mouth and short-clipped hair. The boy had fought everything Hertz had tried to do for him, and right now Hertz knew, even before he said it, that the boy would respond in the same way he had since the trip started. "I think you're doing all right," Hertz said, and he tried to keep the tone of his voice casual, as though he really meant what he said. The boy glanced at him briefly with insolent eyes. "I know I am," he said. Hertz had to clamp his jaw shut tightly to keep from saying anything more. There was hardly any time involved in this landing, but each second stretched out to an individual eternity. The distant globe came up to meet them steadily, enlarging its circumference, and the roar of the jets was thunderous after the quiet, free movement they had made through space. There was nothing left for Hertz to do now but wait, and he placed his hands on his knees, raising his curled fingers, dropping them in a monotonous, silent tapping. It isn't right. None of it. The feel of it, the speed, the sound, the very movement. It isn't going to work. And why not, for God's sake, on this one last run? As they slipped down through the atmosphere of the planet, Hertz knew that he had been very foolish and sentimental, and very, very stupid for having asked to accompany the boy. The boy's first trip, Hertz's last. But if Hertz still believed in the premonitions that he could feel to the marrow of his tired bones, this might be the last trip for both of them. He watched the boy, and he wished he could take control now before it was too late. But this was the boy's own run, his rocket, and there was nothing for Hertz to do but wait. Seconds now, and Hertz thought of all the times he had done just what the boy was trying to do now. 20 years of it, from globe to globe, stretching the fingers of exploration, all to make the money and finally tip his damned hat and say, "Thank you, it was nice, and now I'm going to retire and let some other poor slob take my place." But when the time came for him to do and say just that, he had climbed in for one more ride, just so a kid who didn't want any help might have had a better chance to get along in this rotten exploratory service than Hertz had been given. The distance between the rocket and the widening surface of the planet was disappearing, and in that last interval, Hertz thought again of his dream, the dream he had been carrying in his brain for all of these years. The width and breadth of his own land, that section of Mars where he had stood 20 years ago and watched with hungry eyes, and then ever since had sweated and cried and suffered to own. His land, with its silent rolling hills and quiet green valleys, with its sweet sloping clearing where he would place his house, the rippling brook singing softly nearby. The only place he had seen in any system that had the peace of it, the magnificence of it. His land, paid for finally, and bound by legal protection, waiting for him. And here he was, letting the reward for those 20 years drift away by sitting beside a crazy, overconfident infant who was sure as hell going to crash this rocket.
When the crash came, however, Hertz was still surprised, somehow, but only until he fell into the depthless darkness. When he awoke, he saw that the ship rested at an odd angle. One whole side of the compact cabin had become a gaping open tear that looked away to the horizon of this new world. Hertz had a thin cut over his left eye and a collection of stinging bruises. Nothing more serious. Jones, on the other hand, appeared to have been smashed brutally about the legs, and from where Hertz lay, he could see the ugly cut in the boy's head and the unnatural angle of the boy's right arm. "Jones," he said to the motionless form, and then with effort he crawled to the boy, who was still clamped tightly into the swivel seat before the instrument panel. His hands searched and found 2 broken bones in the arm and leg. The cut in the boy's head had obviously touched bone. Hertz gathered medicine, bandages, and splints from the first aid compartment. He swabbed, bound, compressed, and covered the wounds of the boy. Then, with teeth tight together, he set the 2 bones with the rough skill of practical experience. When the splints were bound, he loosened the boy's body from the binding straps and carried him to the rear bunk space of the cabin. He tested the boy's pulse and regularity of breathing, then interjected enough of relieving drug into the boy's blood to keep the full impact of pain away from his senses. Hertz returned to the front of the cabin to look over the damaged radio. Tentative inspection told him he could make sufficient repairs to send out a help call. But first, he knew he would have to make an estimate of their position on this strange planet. He strapped a pistol to his waist, donned his helmet, and lowered himself to the ground. He looked about him. There was a bluish tint to the atmosphere that hovered over the rim of the circling trees. Yellow, pink, and deep white flowers with fragile petals nodded silently through the stretches of growth. Another planet, his eyes told him. Another simple, damned planet, like the one before and the one before that. Vegetation and earth beneath another shining sun. "And this is what I've earned," he told himself, "instead of my land, my estate, my kingdom." His lips compressed, and he hammered a fist against the side of the rocket. "Well, it's not going to be," he promised himself, starting his climb back to the cabin. "Nothing is going to keep me from getting what I've earned. Nothing." He was swearing aloud when he pulled himself into the cabin. Jones was watching as Hertz straightened up inside the littered compartment. Hertz unstrapped his pistol belt and tossed it to the floor. "How do you feel, son?" he asked quietly. The boy only stared at Hertz. "All right," Hertz said helpfully. "All right, hell," the boy said in a thin monotone. "You were pretty well banged up. That's news? If you're still feeling pain, I'll give you another shot." "Why don't you save it for your head?" Hertz turned and went to the forward part of the cabin and the radio. He didn't want to listen to that high, whining voice. The boy was hurt, and Hertz recognized it, but Hertz couldn't take too much more from anyone, injured or not. "I'm not going to live," the boy called after Hertz. Hertz turned back to face the boy. "What the hell kind of talk is that?" "I'm not going to live," the boy repeated in exactly the same tone. "You're getting delirious." "I'm getting dead." "Listen," Hertz said slowly, "I respect the fact that you've been smashed up, Jones, but I don't want any talk like that. Do you understand?" He tried to keep authority in his voice and at the same time enough softness to give the boy assurance that Hertz could take care of him. "We can have help here in no time," Hertz continued. "The radio can be fixed, and the first thing you know, you'll be bedded down in some pretty hospital with flowers and—" "This was your fault," the boy said, as though Hertz had not been talking. Hertz closed his mouth slowly, and his lips got thin. "Why don't you try to get some sleep?" "Because I'm bleeding to death inside." Hertz blinked. It was a possibility, of course. The boy may have been hurt worse than Hertz had thought. With great effort, the boy raised a bandaged hand to his lips and ran his tongue across the white gauze. The movement left a red streak. "You see?" he said. "You see that? I'm bleeding out my guts. I'll sleep all right. I'll really sleep, and it'll be your fault, Hertz." "Listen, Jones," Hertz said, deliberately lying. "You'll be all right. Don't you see?" "No, damn you, no! And if you hadn't forced yourself onto this run, this wouldn't have happened." "Jones," Hertz said, trying to keep his voice soft, "these things just happen, that's all. This is nobody's fault. You fly these damned runs, you take your chances. But you're going to be all right, son." "Don't call me that," the boy said, and now his voice was higher, louder, and Hertz could see a little of the blood showing on a corner of the boy's mouth. Son, I'm as good a pilot as anybody. You or Gearing or Royce or anybody in the stinking service. I didn't need your damned help, and that's what did it. Sitting there, watching me every minute, making me tighten up until I couldn't fly a kite. It's your fault. And why the hell couldn't you have died or gone back to your stupid Martian farm?" The boy was crying. A thin trickle of blood crawled down his chin. Hertz took a step forward. "Kid, listen, I wanted to help you and—" "Keep the hell away from me!" the boy screamed. Hertz froze. He hadn't realized either how badly hurt the boy had been or how much resentment had lain beneath the boy's cold exterior. He was beginning to feel some of the guilt that was placed on him by the look in the boy's staring eyes. But why, he asked himself. Why, when all he had wanted to do was help someone? "I know how you're feeling," Hertz said, trying to be patient and calm. "I really do. But you can't blame anyone for this." The boy remained silent and condemning, and Hertz knew that his words were ringing hollowly in the cabin. Still, he tried. "Look, I've crashed before on a dozen planets, but that's the way it works, and that's why I wanted to help you. I wanted to quit on this last one, don't you see? For 20 unholy years, I've been trying to own a piece of my own land where I could say, this is my own world, and what I tried to do by going with you was make it easier for you, because in you I could see myself 20 years ago. Don't you see?" The boy said nothing. "I wanted to